TOS here for
7?
Twitch.
Yeah, it's TOS.
Base Twitch.
Based.
That's bullshit, dude.
It's
You're
based.
bullshit. Shut up.
I do think it is funny though. Yeah, I think it's really funny. I had to go to like a special
here we
website
go.
to order.
Doesn't like some state flags have the Confederate flag as part of it?
Yep.
They used to.
No,
not
didn't
anymore.
Mississippi change that?
Yeah, Mississippi changed
did
it.
they?
Yeah, they did.
There might be a couple more, but last I heard, Mississippi changed theirs, and it
Yeah,
used
they
to have a
cucked out.
Confederate flag.
Dude, Florida needs to change their flag. It's so ugly.
It is kind of funny though. So I had to to order my Confederate flag. I had to order it from like a special website. But to order my
Wait, so it is a Confederate flag?
no, I don't have it hanging up.
Gotcha.
But in order to get my Taliban flag, I just got that right off Amazon.
Wait,
it's kind of funny.
what?
Does the Taliban have a flag?
Why? Yes, they do.
Oh,
Why
did
do
you
have
guys
a-
hear?
No. Why does he have a Taliban flag? Let's get to the real question.
I think he's just making a joke. But did
I
you guys
hope
hear
so.
that the
It's not fighting
Taliban is
against
getting
U.S. imperialism. It's for freedom.
no,
Smack
the
shit out of this
Taliban
guy.
are getting really pissed off that they're having to work desk jobs now, and like they're like getting
Oh, I
really
saw that.
cynical about like capitalism and shit.
Yes.
Wait. Shock
Hilarious.
capitalism based, but shocking that the people who actually won their war now actually have to administrate and they don't like it. It's almost like no
creating
one
a
likes to do
country
governance.
is really easy. Actually, running one is
It's
a
a
whole
bitch.
different question.
Yeah.
It's why I hate these revolutionaries. They're like, oh yes, we shall charge off into the glorious revolution. I'm like, yeah, and then you have to run it. Good luck.
Yeah, keep licking the boot then, bro.
Oh, I love the boot. Leather is so fucking tasty.
This is a very universal law.
Oh,
The same thing
that
happened
leather
to
is
Iraq 20 years
so
ago. We came in,
tasty.
we took down Saddam Hussein. It's like, okay, now it's time to
So
run some
tasty.
stuff, and we massively fucked up because obviously running a country is totally much more difficult than actually creating one.
Yeah, it's why I have a problem with leftists because they suck at
My
running
chat
countries.
has fact checked you, Lactoid, and apparently you cannot buy a Taliban flag on Amazon, but you can buy an ISIS flag.
I will literally send you my fucking Amazon like order history. It's for sure a Taliban
Well,
flag.
It might have been a thing. This is what they're
All right,
saying.
send it.
I'm not saying we trust the
We'll
fact
send it.
checkers, right? I'm just saying apparently they showed me
'Cause
Islamic Emirate, Afghanistan, outdoor decorative.
the
tags.
the hilarious thing though is when I found like the obscure site to order the Confederate flag, they also sent a whole bunch of anti-drug propaganda along with the box. So I open it up, it's like
Oh, yeah, 'cause
weed
you were
will
probably too high.
weed will kill you. It was like in the big bold letters.
But here's the real
Right.
question: Was the Confederate flag made in China?
I didn't check that.
Absolutely.
I bet it was. I bet
probably.
probably was.
I think they're all
That's
homemade.
just
these
funny
days.
to me.
materials made in China. But yeah, that's literally the first thing. I love,
Wait, would it be
like,
better if it was made in the Union? Like that would be kind of a slap in the face to the Confederacy.
Fair enough.
Everything
But
would
I
It'd
also
also be more expensive.
stepping into
Made in Illinois.
this you guys when like you're stepping into like your conversations. Because the first thing I heard is Lacto talking about getting his Taliban flag. Like it's just like great way to get started. But yeah, thanks all for being here and on
Canadian
top-
Taliban.
Yeah, right.
True, yes.
Canadian
Where's that Canadian flag, Lactoid?
I'm putting mine.
That's one of the few I don't have. I have a lot, but not that one.
Do you have an ISIS flag?
No, I figured the Taliban was enough to put me on a list. Number of lists
Enough
that I
coverage on.
It's just Islamic terrorism. This covers the whole thing.
Okay, all right. So, Ty, you there?
I just cover all my bases by saying I hate all Muslim. That's how that works. Way better.
Thank you. Much appreciated. When
It's a lot easier. I don't have to be like, oh, these are Wahhabists, these are Salafists. Like, you don't have to worry about any of that. Just hate Islam. It's an easy thing to hate. It's a shit religion.
Based.
I'm told that's Destiny's
pretty
stance on these things.
You know what I mean?
Well, let's
You get to, you
clarify, and I agree
as a
with him,
bonus.
too.
As
Religion
a
just
bonus,
sucks.
you also get to hate Sneeko and Andrew Tate as part of that category, and you don't even have, you can just be like, "Wow, they're Muslim," fuck them, right? Like it's an easy out,
They're uniting the left and the right of their bigotry.
right? You just grab Christopher Hitchens' "God is not great" and you throw it at them if they argue at you. And say, "Read it."
All right. as soon as Lacto decides to make a reappearance, right, a grand reappearance, he thought
Like
like
his
his original.
granny chair.
There you go.
In
His,
all
his,
fairness,
like
that's
his
gotta be
original
s-
appearance was
I don't
great.
comb my hair,
Yes.
but I was combing my beard. Okay, I want to
That
know
has
how
got to
that
be
goes.
so uncomfortable, Lactoid. How do you sit in that chair?
So I actually have to sit in this chair because, like, whenever I sit in anything else for long periods of time, it kills my fucking back, dude. This is the only chair I found, like a flat surface, that is just the most comfortable. So
Explains a
How
lot
old
about
are
you.
you? Do you have your
Wait,
back
hold on.
problems?
If you're
fuck
combing
does
your
that
beard,
mean?
does that mean you're being dishonest?
It's because
Like
he's
you're
a lawyer and
presenting
he's
yourself as someone
Ooh.
you're not by
That's
combing your beard?
a good question. That kind of.
No, it's just hygiene. It's just hygiene. He's a very sloppy eater, right? And he has some, some flavor
True.
savers in his beard, and he wanted to get them out.
Just say you're thinking.
Right, but that would be honest. Like the food in your beard is like honest about who you are. and
It's
then
true.
you're-
Showering is dishonest. This is like a honest, somewhat of a good. Like there's a level of dishonesty with it.
Wait,
Honestly.
We've
isn't that
talked about this.
isn't that chair dishonest? Like, shouldn't you have like back problems and be like hunched over? Isn't that like your natural then position?
No, because gamer chairs aren't natural. This is more natural than the chairs you all are sitting in. Let's be honest.
No,
This is
sitting
made of
is
wood.
natural.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm not sitting in a gamer chair, thank you. I'm sitting in a chair that's rated for people that are giant fat asses like me because I'm
Official
6'5" and 270 pounds, so I need a 300 plus
Jesus.
rated chair.
You're the
I've
end cap
actually
troll,
been
literally.
legitimately considering a streamer setup where I'm sitting in a Barca lounger. Like literally all my computer stuff just around a lazy boy. Like I don't know
Yeah,
why
that makes
nobody's
sense.
thought of this.
That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm
Yeah.
sure someone has. The weird
Flowing
shit
with the
that people
meme.
have done in their streamer setups. All right, let's get started here. All right, let's. Oh man, an interesting place is the opening. The pre-panel goes. All right, from Taliban flag to Lazy Boys. All right, fair enough.
Those are not
so-
mutually exclusive.
I don't I don't think so. Probably not. Venn diagrams, I think, they intersect more than you think. Hello all. This is the Rubbery Round Table, which we have. Oh, here's another one. All right. The Rubbery Round Table, which we have Mondays at 8
Be right
p.m.
back.
Eastern. Yeah, we've got a great group of guests here. Excited to have them, guys. If you are new to the channel, hit that follow button. If any of this is interest you or anything that just happened here, or the potential, right? There's a lot of potential of this channel. Hit that follow button. Follow us on YouTube or subscribe to us on follow us on Twitch, subscribe to us on YouTube, or subscribe to us on Twitch because then that money's involved there. But yeah, hit that follow button. You haven't done so. Okay. Let's start by introducing our friend Lactoid back with us again. All right. On the terrorist watch list as we're finding out. How are you, friend?
I'm on a lot of lists, but thank you, Prime. I really appreciate it.
True.
Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV almost everywhere.
I think and something else. Last week we had trouble with audio. I think it was with like my noise gate. So let me know,
Charging
guys, if you
battery.
guys have trouble hearing me. So next we have Scott. Scott is with us again. So happy to have him. Right. He looks happy. He's already a smile on his face. So I'm guessing he's gonna stay calm, gonna stay collected, right? Right, Fred?
No guarantees. As a real libertarian and an anarchist, I'm on far more lists than Lactoid is, especially as someone that currently still holds secret security clearance from both the army that was renewed when I was working as a census field supervisor for the post enumeration survey. So I assume I'm on every list. So if you engage with me, just know that even if I'm not recording, someone is. You can find me though, nevertheless, Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, have at it.
Okay.
And obviously
all right.
Twitch, because Twitch.
Lactoid. Do you remember the like I know you don't have an ISIS flag, but you said you sent one to Scott, I think, right? I mean, Scott with his security clearance, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you must have received that flag, right? Like the ISIS flag, anything?
I didn't get it in the
Okay.
mail, but you
didn't
know
get in the mail?
that's his fault for not going with FedEx or UPS and trusting a government institution to actually
Okay.
properly mail something. If he had recognized the failures of government, you know, he would have mailed it via UPS, and I would happily have my ISIS flag right now. But I just don't, and
Okay.
you know,
All right.
that's on Lactoid.
All right.
I'll take
Hope
the
it's a
blame for
high
that.
government clearance. Let's go to our friend Corey. Uh, Corey, once again, the calmest person, even in the pre-panel, the calmest person here. How are you doing, Corey?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me on. It's technically been 2 weeks since I've been on. I will fully admit I was going through prime withdrawal. So I'm glad to be back and to get my dose and to be here with these familiar and fine faces. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. I guess basically at this point, I'm a science and fitness streamer. I stream my workouts and I cover science and research. You can find me on Twitch. Twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. Yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you, thank you. Jay Chow, haven't
Sup?
seen him in a bit.
I know. It's
Tempted
been so
them with
long.
the-
I thought I lost you forever successfully, but no. You messaged me. Now I'm back here. Yeah, I studied political science and international relations. I base a lot of my commentary on those subjects. You can find me on JChow Live, on Twitch, Twitter, and other places.
Oakley dokily. Next, another person we haven't had here for a long time. That's Erudite. Hello, hi, you in your leather jacket. That's looking good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How's my sensitivity? Am I coming through on the mic? Okay,
Hmm?
on Discord side. Okay, good. Hi. Yeah, sorry for Nick bailing and me filling last minute, but I'm glad to be here, and we'll see how this goes.
It's like -1 minute. Like, thank you, not to Erudite for coming through. One day we'll have her husband here. We've been fighting for it for months now. One day it's gonna happen. But yeah, thanks for being on. Next we have our friend Tiberius D. Ty, who I was just on his program on this Saturday. It was a lot of fun. We had a really good spirited debate. So I appreciate you being here, friend.
Appreciate you inviting me. It's been a while since I've popped my cherry over here on the Prime Geist panel. Good to be back, and it was great to have him over on Saturday Night Lights. You definitely go check that out. Pretty sure every single person has been on Saturday Night Lights, so this is on this panel. Unfortunately, Erudite, when she was on, had a wild internax that she ran into, and so that one was a little crazy. So hopefully we can bring her back and make her feel a little bit better on that one. But yeah, you guys can check out Saturday Night Lights. It's kind of what I do for my panel show, and then I largely talk geopolitics if anyone has me on their panels. So good to be here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have a very special person. Right. Her name is Nina. All right. Let me tell you about Nina. Okay.
Do be fan number one.
Doobie fan number one.
Never meet your heroes.
Holy crap, Doobie isn't here.
Nina, on her very first week, right? She did was like, which is pretty much impossible. She became Scott's friend, his best friend, right? And Scott was just inconsolable when she wasn't around later on, right? So had to bring her back, right? Anyone who could play well with my friend Scott is a person who has to come back again and again. And then on her second week here, right? She did something which it just hasn't happened here. It's kind of my fault, but she called out my friend Lactoid. She let people know, look, Lactoid's law degree is drawn with crayon, right? She called him out. I couldn't do it. Look, I wouldn't do it because you're my homie, right? But you're a fraud. Nina was the truth speaker there, right? So I thank you, Nina, for all of that. I can't wait to see what happens tonight. But how are you, friend?
I'm good. Thank you again for having me. It's always a pleasure to meet my best friends in the wild, obviously. Specifically Scott, also the best libertarian as he thinks he is. I feel like I can't really live up to that intro, but I'll try my best. I stream on Twitch every day. I'm on day 50 of streaming in a row. I just want to see how long I can do it. I usually stream around 7 to 8 p.m. and you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Nina, and I'm very excited to get into it.
All right, yeah, you can just, you don't have to like, try to outdo yourself previously, right? Just play nice with Scott and call Lactoid a fraud like all night long.
It is my favorite thing to do.
And you'll have plateaued at least. All right. And next, our Dark Lord and bearded person, Aiko Rich. Aiko is here.
Have
Aiko,
I
thanks.
inherited the Dark Lord title since Doobie's gone? Is it like I'm his number 2 now? Is that what you're saying?
Number 2. Yes, exactly what I'm saying. His Dark Apprentice.
I
So-
am inhabiting his square in the Brady Bunch position.
But thanks for being here, friend. And how are you?
Doing great, doing great. I'm a little disappointed to see that Nina's no longer standing. I thought she was going to outstand Phil. I think it would have taken at least a week to do that.
If somebody else stands, I'll stand.
Oh, okay, all right. The challenge is out there. Maybe our Swedish model on the top left will give you a run for your money.
All right. I don't know what's that about, but I'll assume it's funny.
Yeah.
Let's.
It's just
so,
Phil KOE. You know how he stands all the time when he's talking or whatever. Nina
yeah.
noticed, and she doesn't like to be outdone, so she started standing.
Okay. Yeah, we love our friend Phil. God, we need to get Phil back here. Because Phil's
Yeah.
amazing and lovable. All right. So topic 1. China is attempting to take the lead in solving the Ukraine-Russia conflict. It has actively put forward a plan and is working closely with Moscow and Kyiv in negotiations. This follows similar actions in other areas around the globe in which China has taken center stage to solve issues. Does the US or the West in general lose anything when China helps resolve a conflict? If the goal is peace, or at least non aggression, does it matter who delivers it? Does this necessarily displace the US as the world leader, or just assist in its goals? Should the West feel even slightly threatened by these developments? So yeah, that's like the big thing in like foreign policy people are talking about is how China is making these tours and talking to at least Putin and is trying to move the ball forward, right? People are casting all kinds of aspersions on their intentions, but they're pushing the ball forward. And so, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? And should we welcome it? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid for opening statements, and we're going around.
Yeah, so in the context of world politics, who handles these negotiations absolutely matters. We know where China's interests lie, not only in relation to Russia, their interest in making them into essentially a gas station, a vassal state, but also their goal to subvert the US to become the global superpower. I don't think we should stand in the way of peace, right? If they happen to come to some kind of resolution, that'd be a good thing. But we should feel threatened. And to be frank, the goal here is for Ukraine to become part of a Western power hegemony. And anything less than that is a loss. So if the negotiations start impeding on that goal, then I think the West should potentially somehow get involved.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, so I mirror many sentiments of Lactoid here. The thing is I'm kind of two minds about this because obviously the American empire I'm not a big fan of, right? And so it is a threat to the American empire the more that China succeeds on the international scale. I think what's probably far more concerning for America is kind of the Belt and Roads Initiative linking up with Saudi Arabia's 2030 Vision 2030. Them building plants in China, them working together a lot more. The recent Saudi Arabia Iran deal that China brokered, this puts the real question in threat. And the real question, the real threat here is, will Saudi Arabia end up selling oil to China in yuan? If that happens, everything else is just a very minor thing. And so the more respect they get in the international community, the more play they have. I think, that kind of outlandish thing that Saudi Arabia kind of threatens us with every few years becomes closer and closer to reality. In terms of this deal, Well, the West already ruined every chance it had for peace in May of last year when there was going to be a peace negotiation, almost certainly, between Ukraine and Russia was going to keep Crimea solidified, and the Donbass region was going to be independent. And they weren't even wanted to bar them from NATO, but they didn't want to necessarily stop them from having defensive treaties. So it was really a Pyrrhic victory for the Russians. And then Boris Johnson and the West came in. We don't fucking negotiate with Russia. We want this war. The West wants this war. They can't negotiate peace anymore because it's very obvious that America wants this war, that the corporations want this war. China, on the other hand, is kind of sitting in this weird place where like they can kind of play either side, right? And they can kind of fund either side. And so, yeah, we shouldn't step in the way of China doing this, but is it going to hurt us internationally if China gains more respect? Yeah, and that should be a concern because, I mean, I don't know that I like picking my masters, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I like China. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what other people's thoughts are on this. But I think the real issue is the more respect they gain, do the dominoes kind of start to fall, and in terms of us having the reserve currency, because that's really what our global empire is really about.
Corey.
Uh, yeah, well, I'll keep it short for obvious reasons, because I am short. I echo many of the same things that Lactoid went through, and even some of the same things that Scott just echoed. Where I'm under no delusion that China has the ultimate, virtuous goal of peace. It's a political move, but I also don't think the U.S. has some sort of a monopoly on peace brokerage. And so, whatever actually brings about peace, I'm all in favor for it. And I'm not, at least currently, not all that concerned of any sort of rise in China. Maybe at some point I will be, but as of now, I don't think this is some sort of huge power move yet. And I'll leave it there for now.
HR.
Yeah, so I think analysts and policymakers in the West are correct in being concerned. Part of China's foreign policy is criticizing and differentiating itself from the West. So in this case, China is going to paint itself as the negotiator, striving for peace, frame the West as instigators of war. And of course, this is a bad faith spin. And the West is strong and united, but China's target audience is the rest of the world, who largely have not joined the West in condemning and sanctioning Russia. And countries leaning towards China are not good for the rules-based order. So there's that for the West to worry about. But despite all this, I think the West will continue to be the world's hegemon and the leader of the free world. And while the United States and China see global affairs as a zero-sum competition, the rest of the world doesn't, and they would be very happy to just reap the benefits from both sides, which means that the United States still has a chance to win over the developing world. And while the goal is peace, it's not the only goal. Just as the West has an interest in Ukraine regaining its territorial integrity, China also has an interest in reducing Russia's consequences. And implementing the peace plan today would largely benefit Russia at the detriment of the West and Ukraine's goals. So peace can be achieved, but it should be under certain conditions. And lastly, the West shouldn't feel threatened by these developments because I don't think it actually is threatening their stage in the world, but they should soberly think about how to prepare themselves and develop a strategy that will achieve their goals in a more multipolar world.
Thank you so much. Erudite.
Yeah, so when it comes to geopolitics, I'm pretty clear that it's not in my wheelhouse, and I try to pride myself at trying to stay within scopes of talking publicly about things I know something about. And it seems like there's lots of people on the panel that know a lot more. So probably the role I'm going to occupy in this section specifically is more of the critical student than somebody with really big opinions with not a lot of information behind it. When I look at something, for example, like the question, right, between China and Ukraine and Russia, I think a lot of people just want to immediately weigh in on one way or the other. But there's a lot of questions of what does the peace look like? What does it mean for Ukraine specifically in these peace negotiations? Is Ukraine getting what they want, or are they getting steamrolled in their sovereignty? And so for me, I have a lot more questions about what China's peace would actually specifically look like than just China bad or US good.
Thanks so much. Ty.
Yeah, I got two real points here that I'll make really quick. The first is I think the first part of this topic's a little erroneous because China's relationship with Ukraine is functionally dead. China's been seen as largely pro-Russian by the Ukrainian basically leadership, and so while there's these overtures, it's more of a a symbolic dance. If there is any kind of like credit that China deserves, it's actually the Saudi Iranian relations. Excuse me. They've actually been able to help mediate some of their relationship to where the Saudis and the Persians are talking, which is actually really surprising. I do find that a bit concerning because they're building a bit of an anti-Western coalition, which obviously I'm against. But if there's any points that they deserve, is that. Finally, I do want to get into, if we can, and during the open panel, how much the U.S. is openly now in favor of ending the Putin regime by any means necessary. I don't think people realize that's actually what's on the table. But yeah, that's my opening.
Thank you. Thank you. Nina.
I did mute myself. Jeez. Okay, so this is obviously a lot of moving parts here because all geopolitics obviously is going to be like that, right? But to answer like a lot of the just base questions, like does it matter who brokers the peace? I agree with Nancy Erudite where it's like it depends what that looks like, right? So like it really doesn't matter at the end of the day if China talking to Putin, right, gives them an off ramp to leave leave Ukraine and save face. I think that's actually a really powerful way to go about it by going through maybe instead of like being like, oh, we're taking the L from America, we're like, oh no, we're taking a W from China or something like that. So I think that's totally fine if that's like where it's going to end because China had a lot of or does and did have a lot of economic value in Russia. Obviously, the fucking ruble just got gigantic nosedive after, the invasion happened. And war is not good economically for them. So if we're talking about every country, obviously is always going to try and benefit themselves first. That is just always how it is, and that's kind of how it should be to a reasonable extent, right? But there is no benefit for China to have Russia, one of their biggest economic partners, where they had $19 billion invested in their industry, to have them invading another country and then getting sanctioned. There was no benefit for them. On top of that, Russia lied to them. They said that they were not going to actually try and take over the entire country, if I'm just being very general about it. So they're pretty pissed off about that too to begin with. And I don't know if you guys saw like the article that Prime had linked, but like Putin looks like scared when he's talking to Xi Jinping. So I think really this is like the option that's happening right now is really just kind of like a way for them to kind of like off ramp this conflict to but not be able to be like, oh, it's just like we're doing to America. And I think also people think that America and China are not actually like incredibly aligned. I know I'm going on a little bit. Let me this is my last point, sorry. But like China and America talk to each other all the time. Like there is like meetings that they had like 4 months ago or that it came out 4 months ago that we economically are so based off of each other, like so like symbiotically related that it's not like we're like these like crazy like diametrically opposed enemies. Like we actually like align very well together economically. And I'll go ahead and leave it there.
Nina, you never have to apologize for going long. Not while your best friend Scott is on the panel. Let's be very
Yeah, I was
clear
trying
about
to.
that. Let's go to our and finally, friend Heiko.
Why are you trying so hard to make this a thing?
I'm just recognizing, right? Like give them the pop recognition.
Just let it happen,
I'm
Prime.
just saying. All right,
Just let it happen.
Heiko.
Yeah, you have to have faith in that relationship. You don't have to ship it. You can just watch the fireworks happen. All right. So listen, when I think about China and what it's been doing lately, I think about, which is interesting, fossil fuels, because all of these countries that China's making these overtures to, like making Saudi Arabia and Iran sort of kind of work together. That, of course, we know about their relationship with Venezuela. Their relationship with Russia is like improving, constantly, as we can just see here. And what those countries all have in common is that they are fossil fuel countries. They're specifically oil. And there's another country Australia, which is the number one source of the highest quality coal in the world, and they had a falling out with China like over COVID-19, and China's been patching that relationship up too. And it's because they're trying to fuel as much economic growth as possible off of relatively cheap, discounted fossil fuels, even as they maintained like their position as the number one manufacturer of renewables like wind and solar technologies and batteries and everything, EVs, everything. So they're laser focused on energy. And it seems to me that it's going to be very difficult to eliminate that as a threat like for our country. And one of the things that they're doing to sort of increase their legitimacy here is to try to become this broker. But in the process of doing so, they're obviously not providing any good options for Ukraine in this deal. Like it's even as nebulous as it is, even if you were to do the most good faith interpretations of what the offer is, and we can get into this on the back and forth, there's really nothing in this offer that could in any way be appealing to Ukraine, in my opinion. Like the West doesn't have to like tell Ukraine not to do a deal like this because it is not in any way acceptable to them specifically.
Open panel.
Can I just say for the record that I think we should be a little careful when we say like, what does that deal look like? I do understand that, right? No one wants a peace deal where like Ukraine is just like totally subjugated by Russia and they give up, right? Like that's like nobody wants
The
that. Like,
Republicans want that. Let's be real here.
Maybe the
you got to get off
populace
Yeah,
Twitter.
I could
But
probably answer
regardless,
this, or like at
anyways,
least give a
like,
little bit of clarity on
no,
what this peace deal actually could look
I
like.
actually haven't asked a question for you to answer yet. You're just interrupting because you don't like where I'm going. So what I'm saying, like,
I have no idea where
I
you're going.
understand that, right? but I think it's also important to say that like letting the perfect be the enemy of the good in a situation where war is continuing is almost a diabolically evil thing to say. Like, well, it's not quite the right time for a peace deal, so let's keep letting people get bombed and killed is actually like honestly I find to be like a contemptuous and
Okay, so you
disgusting
don't
thing
have
to
any
hear.
actual like solutions. You're just kind of virtue
Well,
signaling.
no. I don't think he's. I think the issue.
What?
He's not virtue signaling. The issue is that I think he's like
Yeah,
creating a bit of like a
Scott.
false dichotomy that doesn't have to necessarily exist. Like I agree with you, right? We shouldn't say if it's not perfect, we should just abandon it. I would agree, right? Just logically alone. The issue is that I think that there is an important question, which is saying like when there's this level of distrust between like multiple like international bodies, I think it's reasonable to go like Corey said, nobody thinks China's going there just trying to be like a nice guy to save Ukrainians. Like nobody thinks that that's happening, and I know you don't think that that's happening. And I think it's reasonable to go, is the peace treaty that's being signed in any way keeping anyone's other than like maybe Russia's interests in mind? Because if the peace treaty basically just ends up with exactly what Ukraine doesn't want, then it's not a good peace treaty. I mean, they probably won't sign it anyway.
Could you explain how that's a false dichotomy where I'm saying there's only two choices?
So you
'Cause you
said
accused me of
letting
making
the
a logical
perfect be the
fallacy.
enemy of the good.
Yeah, how is that a false dichotomy? I'm not saying that there's two situations. The other individuals stated that, well, that depends on what the deal looks like, and there have to be right conditions met for us to accept a peace deal. And I'm saying, well, we should be careful about when we say that, because it is always better. It is better that a country be subjugated than it is that a war continues and people constantly be bombed.
Oh no,
Like,
come on.
What?
It's preferable. Yes, it is preferable. It is preferable that we
So
stop.
you do
your
want them to
opinion or
win
is
then?
that
Stop.
objective?
No,
Well,
what do you
I got
think?
a
Nuclear
whole
power.
bunch
Wait,
reductios would go
can I-
down, right? Civil
may I ask a
War,
clarif-
Nazi Germany, we can hit them all if you want.
May I ask a clarifying question, Scott?
Or the
Like
French
under what metric are you using to come to the conclusion that subjugation is better than war?
Under what metric am I using that subjugation is better than war? That slavery is better than death itself? One can escape slavery, one cannot escape death. Therefore, one is reversible, the other is irreversible.
Would that be a consequentialist analysis?
How can
It's not a
Ukraine escape the
consequentialist
subjugation of
analysis to
Russia?
say that
Sounds like it.
that like one
that-
evil
that
can be
is
corrected
war.
and the other can't.
I think by definition, it's a consequentialist analysis.
Oh my
Sure.
god.
This kind of gets a
I know
little
you have this
similar
weird,
to
you have this
Holocaust
weird, this is-
apologia a little bit. Like, what do you
no-
mean? Like, what?
How many buzzwords are
the
you people going to throw
countries-
out? Just make a fucking
What
argument.
the word
that it's not
Holocaust, the word apologia? Which one's
apologia.
the
Okay,
buzzword?
I'll make an argument, right? The argument is in certain circumstances, war is not profitable. But we can all think of circumstances in which the risk of subjugation and the amount of people that are going to be subjugated and the life that they're going to live is worth fighting against, right? The just war theory. I mean, I'm assuming, and I actually don't remember your answer on this, but I thought the Civil War, like marching to the South to liberate the slaves, that was justified, even though it killed a whole fuck ton of Americans and a bunch of Southerners.
There's no justification for either the North or the South in the Civil War.
Okay,
the
so you
Civil
got a
War is
Michael
totally
Tracy
different thing.
perspective, where like we shouldn't have intervened in World War II.
Of course, we shouldn't have intervened in World War II. I'm an anarchist libertarian. Like, what are you talking about?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost the plot.
So maybe
yeah, I don't think we can actually
Don't
engage
believe
with
it.
Scott
You
in
believe in
geopolitics.
borders, bro. Like, what are you
What-
talking about? You're gonna call yourself
But if you're a
arrogant?
libertarian, surely you
Yeah,
believe that
it's
liberty
so
is worth
crazy
fighting for.
that some
Yeah, liberty's worth
it's
fighting
so
for, right?
crazy.
Live on your feet or die on your feet rather than live
Wait,
on
why
your
are you
knees,
even in
right?
this
There's a very
debate?
big difference. There's a very big difference between liberty being worth
Just let
fighting
us subjugate
for
you.
and governments that tax people going to war in other countries.
Wait, Scott.
Wait, so
You have a gun in your background, right? We're talking about like using war and violence to prevent somebody else from subjugating you and interfering with your rights. Isn't that like what libertarianism
Look,
is about?
I never said that like Ukraine should stop fighting. What I said is when the entire fucking global hegemony is funding and supporting and pushing forward a war with a nuclear power, that it is always going to be better to stop the war with a nuclear power and deal with those consequences later and fight in the ways that we can fight, so that, I don't know, we don't push a nuclear power into a larger conflict.
well, to
But
be
you
fair,
did
As it
say-
stands
wait,
right now,
wait.
Ukraine and Russia are both running psyop
Russia's
campaigns
nuclear
to try and
policy
accuse
is
the other person of moving into Moldova. And if that fucking line gets crossed, then all of a sudden we're talking about an actual NATO ally, not a pseudo NATO ally. Right? Like this is a
Moldova's-
dangerous place that we're in.
Okay.
Moldova's not in.
Moldova's not in NATO.
Oh, sorry, not
Yeah.
Moldova. The fucking the T fucking like city state country that's
Transnistria.
recognized.
They are also
They're not
part
in
of
NATO as well.
Turkey.
Transnistria is Moldova.
No,
It's
not
just
not
a
not
breakaway.
not. It's a breakaway, but in order to get into Moldova, you have to move troops. Well, I guess Russia wouldn't have to, but I mean, Ukraine would have to move troops through NATO allies.
Tanzania. Close.
No, they border in Moldova.
Yeah, like
I gotta look at
Ukraine
the map again.
borders
Okay.
Moldova, bro.
Yeah, take a moment to look
Hey.
at the map so you know which.
Let me look at the map again. I might be wrong
Yeah,
on
like,
this.
wait, that's
That's
the
fair.
origin of humanity.
Chow, I
That's
haven't got
fair.
Chow, I haven't got a chance to ask you this question. Like, what's your end game for Ukraine? Like, where do you want this to end?
Obviously, I would
Jesus.
like this war to end, right? But then
Right,
the
but,
big
like, what's-
question, the big
what's the
question
war
is like
goal?
under what conditions?
Yeah. What's the war goal here?
The war goal, at least for the West as well as Ukraine, is to restore its territorial integrity.
Okay.
And I think that is a really fight to fight for. Now, the question before was, okay, what does this peace plan look like? And China does have a position paper, essentially. It has 12 points that includes respecting the sovereignty of all countries. But I think we're getting a step ahead of ourselves when we're thinking about the peace plan. Let's ask ourselves, what are the steps to actually get towards that peace plan? And that often includes a ceasefire. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to be getting a peace plan. So the fear from both the West and Ukraine is that if there were going to be a ceasefire, then it is going to allow Russia to organize itself, to mobilize more troops, mobilize more of its logistics, get more organized just in general, and then launch another offensive maybe in the summer. And this is just not good for Ukraine. Just because there is a ceasefire, especially when Ukraine has the momentum in pushing Russia out of its territory, then yeah, like it's just not good for them.
It doesn't have the momentum right now. That's the problem.
It's
Okay, yeah, because
it's
of
muddy-
winter, like it's
yeah,
pretty
it's
much
muddy
of a
season right
stalemate,
now.
and like there's the Battle of Bakhmut. But if you were to compare everything that's going on in Russia and all the support that's going into Ukraine, as well as thinking about the moral, how moral is the Ukrainian side versus the Russian side, then like chances are it's Ukraine that has the momentum.
we'll know in May.
Over
don't
the
know.
year, okay, they liberated Kherson. They've kicked out Russia for like in the northern part, Like, do you not see
No,
this?
I
Like,
fully
Yeah,
understand,
they thought
okay.
they were gonna win in 3 days, dude.
I fully, yes, I'm not denying their brave defense of the motherland and the fact that they took back a whole bunch of territory in after the couple months, right? I'm not denying all those wins, but the reality is, for the past 5-6 months, it has been stuck in just like a complete quagmire, and there's been barely any movement, and all the movements on the Russian side, they're just doing nothing but gain territory right now. That's the reality.
No.
And
Is that
right
It's
now,
not
I'm pretty sure
true.
that's
if I could
false.
It's
ask,
not true.
just
What
as somebody
we-
who doesn't know anything, could I ask Lactoid, is that different from what, like, this feels like an aside point? Like, it felt like what I was hearing Chow, at least what I wrote down, is he's talking about ceasefires in and of itself, like the beginning stages of a peace talk is a ceasefire, and Ukraine is afraid to go even into that because it could fuck them. Because even if say there isn't momentum, I would say there is at least like pressure for Ukraine to get things going, because they're probably more likely to get benefits from allies. They're more likely to like have help just like in the public opinion. Whereas if you go into a ceasefire, people will look away, people are going to stop caring, and then Russia has the time to basically reorganize its logistics and hit them even harder, and maybe this time they'll steamroll them. I think that's what Chow's saying. And so I understand what you're saying, like maybe like in the actual lived fight, maybe it's more stalemated, but would you agree that this is a reasonable concern, like more to the actual point, that this is a concern for why we maybe want a ceasefire in Ukraine?
I think there's very clear political reasons. If I'm not mistaken, the Ukrainian government passed a law saying they're not going to negotiate with Putin specifically. That's how angry they are. They're pissed off, obviously, and they don't want the I guess the embarrassment of losing the most valuable territory that exists within the country. Now, that being said, I don't see any other way this gets resolved in the long run. It does need to be fought out for a couple more months or a couple more years, even probably. And should we prevent them Russians from gaining more territory? Yeah, but I mean, either there's going to be a ceasefire with the territory now, or I mean, unless the Ukrainians fucking surprise us all again, who knows? Could happen. I'm
I
skeptical.
mean, the Russians can just leave. Like, I mean, they could just stop.
They're not going to do that though.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, but they could.
They
Like, I don't know
could,
why you're
but they
denying
could.
that
A lot of things
reality.
could happen,
Well, you
but,
said
like-
there's only
Well-
one way. That's very
he would say
silly
the
because they could
opposite.
straight up just leave.
Well, he would just argue the opposite. Ukraine could just like roll over and let them take the territory. Like both of these things are theoretically
Okay,
possible, but
but-
both countries' interests are completely vested
Right.
against that.
Exactly.
Okay, but
Well,
one
of
would
course,
be.
let's like talk about what is realistically going to happen, and when we're going to be talking about that, then we have to be concerned about, well, what are the interests of both sides? And the sad reality is that Russia has interests that are irreconcilable with the interests of Ukraine and the West. This also includes China, and that's why there is this quagmire. That is why geopolitics is just so complicated all the time.
Well, I
It's
think
a
why
hard
this
question.
resonates so well with a lot of like, people, like this particular conflict, is that there are aspects of that are pretty simple. With them invading, there's no reason for them to be invading this country. There is a
Oh,
big
that's-
reason for
oh,
the
no.
Ukrainians to defend it.
There are reasons.
Oh no!
That's the reason we
I'll
just
say
don't like them.
directly, there's like no reasons. Okay, I don't know if you're gonna be like
I'm
that.
gonna
Like,
revert back to 1 year
about
ago.
it.
What do you guys
Okay,
think? is
so
the
what
There are
do
good
you
reasons.
think then?
I'll even say that. But go ahead.
Like
Lisa.
what?
What was Erudite's
Like what?
question?
I'll explain in a second, but I didn't want to overtalk somebody.
Yeah.
I'm about
Erudite,
to
go ahead.
derail, so I have a different question. So
Okay.
Sure.
Well, sure. No, Nina, do you want that
I have
question
a better
answered by
derail.
Lactoid?
I was wrong.
I would like
was just
Lactoid to
straight
answer
up
that
wrong.
question. Yes.
I thought they had to go through NATO allies in order to deal with the city state in Moldova, but no,
God damn
I'm
it,
just,
Scott.
fucking
was just
base
dumb
Giga Chad.
and was wrong. So yeah, I
Credit
was
to
just
you,
wrong
yeah.
on
Fair
that
enough.
one. All right, there you go. I
Fair
had to
enough,
like
fair
look it
enough.
up.
Let's go.
Thanks for
Yeah.
correcting that.
Lactoid, answer that question, then we'll go to Erudite. And then
Yeah. So I'm going to try to frame this in to make it be as close to the kind of topic question as possible, because I feel like a lot of the resistance that comes with even accepting some kind of ceasefire or accepting any kind of diplomatic solution here is this belief that Ukraine is fully 100% correct in everything that they've said, and Russia's just evil, right? They're just the ontological evil. They're
No,
like Nazi
no,
Germany.
Let me say that.
I'm not saying so. I'm telling you what I've noticed about like contemporary culture. I'm not saying you're necessarily saying this, but this is just what I've noticed.
Sure.
Russia is evil, and I disagree obviously with Russia in a lot of ways, and I do overall think Ukraine is justified. But when we're looking at the reasons why Russia did what they did, there is a lot of justification. The main justification is when you look at every poll prior to Russia's intervention in Crimea, Crimea wanted to leave Ukraine. The vast majority of the polls indicate that Crimea specifically, wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia.
Those polls were made after they were occupied, my dude.
No, before the occupation, and they were done by the UN. According to the UN,
That's
Crimea won.
That's Crimea.
That's
but
Crimea.
That doesn't explain. That
We'll
doesn't
get to
explain
the
the
rest of them.
2021 invasion or 2022.
Well, hold on, we'll get there, right? So the Crimea is important, right? That absolutely is relevant when it comes to Crimea, the initial part of Russian aggression, essentially. Now, the other areas, specifically the Donbass, are a little bit more contested, especially when you look kind of split halfway through. But there was tremendous amount of Russian support in those areas. In fact, after the civil war that began there, support for Ukraine essentially evaporated within the areas in rebellion. Now, this is important because the reason why they rebelled and the reason why Crimea shifted was because a democratically elected president was overthrown in an unconstitutional revolution. Just factually what happened.
Stop.
Now,
You're gonna say the
Euromaidan, which was not constitutional.
Was democratically elected.
According to the UN that audited the
wasn't a Russian
election,
puppet?
according to the UN that audited the election, according to the United Nations, Yanukovych was elected in a free and fair election in Ukraine prior to Euromaidan.
Are you purposely leaving out that Yanukovych ordered for the snipers to kill Ukrainians?
That is so. I'm not leaving that out. So there is no constitutional reason why ordering police to shoot rioters means that you can just be unconstitutionally removed. That's not a thing in the Ukrainian constitution. Second, the rioters had already occupied multiple government buildings at the time of the shootings, and the shootings were at the people who were occupying government buildings. Now, do I think it was justified? Probably not. My understanding is the rioters were armed with petrol bombs and rocks. They didn't necessarily have a lot of firepower. They were just kind of occupying things and throwing rocks at buildings and storming government buildings. But we had a situation in America where an unarmed rioter was storming a government building and got shot and killed. And this idea of, can we justify overthrowing Biden because we had a cop shoot Babbitt when she was storming the White House? Well, if we're going to establish that we can start shooting rioters storming government buildings, then
isn't that the most American thing to do? Is to overthrow a government that is being tyrannical and subjugating its citizens in a dictatorial fashion?
Sure, you can launch an unconstitutional revolution, but what I'm saying is that Russia has a good reason. Russia has a good reason.
Go back to some John Locke theory and argue that the people have the right to overthrow their government when they.
So does the Donbass not have a right to overthrow Ukraine?
Is it the Donbass doing it?
Yes, overwhelmingly.
It's definitely not just Russia.
It's not the Donbass doing it at all. Did you forget about the little green men?
Kind of ridiculous.
That was in Crimea.
First of all, Jay Chow, I get it, but if we go through clips and other interviews of you talking about January 6th, I'm sure you're not going to be on my side that they should have been there, right? I'm pretty sure you're going to be freaking out about how they were terrorists and they needed to be stopped. Nevertheless,
I'm
I just want to add
taking out my position here. I'm just interjecting with some theory and maybe some arguments as to what could we alternatively think. So
right, you're just saying things you don't believe.
No, but do you think that the Americans couldn't have?
I also think the Euromaidan was not unjustified, but them overthrowing the government was not legitimate. I see that as a coup, but for Russia to react towards that as okay, let's take over Crimea. And the reason why they took over Crimea at that time was because they thought this was some grand conspiracy by the West to install a pro-West and pro-NATO regime in Kyiv and then turn Ukraine into a NATO member, and then all of a sudden Russia no longer has that naval base in Sevastopol. That's why they had such a sense of urgency to do that. But they were completely wrong because they're just delusional. They were delusional in 2014. They're delusional now into thinking
you're
that
just saying they're delusional based off of what? The Council on Foreign Relations opinion? We don't fucking know.
It just so happens
what groups of Navy SEALs identify as a pro-Ukrainian group. You know what I mean?
Paranoid
relax.
And
sure, but the idea that it is
that's literally an excuse as to why.
The idea that it's delusional to think that America might involve itself in a country it's heavily involved in and bragging about being involved in is not that much of is a little bit a bridge too far. Also, I do think it's important to recognize if we're talking about Russia going into Ukraine, I mean, like, there's a lot of back and forth things here. It's complicated, right?
Yes.
We could talk about, though I don't know that it's necessarily relevant to China on the world stage. But like, yeah, we could talk about like the water canal, right? We can talk about how debts owed from 2013 meant that Ukraine got to starve people of water, right? Like, I mean, like there are a lot of back and forth justifications we can do. Ultimately, I think we all agree here that Russia's invasion was not justified, and the conversation here really is about whether or not China should be brokering a deal. What does that deal look like? What are their goals and motivations, and what does that mean for the American empire?
The reason why I
Let's
wanted
go
to
to well at your last point. Then I want to go to Erudite because she had the thing.
Sure, and I just wanted to explain the reason why I spent a little bit of time talking about this is because I think that if we can establish it as complicated as Scott put it, and establish it as well, there is like it's not just the complete just war theory that a lot of people think it is. Then I think people will be a little more open when it comes to compromise, when it comes to maybe like a ceasefire is the best idea, and if it's brokered by whoever, then less deaths, right? It's a good overall outcome.
I don't think
Erudite,
anyone thinks
please.
that it's not complicated.
I'm kind of curious. So I have a bit of a question that's going to be an aside, but I actually want to ask you, Lactoid. When we're talking about like just war theory, and again, assume that I know nothing because I probably don't. When I'm listening to you guys talk about this, and I agree that like everything that I've looked into in history of Russia and Ukraine and the relationships of what's going on right now, which goes back hundreds of years, but probably the most like last century is going to be most relevant to what we're talking about. I agree that it's not as simple. Both parties are doing propaganda like crazy. Of course they are. That is modern war, right? I guess the question is, even if, say, Crimea was maybe a legitimate or an illegitimate coup, maybe if like all these things that Ukraine did that wasn't good or bad, does that necessarily mean that it's not a just war if they're genuinely worried about their total country sovereignty? Because my understanding is like, I could grant you, say I just granted you everything of Ukraine being very naughty boys. That doesn't necessarily mean that the war that they're in right now isn't a just war.
It depends on the theory of just war. So there are some people who believe that territorial integrity is some kind of basis. I don't really see why. I kind of see territory as lines in the sand drawn up by nations, which are just arbitrary concepts. And the reason why ultimately I think I do side with Ukraine here is due to like much larger geopolitical issues of which area is going to be governed the best, which area is going to be governed in the most liberty-centric, individual rights perspective possible. And I think that in of itself is what grants justification for a just war. The reason why the US was justified in leaving the British crown was because monarchy fucking sucks. It's not a pro-liberty, pro-individualist perspective, and so we get to fucking leave. The reason why the Confederates were not justified in leaving the US is because they wanted to own people. And so that is not a individualistic, liberty-based focus, so they don't get to leave. Right? We apply this very inconsistently if we look at territorial integrity as a concept, but when we look at it directly from the people there, are their lives better? Are their lives more free? If yes, then justified. If not, then not.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's not just war theory. That is your justification for when war is just.
Right. And the ultimate question for you, Jay Chow, would be what is the difference between the Revolutionary War and the Civil War?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just
Okay.
going to clarify on what actual just war theory is and how
so-
are we going to implement that into like the context that is Russia and Ukraine.
I want.
Russia has no justification under just war theory to invade Ukraine, but Ukraine does have just war justification in fighting against it because it is being invaded. So that's how we implement that.
I wanna, because I feel like Erudite wasn't done. And also, Aiko, like, with what Lactoid said, I feel like you must have a response, considering what you talked about borders not moving. So
Yes.
if you have something, okay, great. So let's go to Erudite, and then Aiko later on.
Sure. Okay. So mine is going to be a derail. So I don't know if you want Aiko to come in before me because I want to ask actually about like the practical stuff, which is what we kind of like moved away from once we got into this just war stuff. Because Chow was talking about like how do we practically solve this? Because there are irreconcilable interests. Everything I can gain from this looks pretty irreconcilable, right? I don't know how we have a solution, and so that's not a satisfactory answer, right? Just having war now for the next 14 years isn't really a good answer to the situation. I'm curious what you guys think about the likelihood of, so for example, civil war and unrest occurring within Russia itself, and for example, like a major like leadership overhaul, like an assassination on like
Low.
maybe Putin himself. I think the assassination is low. Do you think there's any chance of like actual like civil schism that would
Low.
usurp the authority?
I think it's
It's-
extremely
although-
low.
Yeah, because like Putin's hold on his people, like within the government, is like really tight and strong. Like they either are loyalist, or if they like step aside, then they mysteriously die by like suicide, or like they fall down the stairs somehow.
If you protest
then-
in
Well,
Russia,
I want to
like, if
cut
you
in just
protest in Russia
specifically
by
because it's about
yourself,
China.
if you
That's-
protest in
Oh my
Russia
God,
by
we're-
yourself, yeah.
What
Well,
did you both
you wanted to
interrupt?
cut
Let's
in
go.
and I cut in.
What
Right?
is
I was
going
just saying.
on?
I was just trying to say a quick point. If you
Don't worry,
protest
Iko.
to back up Jay Chow, like if you protest in Russia as an individual, the cops will bring a person dressed as a protester, so that you're now in a protest group, so that they can beat the shit out of you and arrest you. Right? Like he has a stranglehold on his people. I was just
Yeah,
trying to support
so,
you. Sorry for interrupting.
It's okay. And like on top of that, like a lot of people may point to Russia's military incapabilities in Ukraine as like, oh my god, they're falling apart. But Russia has like a really strong and competent internal security in order to quell down any sort of resistance. And a lot of the protests that we have been seeing from Russia, one, they're very little, because people are just leaving if they disagree with the war. But also like that's isolated towards cities and like urbanites. Whereas most of the population of Russia do like Putin because he is a strong man, and they also rely on Moscow for funds and subsidies. I think over time, though, there is a thought that like as the sanctions grow stronger and stronger, affecting Russia, then maybe it's going to affect those groups of people. But for the most part, the idea of there being a popular protest, an unrest, or even like an internal government coup, a military coup as well, is very, very low.
So I want to get Nina. You want to jump in quickly? I do want to get to Aiko because I know you must have something very interesting to say. Go ahead, Nina.
I think one thing that we're kind of forgetting here is like that China's has a lot of their fingers and a lot of like connections within the Russian government. They specifically have focused on getting people around Putin more interested in their agenda, and like they're probably more influential if we're talking about a regime change type thing, where it's not like Putin has a stranglehold on everybody. They have, again, as I was saying earlier, kind of like using the same phrase, like an off ramp in a way, where the Chinese would be a little bit more sympathetic to maybe somebody else if they want to like get up there. You know what I mean? Like that's something that we already know, and I think that's something that we're not taking into consideration. Go ahead.
I actually
Aiko.
disagree with every part of that.
Oh my god, that is insane.
Okay, I
Okay.
do want to get Aiko. Then you guys can.
I don't know
respond
why.
to that.
Okay, so I just was, I just wanted to respond to what Lactoid said about the UN like polling in Ukraine, and
Yes.
this was a series of like polling from 2009 to 2011, and it consisted of a sample size of 1,200 people out of a population of 2 million.
Wait. Are you looking at
If
just
you-
the table, or are you looking at all the following polls that came in the paragraph after on the Wikipedia?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I looked at it's. I mean, yeah, there's been multiple polls, and this is a sample size of 1,200 people. If you want, now I do agree. I think UN like data is very relevant here, but the more relevant data I think would be the referendum from 1991, where everybody could vote. This wasn't just like a slice, which was I think 1,200 is 0.06% of the population. I mean, I don't know that you could do anything political based on something like that. But they had a choice as to whether or not to join Ukraine when everything split off or to stay with Russia. And Crimea voted 92.3% of Crimea chose to join Ukraine in 1991. That's the last legitimate referendum that we have on this. Now, you know, if there needs to be another vote to determine like what that number would be today, I'd be very interested in the results of that, because there's been a lot of ethnic cleansing since then, and there have been a lot of people sort of pushed out of Crimea. I would want to know that they were able to return to their homes and have an opportunity to vote before I would allow us looking at another like set of data again on that. And you'll never know like what it would be like if there hadn't been like the purging of the Tatars, you know, under the Soviet Union, and all these other like horrific events that have happened since then, the Holodomor, everything.
But I was
The
on a
time-
bottle in 1991, and I'm old as far as Twitch is concerned.
And this, oh, by the way, so Yeah, this leaves out like a ton. First of all, the Tatar. I mean, we're talking like way before all of this. The Ukrainians never had a solid presence in Crimea. It was the Tatars and the Russians came in, ethnically cleansed
Yeah,
them,
I agree.
and
Crimea
replaced some,
is
and replaced some
should
with
be its own
Russians.
thing, right? It should just be
Right.
handed
Well,
back to
but
the Tatars at this
right.
point.
But here's
But
so real quick though. This is the important part because in 1991 there was that vote. Now Crimea was part of Ukraine at the time because they had been ever since Khrushchev back in I think 1954 transferred it from Russia over to Ukraine. So it wasn't like staying with Russia, moving to Ukraine. It was more
right,
about,
it was a Russia thing.
it was more about keeping the status quo. Now the important thing is in 1992 they declared independence, and the government of Ukraine went to them and said, "No, you cannot do that." So instead, what they did is a referendum on complete autonomy, and they have their own government, right? And that referendum overwhelmingly passed. Overwhelmingly, they wanted to be autonomous within Ukraine. They didn't want to have the government in Kiev ruling over them. And the referendum won. And then in response, Ukraine, the government there dissolved the new autonomous government created in Crimea, moved in and reincorporated it back as a part of the
well, yeah,
national
of course,
government.
because Ukraine was essentially run by Russia at that time. Like they haven't had their own they've been basically Russian puppets until 2014. So of course that's what
because
they
they're
would do.
like
Yeah,
94%.
that makes perfect sense that they did
Yeah,
that.
because they're like almost 90% Russian. That's, I mean, obviously, right?
No, they're not. They're not. I've looked at the numbers on this.
It's over
It is
60.
majority ethnic Russians right now, but it's about 60%. I can send you that data.
So,
But
hold on,
hold
hold
on. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is goes beyond that, because every time people try to look at history is decide, okay, where should we redraw borders now based on some period of history that I have that I prefer over some other period of history. That essentially puts us back to the way that the world has lived, like pretty much since the dawn of man. Borders constantly moving, the movement of those borders, like raising tensions and causing people to fight each other. Now we're in the middle of war now anyway, so to say that we should just move it back and then not even think about it right now might not be super realistic. However, any opportunity that you have to stop a border from moving, we should take, because we live under something called the International Rules-Based Order. And one of the things that we have been fairly consistent on over the last 80 years, like since the end of World War II, is that we tend to not allow borders to move. That's not to say that there hasn't been exceptions to that. It doesn't mean to say that we've been perfect in doing that. But every time we allow borders to move, it becomes a precedent for other borders somewhere else to move as well. And that's one thing that I don't think we can risk. So if during all of the negotiations for peace here, I guarantee you, by the way, Russia does not want to go to Crimea being an autonomous region of Ukraine. Like, that's not something at all that Russia wants. But if you want to do that because that's what they voted on in 1992, like that would be an acceptable. I think Ukraine would consider that to be acceptable.
So,
I don't think they would want them. I don't think Russia wants it to be autonomous under them or even autonomous under Russia. I think they just want to annex.
Lactoid, you can respond.
do you remember when?
Sorry. We'll go Lactoid. So you can respond. Then we'll go to Ty and J Chow.
Yeah, I'm not basing this off of the fact that there's a certain amount of like historical elements there, right? Sure, I want to correct myself, by the way. It was in 2001 about 60%. Now it's about 67%. All the other ethnic groups make up under 15% or around 50% or under.
If I can help you real quick, I promise. Where you might be getting the confusion is there's a difference in the polls between when someone says they're ethnically Russian, and then there's a much larger percentage of people that say that their native language is Russian.
That could be it too, right? It could be that percentage speaks Russian, right? And when you look at
so does Zelensky.
And when you look at the polling, pretty consistently.
Well, but it's not a native language, right? Like their primary language.
No, Zelensky is an ethnic Russian. Like Russian is his first language.
Okay. But
okay. So
nevertheless, I was just trying to help with the confusion.
And when you look, and again, when you look at like the percentages of the polling done, and you can say the sample size of the UN poll was wrong. Every poll uses sample sizes. That's how it works. Crimea, since 1991, has consistently moved to be either independent or completely autonomous or part of Russia. And most of the polling since 2011 has been they wanted to leave Ukraine specifically and join Russia. It's not based on like any kind of historical ethnic claim that there is to land. I fully disagree with ethno-states, and I think the blood and soil concept's ridiculous. We can get into like some Native American reservations. I think that'd be interesting discussion later. But when it comes specifically to this, I'm talking about you have a group of people in an area that live there and have lived there for decades, and they have specifically voted for a candidate that was unconstitutionally removed. That's the point that matters. You have, and they don't want to be there anymore. And so the question is, and there is some UN precedent for this as well, right? Every person in the world, ideally,
their media was shut down too.
Yes, every person in the world ideally has a right to self-determination, and that means that yes, according to the UN, that's true, and that means if you vote, you must have some kind of right to like vote in your party or your people, and if the person you voted in gets unconstitutionally removed, in some cases, that's a right to leave the country.
We gotta go to Ty next, because Ty's been waiting patiently, like the rest of the people. Jay, Chow, Corey, and Nina.
I don't care about democracy though. So
I was about to have an aneurysm there. All right, so one of the things that I largely do agree with ICAO on, or Rich, but I'm not 100% with, is that the rules-based order that we have largely is borders can't move except if you vote on it. One of the big things that was one of the big reasons we didn't jump whenever the Russians walked into Crimea is because we believe that their people wanted to, or wanted to be part of Russia, which is one of the many reasons why we didn't jump at it. The problem with Crimea, in a nutshell, is that geographically speaking, it makes sense to be part of Ukraine, but demographically speaking, it makes sense to be part of Russia. Russia and the Russian people tend to be incredibly hierarchical within their structure, and they do believe in ethnostates to a large degree. When it comes to what we're talking about with the geography, Crimea is a peninsula which has no fresh water. It gets all of its fresh water from a place called Kherson and a little dike that runs all the way down through the canal. Long story short here is that you can't live there without Ukraine. And that's why there's a big kind of push to where both sides want a vested interest within Ukraine. Not only is it strategically important, but no one can live there without actually having everyone in agreement.
Jay Chow?
Yeah, so there's a number of problems with like the polls and referendums on like for Crimea leaving Ukraine and joining Russia. But the one after 2014 is that like one problem is that there were only two options. One was be autonomous and the other was join Russia. There was no option of like rejoining Ukraine. There was also a group of people who like did not participate in that referendum because they just like didn't want to. They were protesting.
Or they didn't live there anymore.
No, they were living there, and they just like
no, I mean like
protested.
There's also people that fled, right? Like that, like may have been or wanted to live there or had property there, family there, but got the fuck out.
Yeah, true. And Rich said previously that like there's been decades, even centuries of ethnic cleansing that has distorted the population in Crimea, and the numbers were also faked as well, because on the Russian website, they accidentally leaked the actual numbers to that referendum, and it did not match like what they actually wanted it. So I think there's a lot of problems with that referendum, but even putting that aside, we're also assuming that like referendums are a legitimate way of deciding like who gets what territory, and I largely disagree with that. And I think Rich said a lot of these points is that if we really gave self-determination, that kind of self-determination to everybody, the world will be in chaos. Nobody would be respecting borders. Everybody would want
maybe anarchy.
In their own state.
Not
Everybody
when your
would want to be
leader.
there's like this is largely what happened after World War II.
Some people don't want to live under these
consensus,
governments.
The world agreed that it is much more worth to stick with the same borders, maybe change it here a little bit here, and just like kind of hope for the best, because we don't want like a bunch of tribal people to all of a sudden want to have their own territory and their own government, like what's happening in Libya for a while now. So like, yeah, there was a great speech made by one ambassador who said a lot of these points, and I forget what country he was from, but like that's why self-determination, in the respect of like, hey, let's self-determine our own government, that's not good. But self-determination in the sense of, hey, let's have like a democratic agency over what our government looks like, then yes, that's base self-determination.
What are your thoughts on
Ty,
that?
I'll let you have a quick response to that. Then we're gonna move to Corey and Nina.
Yeah, so like Jay Chow, I love you, but I do have to actually disagree with you on this one.
I hate you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well,
The Western world says we don't like borders to move. That's not true. And in fact, we do it a lot. Whether it was German reunification, whether it's the independence of Kosovo, is that we will happily carve out a new border, or basically liberate a given people if we find it within our interest. Or what tends to be the case is that we actually believe in ethnocentrism, is that we actually say Kosovo is part of the Albanians, and they shouldn't be subjected to Serbian rule, and we're actually going to let them go their own way. If anything, to me, it's the microization of different ethnic groups who don't want to be a part of some greater whole. Is kind of the reality. That's why we didn't have a problem with Ukraine being independent from the Soviet Union. That's one of the reasons why we actually support Russian separatist movements, but don't tell anybody that. Yeah, we actually want to see other empires go to shit and anyone else's like large scale authority just be diminished because it's easier to rule.
yeah, but I just see that as a matter of convenience and having that be just like a band-aid of over a larger problem of, hey, let's just like carve out this territory and give it to this group of people in order to solve this conflict. Like that in history
You're
doesn't
saying
really have a
that
good
it's a
track
difference
record.
between exceptions and like that being the rule, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So like for the large part in the rules-based order, yeah, borders don't change. We respect each other's territorial sovereignty and integrity. In like really bad cases such as the Sudanese civil war, then we will make some exceptions because we're just like, okay, there has to be some sort of a solution to this in order to end things. So maybe there could be a solution to the Russia-Ukraine war that has something to do with changing territory. But again, we have to go back to, well, what are the interests of both Russia and Ukraine? And they're irreconcilable. Ukraine has no interest in letting any of its given territory to go to Russia, and Russia is butthurt over wanting to keep Donbass as well as its annexed territory. That also includes Crimea.
Oh, I think they
Let's
want the
go
whole
to
country. Sorry.
Corey. No problem, no problem. Corey, then Nina.
Yeah. Well, I'm also going to slightly disagree with Jay Chow. So, as a Quebecer, a real Canadian, I have to defend referendums. Since Quebec had a referendum in '95, remember correctly, where we narrowly, chose. Or like 50.5% of the population chose to stay within Canada, and I think there's somebody said for referendums. But I just want to briefly touch upon what Lactoid spoke about earlier, or alluded to in terms of you are correct, Lacto, that's how polling works. So just a small sample that might represent a larger sample. But I don't, as far as I know, you don't rely on polling data to establish whatever autonomy or sovereignty, or that's where the referendum comes to play, and where it's with enough select polling, like in Quebec, you can maybe establish a justification for Quebec autonomy, but we didn't do that, and we had a referendum. So I don't think citing polling data as a justification
Dog,
is appropriate.
that's a weird critique, man. There's a war going on. We can't do a fucking vote right now. He's just talking about
No,
understanding what the population feels, right? I don't think he's saying the polling alone is what should be used for this. I think he's just pointing to the fact that these people very well may have felt a certain way.
So
I'm not disagreeing fully with that. I'm just saying I don't think it's the strongest argument to make. That's all.
I want to address the argument.
It's an actually moment.
Right. So I think this is, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, I feel like this is a little bit of cherry pick, or I think it's cherry picking. I think it's sort of inconsistency. I think it's, well, when it supports us, yes, the data is all good, but when it goes against our interests, well, polling is kind of shit. I mean, yeah, they had a referendum in 1992 that they overwhelmingly voted one way, and the Ukrainian government came in and threw it all away. But that was 1992. That was a long time ago. But then 1991 was even longer ago. The reality is, according not only to the UN, but also according to the Kiev Institute, International Institute of Sociology, according to Germany's largest pollster, GfK, according to Gallup, according to the Washington, D.C. Pew Research, according to every single poll, and there's been so many done, according to all of them, consistently, incredibly large majorities of people have voted, we don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. And large majorities of people have also voted to specifically leave Ukraine and join Russia. And if you can you have to contend with that. The reality here is, and I bite the bullet on this, I'm not democracy means all, the end here, right? We get to sometimes dictate what people do. And in this case, yeah, I don't think that people, because it doesn't serve Western interests, I don't think these areas should be able to democratically leave. But if it was up to democracy, which all of you supposedly care to or pretend to care about, then they would not be part of Ukraine, right?
Okay,
if you
like,
care about
Well, no,
democracy,
it's
they
not-
would not be part of Ukraine.
Democracy in its
Wait,
purest
can I
form
ask a
is really
question
cringe.
here though? Can
It's
I ask
not
you a
about
question,
the.
Lactoid?
Democracy
Alright.
sucks. Go ahead.
It's your turn any which way. So yeah, and then we can go to Aiko.
If, let's say, what are you saying that the numbers were for the people that wanted to join Russia?
I mean, according to like which poll? So according to
Just whichever one.
So
That's not my main question. I'm
March
just-
March 12th to 14th, Germany's largest pollster, GfK, 70.6% of Koreans intended to vote for joining Russia. 10%,
Okay.
10.8% restoring the
So
1992
if Quebec, 70% of them wanted to join America, do you think America is then okay with invading that country?
This was literally the
Or
UN case.
province.
The UN case was literally.
You're not answering my question.
I'm going to directly answer because the UN case was on
Okay.
Quebec, right? And the argument that the UN put forward as to why Quebec couldn't, that Canada would be justified in preventing them from leaving the country completely.
No, we're not talking about that. We're
was
talking about
because-
another nation.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Let him finish.
So the
Okay,
reason
okay.
why they weren't justified in leaving Canada, whether it be to be independent, whether it be to join America, whether it be to join any other fucking country, the reason like the tribunal said that they couldn't do that was because people in Quebec had democratic rights and their vote for president mattered just as much as anybody else, and they were not discriminated against for being Quebec.
Prime Minister.
That was Prime Minister. Sorry, that was the reason given by the tribunal. Now, Ukraine is different because the president that all these areas voted for got removed unconstitutionally. It would be like if we unconstitutionally removed Biden and then Californians were like, well, fuck, we don't want to be part of America anymore. We're going to put Trump back unconstitutionally. And then we say, no, fuck you. That is the actual comparison. Now you could say, well, I still don't think California.
Yeah, that would be fucked if California decided to do that. What do you mean?
After the invasion, that happened after Russia, who were already there, decided to occupy Crimea, and then the referendum happened.
Euromaidan.
Look,
Yeah,
Euromaidan
Russia was
happened
in
first.
Crimea before Euromaidan.
Hold on.
Lactoid, the
I
problem
don't
is
think
that
so. I think Euromaidan actually happened first.
the problem is
No,
I can
okay,
stack.
okay.
Wait,
So like
guy-
Russia had leased the
Am I just
the naval
really
base. Like,
quiet?
the Russians
Like,
were
or do I
in
need to be
Crimea
Yes, you are
already.
You are kind of quiet.
You are
Okay,
kind of
well,
quiet.
Let me
Ivy,
see if
turn
I
it
can
way up.
fix that.
Go ahead, Jicha, finish your point. I do want to get Taiko, who's there and kind and.
I'm quiet,
waiting
and now
patiently.
people tell me.
No, not you. Oh, that was
No,
Ty.
it's Tiberius.
Tiberius was trying to talk.
Go ahead, J-Chow, finish whatever point you were making, and then I want to go Aiko.
Okay, yeah. So then, like, it's still illegitimate for Russia to invade Crimea, or even for Crimea to go to Russia, because Euromaidan happened, and then Russia was like, okay, let's take Crimea like instantly, which they did, and then the referendum happened while it was being occupied, and they were the ones who administered the referendum. So like, obviously, even if you were to compare this to Quebec, that's just a false comparison. The UN definitely would not see them as the same.
But what if
Let's
China
hunt.
came in and brokered a deal?
Yeah, what if
here
they
with-
did the
with
referendum in
Quebec,
Crimea? What if
right?
they
Since
oversaw
that's what
it?
the fucking topic is about. I'm just curious.
Just
What if
for
then
reference-
China came in to broker that deal?
Euromaidan
what if?
protests happened in 2013, and
Yeah.
they
Well,
annexed in 2014.
Listen,
Aiko.
That's what I
Lactoid
thought.
like keeps bringing up the it's a UN poll. I mean, I think obviously if anyone was going to like administer a referendum or oversee the administration of a referendum, it would have to be the United Nations. And also, I'm for a compromise here. If you want the 1,200 people who voted in that poll to be able to go to Russia, like I'm fine with that. That's a solution that I would support. But really, the bigger question is if we do a referendum in the future, and I think that's what it would have to take. If we were going to say that Crimea like legitimately like is going to have its official borders, like internationally recognized borders, moved, and you're going to have a referendum, then we're going to have to decide who gets to vote, right? So if I
Check
own
one,
a
two, check
house
one,
in
two.
Crimea because my family's gone back there for generations, and then I had to flee because the Russians invaded, and the Russians took my house and gave it to a Russian that they imported into Crimea, does that person get to vote in the referendum, or does the person who owns the house, who's been ejected from their house for the last decade or so, do they get to do they get to vote in that referendum? Like, I think that matters.
This
And
is just
also,
infinite
like,
Yeah,
skepticism.
Mr. Property
This
Rights.
is the ultimate skeptic, right? Like we will never believe the polls when they go against what we want to say. But if they said the opposite,
I'm saying let's do it. I'm saying let's do it. First of
No,
all,
you
the
said take the 1200
1992
people that
referendum that you
voted.
keep referring to, I'm okay with that too. Let's give them
That's
autonomy within Crimea.
ridiculous.
That's
Well,
fine.
what would be the line of credulity? That's what Lactoid's asking. And I think like I think having some again, in my limited understanding of these things and in like a lot of Ukrainian friends that I've talked to as well, I think there is reasons to be somewhat skeptical of polls that are coming out of this location specifically because of the the complex ethnic like relations of who is moving. Like it's such a transactional space of who's living there and moving in and out and what the origin and history of who these people actually are. So I think that it's like valid to say like there's reason to be skeptical of some of these polls. But I think Ikel, the question is, what is the line of credulity? What would be required for you to go, yeah, these are good polls of the population?
Yeah, I would say that they would have to go to the same process that we saw during German reunification, that we saw when there have been other like major votes like this, where we know that everyone who should have a right to vote like gets the opportunity to vote, and then this is the sort of thing that can't just be made to happen over and over and over and over again. We have to know that the people who own who have the right to live there, even if they're not there now because they were pushed out, had an opportunity to vote. And I absolutely think that it's possible that people could vote to go into Russia in such a situation. My guess is if they had an opportunity in a free and fair election, they would probably go more for autonomy than they would be for being subservient to either state. And if that happens, then there would have to be some way of making sure that the rights of the people that are living there now to do that are respected. But at the end of the day, this is a decision for Ukraine as a country to make, right? It's not necessarily going to be a decision for the West. It's not a decision for China. It's not a decision for Russia. But the UN is going to have to be instrumental in determining what the will of the people is there. But I think the big roadblock to all of this is Russia and China themselves. They don't want a UN they don't want a process like this to occur. They want to take the referendum from 2014 and make that their sole justification. And I just don't think anybody can really if there's a line of credulity, it's on the other side of that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
Can I
my
give a-
takeaway
can
from
I-
this whole conversation.
Can I give a quick timeline just so we can have the established dates here? So the Euromaidan protests happened from November 21st to 2013 to 22nd of February 2014. The annexation of Crimea began on February 20th, so 2 days before the Euromaidan protests technically ended, until March of 2014. These referendums that happened, where it was like 96% wanted to join Russia or whatever, that happened on March 16th. That means that the annexation was already popping off at that point.
Yeah, that was my
Yeah.
point. That's why it's like completely illegitimate.
Right.
I haven't
Just wanted
defended.
to-
I have not
So what was I
defended the
going to say? Like-
2014 referendum one time. I just want to make that very clear.
Okay, so like my main takeaway from this conversation about referendums is that it is not the solution to this problem. I think Rich is right on this point in that like what is going to be the main determinant of ending this conflict is not going to be the people, like the residents, making a vote on who they belong to, but rather what is the will of Russia as well as the will of Ukraine. How are those going to clash? And it's going to be either determined by force or it's going to be determined by some sort of a political settlement, which I think is what's going to do. If China were to actually, in good faith, follow its peace plan, and respect its first point, which is respecting the sovereignty of all countries, then it ought to, I think, it ought to say that Crimea goes back to Ukraine. Now, if they want to play some sort of a logic game of, oh, well, now, like, look at this referendum and talk about self-determination and look at this time and whatnot, then we know that, like, they are not so focused on preserving sovereign integrity, on territorial integrity.
How much of a like nothing burger do we think that these like peace talks between like China and all these things? Because like as far as like their first tact of like respecting sovereignty of all countries, it's not like China themselves have like a super good like history of like respecting sovereignty and things like that. So like
Well,
how
like
much of
nothing
like
in
a
one way though.
so yeah, but like how much of a nothing, because like a lot of times like it feels like China and these countries are doing a lot of big political moves to like make waves, and it like mostly ends up being like large nothing burgers that nobody cares about. Like how much do we think that China is likely to engage in good faith with these peace talks? I'd be curious what you guys think.
0.
Yeah, I mean, let's just ask them. We'll have a referendum in Crimea,
No
if they'll
referendum.
have referendums in Tibet and Hong Kong.
Wow.
Look,
Shots fired.
mean,
I will take
so
that. Let's do it.
True.
right, the original topic, right, is dealing with kind of China being this negotiator and doing other things, right? Tiberius D and I both mentioned the recent deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and the fact that more people on the globe are seeing them as not necessarily an unbiased or neutral kind of negotiating partner, but as someone that, hey, at least they're not the West, because the West is so severely biased in this direction. And so I think the real key here is not whether or not China will be able to broker peace. I don't really see that being a thing so much as what I think this is China's ability. And Xi like has to like, he's on his 3rd term, right? And this is like not normal, right? And so
He's
I
emperor
think
now.
he has to,
yeah.
right? He
Let's
has
be
to
real
he has to
here.
establish his Belt and Roads Initiative, right? Which I don't remember. Jay Chow, you probably remember the original name of it. But regard Silk Road Initiative, I think, or something, or Silk
Yeah.
Road Policy, I think is what it was called, right? He has to establish himself as legitimate, right? He has to keep proving to everyone around him that like it's good that he's there and that he's doing great things, and nobody should want to get rid of Xi. And at the same time, being able to come out for peace puts him in direct opposition to the West that is coming out very pro-war. Now,
No.
the centrists and the leftists and the left-wing people, and maybe a lot of like, people that might identify as liberal, right? They don't see it that way. But if you were to look at the right, and especially if you were to look at like other countries, when Biden is, giving a speech at Poland, when NATO chiefs are saying like, Ukraine will be in NATO and things like that, I think a lot of people do see the West's position as a pro-war position, that they want this fight. I see it
NATO
that
is a
way.
defensive alliance, right?
I'm just gonna keep
Right.
talking.
Did you know
Like,
that?
I
that's
mean, do you?
cool.
Do you know that? Do you know that they couldn't join NATO if they're occupying Crimea? Like basically by the rules of NATO, they already couldn't join.
What does that have to do with what I said?
It doesn't change the fact that like NATO trying to like establish connections with Ukraine, which is like large
They
reasons
can't
why
by their own like
you're
metric.
not
Like they
listening to me.
can.
You're not listening to me. The reason why
Okay.
it's like kind of not
Sure.
related to what Scott is saying is because Scott is talking about how like the NATO relationship itself with Ukraine, and NATO basically kind of like pissing on Ukraine by like pissing all over, being like, this is ours, by saying things like they're going to join NATO, is in many ways escalating the tensions between these
But they
countries,
couldn't.
not de-escalating it.
No, they can.
No,
we
they literally no, they literally no.
I promise you we
NATO
can.
no. The NATO. What do you mean we? That we already in it. But the NATO like
Okay,
I don't
stop.
know the exact term
Do you
for
think it
it.
is more de-escalatory to say NATO is not, Ukraine is going to join Ukraine, or
They
NATO to say,
couldn't by their
"Who-
own
hold
like
on, stop, you're not answering. You're not answering I don't care. Let's wave. I'm going to wave a wand, and now
Okay.
we're in hypothetical land, and we're in the land of Narnia.
Okay,
and
so
there's
nothing
10
matters.
countries.
Got it.
But we have 2 countries called Ukraine and Russia. Do you think that Russia would feel like it's escalatory if NATO, this alliance, was saying that Ukraine is going to join them? Or do you think they would feel de-escalated by it, regardless of whether they could literally join?
It's a defensive alliance, so there's no really reason for that. Unless they only had intentions to try and take it back or type of thing.
Do you
You
think
know?
it would be
Okay.
I'll just ask my
I
question
think-
again. Do you think it would be escalatory or de-escalatory? These statements,
What exactly?
the statements that NATO made about Ukraine. Do you think that would be escalatory
Which were
or
what?
de-escalatory? That they were going to, what did you say? The NATO chiefs were
Just
saying things
join?
like Ukraine will be joining NATO. Do you think that's
I think
escalatory or
it's pretty
de-escalatory?
neutral, to be honest.
Well, since
It's a
it's
defensive
neutral, I'll just
alliance.
finish what
What
I
does
was
it matter?
saying.
All right. Wait,
Since
I
it's
want
neutral.
to get my piece in.
And all I'm trying to say is that, like, look, I think a Pyrrhic victory here for China is a bigger deal than we're willing than necessarily whether or not they're going to engage in good faith and actually broker a peace deal. Like, China
can't-
stepping in and what's that?
I was going to literally ask, how can they? Like, China doesn't have a card to play here outside of letting the Russians bleed themselves in this theater. Like, China actually has a vetted interest in letting the Russians die horribly or winning. It literally, they are in the Russian camp at this point.
Or them stopping.
Right, but
I don't be
again,
really happy if Russia that just stopped.
Well, no, no, no.
Well,
I'm
that
saying
doesn't
from
go
the
against what
Chinese
I'm saying, right?
perspective,
Like-
that's what they like. It doesn't make sense for them to broker peace. That's where I'm getting at. I don't believe they're remotely good faith in this particular conversation. There's
right,
no
but
reason for them to
this is
actually
the
be.
second.
Yeah.
This is the second relevant thing from what I'm saying is like what I'm saying is we're focusing on whether or not China can broker the deal as opposed to the respect that they get from a lot of other countries. That's why when in my opening statement I was talking about the petrodollar and Saudi Arabia and things like that. When people start to legitimize them as someone that is even able to be able to have these discussions, it really does signal a change in kind of in geopolitics.
So I'll tag the second part there first. This is the part that does concern me: is that the United States has largely let China go unabashed for the last 2 decades, and for some reason we just let them do it. And now it really seems to be they're building an anti-Western authoritarians are us kind of league right now. The fact that they've actually gotten the Iranians and the Saudis to not
BRICS?
only get to the table, but to actually BRICS was kind of a joke, to be honest, and it was more of a Russian
Well,
and
it's an
Indian kind of
economic
project.
thing.
Yeah.
Morgan Stanley, right?
I'll get to that at a later point. The long and the short here is that one, I don't think China has a vested interest. Two, or in peace. Two, if there's anyone who's going to actually broker a peace deal, it's going to be the Turks. And then three is I forgot my point. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
Why do you think it would be the Turks?
The Turks actually seem to
Question.
have the best relationship with both parties involved. They are the ones that actually brokered the grain deal last year so that both countries could export. And while there was some problems with that, it was largely the Russians who would take the shots. And again, Russians' bad faith. But the Turks actually seem to be respected by all parties here. And it's largely because even though they're a NATO member, they're not really seen as NATO friendly, even by NATO
Yeah.
countries. Seriously, before the war, there was a popular opinion among people within the field to kick out the Turks from NATO because they weren't going to honor any kind of deal that we actually had with them. And I stand by that. The Turks have been really good at playing the Russians and the Americans off each other.
I think they just re-upped
But
that
they're
deal you were talking
untouchable
about
because
with
they
grain
control
deal.
the Bosphorus,
They're
and you
untouchable.
absolutely
Was-
need them. Like you can't, you just have to play ball with them because there's no access to the Black Sea is everything in this war.
Yep.
And if
I don't disagree, and that's why the Turks are one of the major reasons why the Turks are so important here is that Ukraine doesn't exist as an economic entity without the Turks allowing them to, and that's a bit of a shocker. But I mean, if you can't export to the wider world, the only people you can trade with as Ukraine is Georgia, Romania, and Bulgaria, and that's it.
Yeah.
I
And
went
whatever else they do,
Moldova.
and they've done a lot of shitty stuff. Like the very fact
And
that,
Poland.
at least with regards to the Bosphorus, they've been siding with Ukraine. Ukraine can go through that thing, and Russian military cannot. So the fact that
That's not real.
that Ukraine shot down or sunk the flagship in that navy, and they can't reinforce their navy because Turkey won't let anyone get through the Bosphorus, like that just means a whole lot. That sort of outweighs almost everything else that Turkey's doing. With
For the
regards to this
record,
war.
that's not super new, though. The Turks have always played very hands off with letting the Russians go through the Bosphorus in military craft.
So
right.
I
And we need
wanted
that to continue to be the case.
I wanted to ask, in terms of like a deal, like, do you think something like this would be likely? That Crimea becomes an autonomous zone that is like guarded by the UN. Like we have UN troops stationed there, like peacekeeping troops, and the
Oh God,
the
no.
port.
Please
the
don't.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. You guys can debate. Yeah. So, but the UN troop station there, and then that port is like either Russian controlled or Russian Russia friendly. Like they are allowed to use that particular port, which is what they truly want. Yeah, what do you guys think if that's a possibility?
Okay, so there's actually something that we could refer to that's kind of close to what you're talking about. A couple of months ago, there was a report that the West had actually sent a peace deal to Russia, which outlined that Crimea would go back to Ukraine, but it would be demilitarized, and the Donbass would also go back to Ukraine. It's like, okay, Russia, go back. Ukraine did not accept that. It was largely, if reported correctly, something that the West had sent to Russia. Russia actually liked that because they're like, we want out, but Ukraine was like, no, Crimea is actually ours. So you would have to reckon with Ukrainian agency for any of that to happen, which is also, you have to reckon with Russian agency, because like even though Crimea is like a big tug and war kind of a thing between Russia and Ukraine, we can't forget about Russia's main goal of this whole thing, which is trying to get Ukraine back into its sphere of influence. And just like making like some sort of a negotiation, referendum or whatnot, UN involved with Crimea is not going to stop Russia's aspirations of well, yeah, just like taking Ukraine back into their sphere of influence. They don't like the direction where Ukraine is going. It's going closer to the EU, it's going closer to the West, going closer to NATO. This is, for a number of reasons, just bad for Russia geopolitically. And like that's the main point, in my opinion, as to
So
why
even
they
if that,
invaded in the first place.
so even if that was the main point, and like I don't know, like I've had a million conversations as to like, oh, in Thai, I will hear how to say. I've had a million conversations as to like why exactly Putin had invaded, right? And I can't say that I definitely know the answer. I don't know exactly what was in this guy's head, but even if that was the case, right? That was before the war, before like the embarrassing losses, before the West showed that Ukraine proper wasn't going to be like Crimea, and they flooded it with weapons, right? So, could it be the case that now, after all that, in the prospect of more fighting and more embarrassment, that they would be more open to that kind of deal or something else? Like but like you said, like they were open previously.
Well, if Ukraine were to just like kick Russia out, including Crimea, then Ukraine has no reason to accept that deal. And
Well, no,
what Russia's
yeah,
probably going to do is, okay, we'll just go back to our activities pre-war, which was hybrid warfare.
yeah. I'm saying, sorry. Let's go to this. Well, let me just go
Ty
to
wanted to
Ty.
speak.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I do. And to kind of reply to where Prime was wanting to go. Number one, the sticking point right now is Ukraine or is Crimea. Ukrainians are kind of just doing this national pride thing where, yeah, it's Crimea or bust. And while I respect that, I don't know if that's the smart move to play on their part, but that's just going to be down to what they want to pick. The second part is that I don't believe Russia's going to quit whatsoever in this war, because I'm a firm belief that Ukraine was actually step 3 of 5 for them. Ukraine was never the end game for them. The fact that we're in the situation is because the Russian plan went to shit, which is not surprising because it's a Russian plan, but that's a whole other conversation.
I just wanted to add that like everything that we kind of like hypothesize about here is all based off of, the players and like what they think the consequences will be in the future, right? So how much aid we're giving these countries to continue the war, how many sanctions we have in certain areas, but also um and this is again trying to bring China into the discussion about China. The symbolic victories that China could secure can change the political will of individuals in the West, right? And it can change the way that politicians engage, right? If China gets enough positive press and there's enough positive press around like we want peace and like the West doesn't want peace, but like other countries are stepping up to the plate to try and bring about peace, even if it's never a good faith deal that they work out, even if it's purely symbolic, it can change the way, someone in the UK sitting there that was like has a Ukrainian flag in their bio, but has really high energy costs feels about the next election. And that the way they feel about that election can change the way that politicians feel about the rhetoric that they have and how much aid they're willing to give, how much support they want to give. So like this is an incredibly complex thing. So yeah, we can talk about like Crimea is a sticking point, but like what happens if the political will to continue the fight, and the funding for this war, right, starts to evaporate? If there's less money starts coming in, all of a sudden you're going to see a very different feeling about like what the sticking point is if the situation on the ground changes because of the funds and support you're getting.
I want to hit
Yeah, that
actually
was a
great
question,
point.
especially in October, because that was when all of the energy costs were supposed to like spike, which they did. But then also like the Germans were supposed to freeze in the dark, and like natural
Europe had the
gas
warmest
ports wouldn't
winter
be able
ever.
to open in time, and yeah, all of that. Like there was that ad from RT that said the Germans were going to be eating their own hamsters for Christmas. All kinds of like weird, crazy claims. But now that we're in March, like literally, like the last day of winter. Today is the last day of winter, so tomorrow is the first day of spring. So we've got a couple of hours. Actually, no, Germany's already into
Yeah,
spring.
Germany's there.
So
In
right,
the
so
future.
we're done. Like, there's no more freezing in the dark like narrative, and the cost of natural gas is like way back down, like almost to pre-war levels in Europe, and the natural gas stores in the EU are almost full, which they should they should be way more depleted at the end of winter. So that means next winter they're going to be prepared for storage entirely. So I think the narrative of energy prices like eating away at the unity of the West, I think at the very least we're like 12 to 18 months away from
I mean,
even
you
thinking
say
about
that,
that as a
you
narrative.
say that, but we just had SVB
So-
collapse, and SVB collapse didn't occur
No,
just because
let's-
tech industry.
Oh,
No,
let's not go
I'm gonna,
here.
I'm no,
God
I am
damn
gonna
it.
go here.
I have
right?
something I really want to add to
no,
your point earlier. Come on, man.
I mean, it's fine, but I'm just saying, like like we are looking at inflation, we are looking at Fed hikes trying to control this. We are looking at the fact that one of the reasons that Credit Suisse was collapsing and had to be bought out is because of the Archegos in South Korea, which was an energy finance company. Obviously, there was also fraud involved, right? But like energy prices aren't just like this like magic look at the cost right now. It like the entire dollar is based upon energy. Right. And
All
so
right.
like we do have to recognize that there are a lot of other problems than just like, oh, we're through the dark on this. Like economically, like there are a lot of other things that could occur in the
yeah,
future.
but is
Oh,
that
well,
from
now,
this
let me
war
get
from
this,
other
please.
things.
increase the
I-
support
I
for
wanna-
Ukraine?
I want to take his
Kai.
point. Yeah, all right. I want to take his last point and I want to merge it with his first point. So this is the part that concerns me about China getting onto like the world stage, right? I think everyone's kind of starting to pick their battle lines here. And I said all the way back in 2020 with the Alaska conference that the new Cold War was here, whether people realize it or not. And I think that's shaping up now. Is that this authoritarians are us league? The thing that they have in spades
I
is
love
that. Yeah, the things that they have in spades is that they are the net energy producers of the world. Whether you get Russia, the Saudis, Iran, and Venezuela, and a few others here, you've got, I believe, over 75% of the natural oil reserves and most of the natural gas reserves as well. And that's what they're kind of aiming for here, is that it's a more of an economic warfare to where, hey, how do we keep the West, in check? Because they have the economic development, they have the demand side. Just make it to where they can afford it. And this is one of the reasons why the Saudi Iran conversation scares the shit out of me, because while that is still majorly going to India and China, that is the break even point for how Europe's been able to fuel themselves. That's the deals with Bahrain, right? If China can make moves in the Middle East to where you have OPEC but with teeth, Europe's got a problem because they can't get stuff from the Russians because they boycotted them. The only places they can market with are either the Americans, which we already have high prices, or Africa, which kind of hates them because they colonized them. Yeah, this can be a disaster if the Americans and the West.
That's
doesn't
my
play their
concern
cards.
too, Tiberius.
Right.
Like I said in my opening, like we start looking at all of these symbolic victories. If that's enough to convince the Saudis to start selling fucking oil in yuan, like that's it. The dollar is no longer like secured to be the reserve currency.
I wouldn't go that far, but I do see a far more bipolar world coming forward, if not a monopole or a multipolar world. I think the Americans aren't really even interested that much in the wider world, and we've actually been kind of hemorrhaging back. But it was Ukraine that actually kind of woke us back up to, oh hey, the Russians are still a problem. I thought that was a boomer thing. Literally, that's kind of what's kind of reawoken the lion here, and we're gonna have a chat about what we want in the wider world because our political system is offline. I hate to say it, but we don't have a foreign policy because
You
it
mean
changes every 4 years.
domestically? Or just foreign
So the problem
policy?
is, in the way that I put this is that to have an active foreign policy, it can't change every time you have a new president in the administration, right? We largely agreed during the Cold War the Soviets had to be put in place. Now we had different agreements on how to do that. You know, the Democrats were more détente, Republicans were more, evil empire shit, right? But the long and the short is that we actually agreed who the bad guy was. We're not doing that right now. Like, there's a lot of folks within the populist right who are like Putin good and spouting a lot of Russian talking points. Just looking at you, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, but I still think like we still have a strong foreign policy, at least within this administration, which I mean I largely agree with.
At
them
least
because
within this
I'm,
administration.
That's
I'm a
the kicker.
Democrat. Like
Yeah.
Blinken is, I think, the goat. And
Yeah.
like we've been able to reestablish ties with our traditional allies that was largely damaged by Trump. And Biden has made an effort in connecting to the African states. There
And
was a summit a couple of months ago where he invited a number of them to
and-
Washington D.C. and like
and Trump
they had a chat.
can be in office in the next year, right? Like Trump can be reelected to office, and Trump can once again call those African countries shithole nations. So
this
I go, and then we're
yeah
gonna
this
move
so
on.
this brings me back to something Nina said like earlier in the panel that I kind of wanted to address when she said, oh well, Republicans support Russia here. And it is true that our two leading presidential candidates have been making like those kind of talking points, but the majority of Republicans like in Congress right now still support Ukraine, still oppose like Putin pretty strongly. And I don't like one populist election like might shift that. And I know that when I say the majority of people in Congress, like that doesn't include Kevin McCarthy, and I know that he's like he's a wild card there too. But so far there at least is like a sliver of hope that the parties can sort of develop some sort of unified approach when it comes to foreign policy. It just doesn't look great when it comes to the potential nominees for the party right now. But I don't think it's impossible. Like I think this can be regained.
I
think
This is ridiculous. This charge is ridiculous.
Come on,
Scott.
Nina was the one who was. I got a response, so you can respond to Nina. I'm ready to move on to the next topic.
Okay, yeah, just really quick. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think this is a conundrum for the Republicans, particularly because obviously we know a shit ton of Republicans love the military industrial complex because a lot of them are paid by them, obviously. So it's really interesting conflict that we're seeing within the party where there's like a lot of these like really hyper right wing like psychotic like MAGA or not MAGA types, but like the more QAnon types are incredibly supportive of like. I mean, that's very generalized, but of like Russia in that way. But there is a lot of the establishment, which is kind of the divide we're seeing within the Republican Party right now. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, where
Right.
it seems like there is like the psychotic like social conservatives and then like kind of like the fiscal conservatives, and those are a little bit. Oh my god, I'm so stoked on my spit. Sorry.
Neocons.
Yeah, where the Russians are coming for me, where I think that there is a weird divide where they can't really they don't know what line to necessarily hold at that point because there obviously is financial benefits to supporting war, obviously, as we all know, Lockheed Martin stuff like that is a very big presence there, but in terms of a conservative
Ted Cruz and the natural gas industry, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Dude, you've got like
As
half
well.
a right winger here. Can the half a right winger on this left wing panel say something real quick?
Oh my god, like you said many things, and we're gonna. I want to move on to.
We have like all of
the
these
next
people
segment.
talking about.
Nina, are you even done your thing?
I got ADHD's kicking in, so I'll just let it slide. It's fine.
Okay.
This ridiculous charge that everyone is saying that like the populist right is pro-Russian. Yeah, like one or two glowies show up to a protest with a Russian imperial flag, but the overwhelming
What is a
majority of the
glowy?
populist right. If you don't know, then
Can you just tell
the
me?
rule about it
instead
is
of
I can't
being
tell you.
annoying about it.
Yeah, if you don't know, I can't tell you. That's just the
How do
number
you
one
spell
rule
it?
of Glowies. Glowy, GLOWIE.
GLOWIE.
You'll figure it
Okay.
out. So the rule
Well,
is
yeah,
you
I'll
don't say
Google
it.
it.
But anyways, yeah, like one fucking
Well, you
glowy
just
shows
said
up at a
it.
protest with a Russian
The
imperial flag.
singer.
But the overwhelming majority of the populist right is isolationist. They're not pro fucking Russian. They're anti-war and they're populist, which means they're against the military industrial complex. It is the rainbow capitalist neoliberal and the like left-wing progressives that begrudgingly support them because they have the same presumed social values
Wait,
that are
leftists
supporting
support
fucking
Ukraine.
war.
Well, no,
Okay.
it's just that it's. I don't mean to say that they're
no,
tankies.
go
They're
far
just
left than not.
isolationism
all of
serves
these,
Russia in this
all
case.
of you, all like Tiberius D, Jay Chow, Nina, and
That's a good
Ike Rich
point.
all came out saying
Okay.
that like, oh, there's so many pro-Russians. No, it's not. They're isolationists. They're anti-war, and they're
All level.
anti
Yeah, that's
like
pro-Russia, bitch.
globalism.
Like, what do you
Wait,
mean?
They're
wait, wait,
against the
wait.
World
Oh my
Economic
God,
Forum.
this is
I have
They're
been
against
invoked.
like
This is
they're against like UNESCO. They're against billionaires and the
All right,
corporate
Scott.
class controlling the country.
Well, all right, Scott, you invoke me, so let me try to do this best I can. And I've tried to fix my mic for whatever people are having problems with. I can't fix it anymore. I'm literally about to blow it
It's
up.
fine. It's
All
fine.
right.
No,
all
you
right,
sound pretty
so,
loud.
okay, good. So anyway, I'll level with you on some level here. All right, are they openly pro-Russian? No, right? But they are openly isolationist, and the problem here is that these are goals that do mutually align, and that is a problem that the United States has to contend with. Now, I know you as an ANCAP do not believe in the American empire. I respect that, even though I don't agree with it. Uh, if for me, looking at it from my particular viewpoint, is that for us embodying our responsibilities of being the arsenal of democracy, I do largely support that particular institution. And where I'm concerned at is that while I get the idea of America just, basically pulling up our shit and going home, is that why is it that every time in history we go about doing that, 20 years later, we're stuck in Europe again, fighting somewhere on the plains to kick somebody's ass because they made a mess of the situation?
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
thanks all.
The CIA and
We
just-
are
just
I mean,
moving
this
like we
predates
really
the
pull
CIA.
out
on.
and we
Like
we don't
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for that. So we are moving on to our next topic. This was spirited. It was pretty good. I liked it. Guys, if you're brand new to the channel, hit that follow button. If you're brand new, like what you've seen so far, or it's frustrated you, one or the other, doesn't matter to me. Hit that follow button. Consider supporting the channel by subscribing to the channel. Helps out a ton. Twitch.tv/PrimeKai. If you're watching somewhere else, like if you appreciate this content, please be so kind as to support this content. So yeah, follow the channel and hit us up on YouTube. All right. We are going to go to the next one, and I think it's going to be a fun one. I saw an article, got me excited. All right. Topic 2. A Sikh man was denied entrance into an NBA game because he was carrying a ceremonial dagger. The dagger, called a kirpan, guessing on that one, is an article of faith and must be worn at most times. The Sikh man tried to explain this to security, but was still denied. This incident comes after a viral video of a Sikh college student being handcuffed for the same offense. The college later changed its policies to allow for kirpans. What should be the limit of religious tolerance? Should we expand what we find acceptable, especially when talking about non-Western religions, or do we already have a good balance as it stands? So this was an article about this individual, and like they have these daggers, these Sikhs individual. I never heard of this, but that's not surprising at all, really. Sikhs apparently who have like gone through this religious rite have to have like 5 religious articles on them, and one of them is this. And these are like real daggers. Like I could just Google it, KIRPAN. That's like a real freaking dagger, and they're supposed to carry them on wherever they go. So is there a limit? Right, like this thing can be considered a weapon. It's a weapon. Should we say that this is too far? Or should we try to be more understanding, right? Because maybe most Sikhs aren't criminals, so it's not a big deal in the first place. All right, so we'll start with our friend Lacto.
So, I am also not a criminal, and so I want to point out that open carry is based, and I should be allowed to bring my AK-47 wherever I go. It is my religion. However, in general, the problem of infinite religious freedom leads to some reductios that I think we can all agree are a little bit crazy, and it was addressed by the Supreme Court in the landmark case Employment Division versus Smith. In that case, a guy got fired for smoking a bunch of peyote as part of a religious ceremony, got real high and got fired. And then Oregon said, no, you don't get unemployment benefits because, hey, drug use disqualifies you from that. And then he sued, saying, well, no, it's my religion to get high off peyote. The Supreme Court made it clear neutral laws of general applicability are not unconstitutional. A secular country does not and should not provide legal privileges for specific religions. I can't claim cocaine use or ritual sacrifice as my religion and expect that to just make it legal for me when it's illegal for everybody else. It also shouldn't be protected to say, well, I can just bring my sword into class now because, hey, it's my fucking religion. I am opposed to privileges for the religious, which allowing kirpans is. Instead, we should allow all students to bring swords into the classroom in the interests of equality, because that's what we want here. I want to quickly add one quick caveat. The Supreme Court did allow for states to pass some specific exemptions for certain religious groups, only as long as there was another right at issue. And importantly, states are not required to do so, right? As long as the law is neutral and generally applicable, it's totally fine. And also this exception was complete bullshit because it was put in place just to protect the Amish. And that's quite literally why it was there. And so it's just inconsistent. I hate it. A lot of modern justices say, yeah, pretty fucking stupid exception. But in general, no, you don't get special privileges just for being religious.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah. First, yes to everything Lactoid said. Second, private property owners should be able to discriminate on anyone for any reason whatsoever. I should be able to put up a sign that says no Jews allowed. Like, I should be able to do that. And then you should be able to go, I don't want to watch this basketball game because there's a sign that says no Jews allowed. Like, fuck these people. And this should be exactly the same for Sikhs. Right? Like, if a venue doesn't want to allow people to bring weapons into their venue, then they shouldn't be forced to, and we shouldn't have any say on that whatsoever. At the same time, it is also your right to say, hey, look, this guy's a Mandalorian, but in our world, and his weapons are part of his religion, and he can't give up his weapons. And like, it's not that big of a weapon, you know what I mean? It's just a little fucking dagger. He's not going to cause a big problem. And like, I think you should allow these people. And if you don't like that they're barring it, then you shouldn't give them any business. And if you do like that because you want to go to a safe place where nobody has any weapons, then have at it. Like, it is only an issue because of public property. That is the only reason that things like this are a problem, is because there is this magical idea that we all together own property. And then there comes with that all types of inherent conflicts because only one person can own property. It's not possible for multiple people to own property. When you try and say that multiple people own property, what you end up with is you bake conflict into that system because different people want to use that property in different ways. Some people want to allow the Sikh Mandalorian to bring his blaster rifle into the basketball game, and some people don't. Like, it is really just, it's amazing because it highlights that conflict. So I do like this discussion, but ultimately, like, we shouldn't care. It's based to say, fuck you, I don't care how much community work you've done to us, you don't get to bring a knife in here. And it's also based for the university to go back on what they said and like, hey, we fucked up. Like, this is a part of your religion and we want this to be an open space. Like, it needs to be up to the private property owner.
Okay, thank you. Corey, please.
Yeah. So I'm whatever, maybe semi-qualified to speak on the matter as a Quebecer, and Quebec and religious symbols definitely has
and
a.
you can talk about it from a Canadian perspective as well, right? That's
So
perfectly
yeah,
fine.
and actually I'm totally gonna bring that in because just as Canada is way ahead of the U.S. when it comes to cannabis, Canada, or like more specifically Quebec, so real Canada, is way ahead of the U.S. when it comes to dealing with the Kirpan. Basically, I'll link the story in the Discord chat. But basically, a Quebec high school student faced the exact same situation, and they won a Supreme Court case, pretty much allowing them to carry the Kirpan in the high school. I think if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I believe the compromise was like the dagger had to be sewn into the clothing. So that's essentially like not fully inaccessible, but there's a burden to accessibility, I guess. But let's just say I'm an extremely secular person, and I generally try to advocate for that. So I'm not exactly in favor of religious symbols. So I'm not exactly sure what the answer is. What I will say is Quebec has faced this issue multiple times because there was a member of the National Assembly, a politician, that also had a Kirpan, and they also had to take legal action, and like they weren't actually allowed into the National Assembly, to have their Kirpan in the National Assembly. But Quebec was super critical because they still have like a crucifix, or at one point they had a crucifix in the National Assembly. That has since been removed. But basically, I'm not an expert on the Kirpan, but I believe there is like a ceremonial version that doesn't really have any cutting ability. And so like that's pretty much like as far as I go in terms of like allowable sort of like religious symbols, at least when it comes to that specific thing. But to answer sort of the prompts, do I think we should expand what we find acceptable when talking about non-religious or non-Western, let's say, symbols or religions? I would say the answer is no. I will pretty much always advocate for pretty much more and more secularism. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to Jay Chow.
Yeah, so I have two sides, and the first is on religious freedom, which I think should be limited in cases of protecting the common good and limiting people's ability to do harm, which kind of maybe relates back to the Kirpan because it is a dagger, and people could see that as a weapon, but some courts have also determined that it is not a weapon. They have not like thrown Sikhs in jail because they were like carrying a weapon, even if it was a Kirpan. So I think there is a line of religious tolerance that like we kind of have to meddle with, of like, hey, do we consider this a weapon, or do we consider this something that is just like a religious item? I kind of don't know where I sit. Like, I think it's fine. Like, if I had a Sikh sitting next to me and they had a Kirpan, like, if so long as you don't whip it out and like start flinging it around, then like I'm kind of cool with you having it. Like, so long as it's not doing harm. So like, there's a difference between having it could do harm versus them actually doing harm. The other side of me is, God, I fucking hate religion. Oh my God, just get with the times. Like, be smarter. Come on. Why do we have to think about magic men? I don't get it. Something about like the Kirpan is that or women. Is that like they wear it because it has something to do with like them being saint soldiers and like being like prepared to like do battle or something. Is like it's a lot just like that, and a lot of other religious beliefs. It's just like outdated. Like, why do some religions not allow their followers to eat certain meats? Well, it's because like it was unsanitary before and like they fucking died back then, but now we have something called cooking. So yeah, they're just like, it's really outdated, and a part of me is just like, why? But hey, religious tolerance based.
I'm pretty sure they had cooking back then, but I get your point though.
Oh yeah, it was pork. Like they didn't know that they had
starting now.
They kept on eating pork medium rare, and like they kept on fucking dying because of that. Good job.
Fair enough. Thank you. Erudite, please.
So I'm just going to correct some really bad Canadian misinformation. Quebec is ahead of the times in some ways, but actually the Kirpan is banned on all provincial buildings. They just allow it in federal buildings. So in many ways, Quebec is behind the rest of Canada, as per usual. I think that this isn't super complicated. The Kirpan is not actually in like the religious books. There's no regulation to the religion itself as to the length or the sharpness of the blade. I think it's reasonable enough for businesses to have concerns about like sharp blades being at school, because it's like possible that the blade could be taken. Like it's not just saying like Sikhs are running around stabbing people. It's like somebody could just take this kid's Kirpan and use it as well. I think it's like reasonable enough to be concerned, but Kirpans don't have to be sharp, right? So if it really does exist to just be a religious symbol, I don't know why you don't have a metal blade that's like dulled a little bit. especially because religiously there's no dictation of how sharp this is. I think it would be completely reasonable to basically uphold coupons, but then also like require like already most places limit the length of them. Like in Canada, pretty much always has to be under I think like basically at 3 inches. I'll need to look up the exact size, but it's a pretty small dagger.
That's
And I
more
think
than
it's
3 inches. I'm gonna say that. That's a lot more than 3 inches. But go ahead. No, again,
I
yeah.
think that's like 4.5 max. I have a pretty small hand. It's a small blade. And beyond that as well, if you can limit how sharp it is, now it's expressly just being a religious item. And then at that point, I just don't think there's any issues.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Tiberius.
Yeah, so I love the conversation about religious tolerance because I don't think anyone really agrees on what the fuck it means. So this is where I'll outline. One, pretty much any religious tolerance that you get is basically up to the Constitution, at least in my mind. If it really doesn't fall within freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, you're probably not going to be allowed to do it, or you're going to have a lot of pushback on it. Under our own modern ethos, we guise ourselves as a secular society. I'd argue we're actually like a Christian pluralism. And this is a really good instance of where we kind of see that is that if this was just, something that was far more identified with Christianity, I don't think anyone would care. But because it's part of Sikhism, which is something that is really not part of the American ethos in any kind of majority way, this is a bridge too far for a lot of people. Because while it's a weapon, while it's a ceremonial, while it probably doesn't serve any kind of purpose, more Americans would feel at home with a guy carrying a firearm into this venue before they see this dagger. And I think that's kind of the root of the issue that we really need to drill down on is this just cultural or is it more like this person is actually identifying themselves as a threat, even though they don't mean to because of our cultural norms? And I'll end with that opening.
Thank you. Nina.
I have a really complicated relationship with this particular topic because I'm very hyper anti-religious, as our friend Chow mentioned as well. Um,
Based.
I feel very similar about the way that you do, where it's like it's relatively antiquated. But I understand traditions are important to people. And in researching this topic, I found it's actually really interesting. You are actually allowed to take coupons on airlines. And the requirement is that it has to be, if it's going to be on a carry-on, it must be worn underneath the clothes and stowed in a sheath and or placed in a check bag or whatever. Canada also has like very similar laws on that, which is interesting to me. I didn't expect that. I figured dagger weapon not going to be allowed type of thing. But that means that we do have some respect to this. And I know I think it was Lactoid that mentioned earlier about like how far is it going to go when it comes to religious liberties on things. I would think that it's actually pretty simple in a lot of ways, where it's like if there is a very long historical context for this. And going with what Erudite said also, like where there's not really like it's more of a symbolic thing, right? Where like there's a historical context to have it and it's just symbolic. I don't really see the problem here because it doesn't have to be like, like an actual, because I know one of them could be a spear too, and I don't think most people are allowing people on lanes with spears. But I think that there's ways to work around in a more of a modern context here to respect both sides, obviously people's safety and people's, religious freedom, because this country, being America, is based off of religious freedom. I think a lot of this also comes from with the video that we saw with the student, right? That was more, I think, of a disinformation or not having enough like understanding of particular non-Western religious practices. And I do think that that is a big issue when it comes to things like, or that's more of an example of that being an issue, where obviously it probably, the one that he was wearing probably wasn't sharp, because I don't know if you guys watched the video. It's a pretty small little dagger there. So it's not really necessarily even like a like it's not like running around with like a samurai sword or some shit. But I think that it's generally oh, sorry. I thought she was responding to me, my bad. But I think generally it's just oh, sorry, hold on, I have one more point before I end. Last one. I actually was curious and I was like, has there ever been a like attack or an assault with a carpon? And there has been no, at least in the United States, no um, incident directly related with somebody using a carpon as a weapon to cause any sort of harm. So as long as that's like kind of like the statistical case, I don't think it's a big deal. And neither does the TSA, even though they think everything else sucks. And that's how I'll end it.
Thank you so much. And my friend Aiko, my number one religious apologist. So I'm expecting
Yeah,
great things
yeah.
from you, friend. So go
All
ahead,
right, so
please.
when I was reading this, the article that you sent out, I just think this is funny. The first thing that it said, or what first thing that I noticed, was that it said that the authorities here mistook the kirpan for a knife, as if the fact that it was like a religious sort of ceremonial purpose to it meant that it was no longer a knife. Like it, that actually, that sounds very Catholic, right? Like transubstantiation just occurred. It's no longer a knife now. Now it's like a ceremonial, like religious thing. It stopped being a knife, literally. You know, we might have to fight a few wars over whether or not that's a true statement
Yeah.
before it can become truly Catholic. But I think there are three questions here. One is it a good policy to disallow these things? But the second is whether or not and this is a distinction that Scott made too, but should they be allowed to make that decision at a venue, whether or not you agree with the policy? And then of course, like, how do you enforce it? I think on the first one, I think that there's good reason to say that maybe with a few precautions being taken, like sewing it inside the clothing or something like that, that maybe you could allow these sorts of things in, and maybe the policy is too restrictive or it doesn't like respect these traditions enough. But as for it being like a right to the point where you should be able to like not follow these rules because you consider it part of your religion, I just don't think that's something that you could consistently defend. It would be a bit like saying, well, I'm Rastafarian, so I should be able to get to smoke ganja in my dorm room or something. I don't think, I think there are limits. I think there has to be a limiting principle in terms of how you prioritize like the safety of individuals versus, in terms of enforcing your policy. Versus religious rights. But then also there's a question of how this is to be enforced. Because if you were to look at all of these instances, you have to ask yourself if they were politely asked and told, well, you're not allowed to come in there as long as you have this, like these are what your options are, instead of just like cuffing them and like doing, and detaining them. I think maybe there sort of is a happy medium with regards to how these sorts of things can be enforced. And also there is an apparent incident, I just linked it in the StreamYard chat, of an incident of a boy being stabbed by a kirpan in Sydney. So Nina, you're right. Like, this isn't in the United States, but apparently, it was a significant injury, and I posted that in.
It happened in an imaginary country, so it doesn't fucking matter. All right, let's open to the panel.
So
I mean, they are
I
upside
just
down,
wanna-
right?
Obviously, this doesn't even really support my position because I'm all for religious discrimination. I don't care. I'm also all for religious communities getting together and saying, fuck the globalists. Nevertheless, I do have a question, and I doubt anybody here really can answer it because I don't think anyone here is like an expert on Sikhism, maybe, right? But I do have a question of this idea of like this compromise of like blunting the blade because it's not explicitly stated that it need be sharp. I do think kind of like gets into the same territory of like the niqab or the hijab, like where like if you're just covering your hair, but you're not actually like being modest, that like it kind of loses its value. And I do kind of wonder if something sewn into the clothes and corked and blunted kind of loses it as anything other than like cafeteria religion, because the whole point is that you are a spiritual warrior. I mean, like, you're wearing the warrior beads, like I'm just curious if that has an effect. And I'm wondering if anybody has any more information on that.
So I'm not an expert in Sikhism. I've just done a fair bit of reading on it because I find the religion pretty interesting. Everything I can find on the kirpan specifically is that it's not really about like violence in any way, and that there are people who wear kiprans who do actually negotiate the bluntedness. Like, the bluntedness is not something I just came up with, right? It's actually being done. The kirpan is distinctly not about like self-defense or violence in any way. It's much more like similar to like Christians have like the verse, like the meek shall inherit the earth, and some of the like old language that's used to describe this imagery is like a soldier with his sword sheathed, with the idea of like,
Yeah.
I can do damage, but I choose not to. So they're basically
Mhm.
never really supposed to. Even in like more older times, when I've looked into like Sikh history, when they had like a shitload of weapons on them all the time, they still almost never unsheathed their kirpan, because the dagger remaining in the sheath, I believe, from everything I can gather, is the religious symbol itself, not the dagger by itself, but being in the sheath is metaphorical to them. That's my understanding. But obviously, if somebody comes on that's like, you
Yeah.
don't know anything, then
But
I'll
like,
cow to them.
but what I
It
mean
still
is like,
defeats the purpose,
does
yeah.
it mean anything? Does it mean anything if it is blind? Like, I understand
Exactly.
some people want that compromise, and obviously they want to fit in, and obviously there's going to be, you know, a move towards not necessarily secularism, but you know,
Mhm.
modernization and things like that. I mean, we see
Yeah.
this in every religion, right?
Every
Like,
religion. I
like
mean, the
every
kirpan used to
every
be
fucking
one sword.
imam comes out with like a new hadith and like a way of like and like a new fatwa of like, you know, we're going to actually determine it this way so that it's like
Mhm.
easier to live in the world. I just wonder if there are going to be people that vehemently oppose the idea
I'm
of that
sure.
being imposed upon them, because the entire point is that I choose to keep it sheathed, right? That I
Yeah.
have that capacity. And you're taking away the actual capacity there, and therefore it's a meaningless thing, because now it's not even like I'm carrying a weapon at all. It's like I'm carrying something that is incapable of that.
Sure. And
Therefore,
that,
my
yeah,
will doesn't mean anything.
and that religious debate will necessarily occur, right? The fundamentalists are going to probably have an issue with it, and then probably the more like liberal, more like progressive Sikh people will probably not be as have an issue. For example, the kirpan used to almost always be 3 feet long, and the reason why it's now
Fuck.
actually ceremonial, yeah, it used to be a sword, and the reason it's
That's
as
not
short
3
as it
feet.
is,
Not
actually, pulling up. I'm sure you're super fun at parties. Okay, but like now the reason that it's short is basically because when India was basically colonized, there was like a firm rule of like, you can have your kirpan, but you can't be walking around with fucking swords all the time, right? And so it's like that. I'm sure that there are going to be people in the religion that oppose it, but that's now like a religious internal debate than it is like society to that religion debate, right? A society like negotiates and goes, look, there's no religious thing. We want it blunted. You can have the symbol or not. You can be upsetty spaghetti about it, but this is what we work. I feel like that's now like a religious debate. And yes, of course, some people in the religion will probably take issue with it.
It's a
I'm just
reasonable
curious, like,
compromise. Huh.
me personally, I just say, you know, I don't care.
Yeah,
I just
my dad
I
told
can't.
us.
I like, if you own private property, you should be able to ban whatever the fuck you want, and you should be able to allow whatever the fuck you want.
All right, what do
The
you do for
problem
gun
is-
rights?
problem is
The
in
issue
here-
is that like whether or
Wait,
not it's seen
wait.
as a weapon or like a danger to the people around people who hold the kirpan. So like Scott, the question to you would be like, hey, if it was maybe dull, like would you be bothered by it if like somebody was wearing it next to you?
Like
this is
me
exactly what I
personally,
wanted to.
I am unbothered by the person with an AR-15 strapped to their chest
Okay.
at
Yeah.
Starbucks.
As
Like,
expected.
The true God, by
This
the way.
is
Have you
exactly
seen his
what I wanted
background?
you know,
to ask the panel. I had exactly this written
this
down.
background normally it's bags in.
Uh,
All right, this background was on
uh,
purpose.
I wanted to ask, like, is it okay to be threatened? Right? Like,
Like, feel
but-
threatened?
yeah. To is it?
Are your
so,
fifis okay? Sure. Doesn't mean we make policy based on them.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess
fuck
then the
no
question
feelings.
becomes: is your education, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's exactly the next thing I have written down here. Right? So, it should everyone have to learn about like all these other religions, right? Like, is it our responsibility to understand your religious faith, right? And let's say like within the faith that it was supposed to be dull, right? But it's still in the shape of a dagger, and as you look at it, that's a weapon that this person just come in and be strapped up, right? Is it okay for people to say like, well, yeah, this makes us feel unsafe, and people are going to react one way or the other, right? People just on the streets are going to react, and so because of that, you know what, we're not going to allow this because
It's
like
super
it's a
homeowners
danger.
association energy. Like unironically, like as somebody who's like worked in Canada where like the guns are not a thing, but I've worked on ranches where every motherfucker has like tons of blades on them all over the place because you'd never want to be out cowing or working with horses and not have a knife on you. It's actually pretty dangerous. And so it's like the idea that like some Karen would be like upsetty spaghetti because there's like a small dagger on somebody, I don't care. I'm not interested in kowtowing to your issues, and I think businesses that care about what these people think like are just dumb businesses. I am so opposed to homeowners association energy to such a like in a religious way. I
Irony.
never I never want to go.
Piggybacking, I have a
Ooh.
quick quote from from Ludwig von Mises.
God
A
damn
free
it,
man must
Scott.
free himself from the habit just as soon as something does not please him of calling for the police.
Lactoid.
So while I agree with some of that, and homeowner association energy or whatever, I think there is still going to be an endpoint. There's still going to be a line that I think most of you are going to be uncomfortable crossing. Currently, there is a Christian sect which worship, like as part of their worship, they're very much interested in guns, and it's very interesting to watch. You can find a documentary of them. They have like
The Koreans?
yeah, the Korean one where they've like
Oh,
banned
yeah.
the
I
yes
saw that one.
of bullets
What
and
is
they're
it
and they're
called?
and they're
Crazy but base.
yes, and they're carrying around guns like they're praying with guns in like they all lined up and everything. And the
What was
question
The
it
kids
called?
all have like little golden AKs. and
yeah,
shit.
I can't remember the exact name of it, but I remember I know it
Guess I'll Google
exists.
Like a
And
wreath of bullets.
like a wreath of bullets, yeah, that's what it
Korean gun
was.
club.
Yes.
And so I can imagine a scenario in which, let's say, okay, you can't put bullets in your AK because that would be unsafe, but it's a part of your religious expression. So little Timmy can come to school with an unloaded AK on his back. I mean, at that point, would we be okay with like parents being like, whoa, hold on a minute, we don't want people walking around with even if they're unloaded, we don't want little Timmy walking around with an unloaded AK, even though there's no risk. That we're still scared now, right? We still are fearful of people walking around with guns. Now, of course, I'm in favor of open carry, so I agree. You should just get over your fear, stop being homeowners association kind of mentality. But I think a lot of people would have a problem with that, and I wouldn't think they'd be unreasonable to have a problem with it either.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We
I
don't
think
even
there's
we don't even like it
there's a
when
huge
kids
gap.
eat their cookie into the shape of a gun, right? Like
Yeah.
even that caused
Right.
caused
There's a
a bit of
huge
a
gap
stir.
though between like a small blade and a gun, right? So like I think like I don't actually know where my line is, especially I'm Canadian. So like to be honest, I'm not forced to think about like carrying very often. It's just not really within my zeitgeist. So I don't know like where my line
underprivileged.
specifically. Yeah, I know. I don't know where my line specifically would be, especially with like different institutions. For example, I actually wouldn't have an issue if they even banned Kirpans like in like public schools because like it's not a religious institution and we just want to have like wholesale, nobody has knives, nobody has any sort of like weaponry, right? I could understand that. I wouldn't be like that opposed. It's just this idea of like banning it from like all spaces at a like governmental level just feels very cringe. Feels like not at all what I'm interested in. And so yeah, I mean, religious freedom, the like constitutional line in Canada is protect public safety, order, health, and morals, right? So you can't like make a new religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, but we just like really love eating human fingers. We don't kill people and they consent to it and we eat each other's fingers and nobody's like, everyone's consenting. I think a lot of us would still be like, yeah, we still like don't really want to allow this to happen, right? And so like this is a really interesting thing, which is like when we're talking about religion, we often think about large conglomerates that have like a pretty cohesive like worldview. Like, let's be honest, those Christians are not really mapping onto like the general Christian like worldview. There isn't like a lot of Christians that would be like, yes, Matthew 40 and Jesus whipped out his AK-15, there's going to be a lot of argument within the group itself. But there is an interesting conversation of like, okay, if we protect freedom of religions broadly, how do we feel about niche micro religions that like emerge within 2 days? Because protecting something like as traditional as Sikhism, which has centuries of tradition, is very different than dealing with like a situation where like, what if tomorrow I decide it's my religion, like I'm LARPing as an aesthetic or whatever, to like exactly carry AK-15s everywhere I want to go in Canada. What do we do about that?
I just want to say World Peace and
AK-47.
Unification Sanctuary Church, also known as Rod of Iron Ministries.
Yes, and they actually
Yeah, I
do.
saw
They
that.
will cite like Bible verses to support like,
Yes.
the firearm, like
Sure they do.
the rod of
Yes,
iron
they
is
do.
like
Me love
symbolic of the
AR-15s.
bullet, and
That's
so
of
like
the
they
first
have
one.
religious arguments in favor of what they do, and so that I 100% think that drawing a line here, maybe was an unfair task because I think it is somewhat impossible, right? And I think everybody has it somewhere. So I'm not.
Yeah, but I already proved why. Because you have public property.
Right.
That's the problem.
Sure. So in the world of public property where we have to set these lines, we got to draw it somewhere, and it's going to suck, drawing it somewhere that leaves some people out and puts some people in because
Yeah,
you can
so-
use anything as a weapon.
Well, we
right?
already have this though.
Right.
Well,
Right.
for example, in Canada,
Or, like, it's
no,
already
that
established.
religious group in Canada, no, they wouldn't be allowed to carry their guns around. Guns are just not a thing in
No,
Canada.
but for Sikhism, already is established.
Wait,
Okay.
what do you mean by that?
Okay.
What are you
Like you can
saying?
take them on like the TSA. It's already established kind of
you
where the
can't.
line is here.
You can't take them on planes.
You have to.
Did you not listen to my opening, my dude?
Your opening was incorrect. I fact checked it.
Okay. That they can be brought as carry-ons as long as they're underneath clothing and stowed in a sheath?
No. So according to the TSA website, they're not allowed on carry-on. You can check them though.
Specifically carpons.
Specifically carpons, yes.
All right. Link it then.
Okay.
Let's go to
I'll be corrected if
Todd.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, so we're the line
Morality
right-
based off of TSA rules. I love
Scott,
it.
No,
I
I'm
love
just
you,
saying,
but
if
if
we
you
already
interrupt me again, I'm
established
gonna
it.
scream at you. Shut up, Scott. All right. All right.
Woo!
To answer Eridide's question, I did largely answer that for me in the intro, which is that if it isn't really covered under freedom of speech or freedom of assembly, like you're gonna have a hard time defending it because there isn't really a doctrine for religious tolerance, and that's why we have this issue here where I call this Christian pluralism because we're good at like integrating all the Christians together and maybe a little bit of Judaism, but we can definitely tell with folks who, excuse me, celebrate Islam and among others is that there is some serious cultural clashes and religious clashes that we do not interpret very well. I think we can all largely agree on that one.
Mhm.
But I want to answer Prime's question too, because I think that's the better one. But I got to take a step back. Should we learn the other religions, right? Should we understand them? And I think that's actually taking a massive step back, really becomes that liberal ideology versus conservative ideology, and where both of them can fail. If you don't study the other religions, you generally just make it to where you stagnate. You're not incorporating any other ideas. Eventually, your society just kind of goes to shit because you don't change. I absolutely have a problem with that one. The
Ty,
liberal
Ty,
one-
Ty.
what?
I meant that on an individual level, right? Like,
oh, well,
should
I
a
think this applies for the
citizen?
yeah, I think this
Well,
applies for the individual as much as it does for
Okay.
for like a group of people because like even groups of people they'll be like, "No, we don't want to know about your fancy voodoo religion." But they trap themselves from having new ideas and integrate. This is
But I'm asking. So I hear you, Ty. Like
All
I
right, all right.
agree with you. I want to learn more. I think that Sikh religion is pretty interesting. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about a lot of religions. Right? That's me personally. But should the average person going about their life, right? Like who sees a dagger, right? Should we berate them afterwards for reacting? Because like, for instance, the video I sent you was a college student and like and within their campus, just like sitting out in like the public space. And the police got called on them. Someone saw them and called the cops, right? Should we berate that person for not knowing? Well, this is a Kapan, and this is not, like a well, apparently not a real knife,
Right.
whatever, right? Like, should they have to know that to go about their daily lives? And if there are other religions that are more obscure with other crazy things that are like within public health guidelines, right? But still something that a person can find threatening, should that person know that as well?
No,
So
we
since I've
berate
been-
them for being
Just-
unthoughtful. We berate them for being unthoughtful. If you see like a 15-year-old kid walking around with a small dagger on his thing that's like clearly dressed in Sikh garb, I don't think it's reasonably like he's probably about to go on a stabbing spree. That's pretty unreasonable. I don't think anyone would actually agree with that. And I think if you're that type of person, or if you just see a kid, like Sikh garbs are pretty distinctive, right? They're not your average American outfit. I think if you're looking at that and you like have no what do you mean, Lactoid?
Well,
Like,
so
this
here's
outfit.
here's the problem with that though, because now what you're establishing is that we can determine threat levels by how people are dressed, and that is a road.
No. That is not at all what I'm establishing. I don't want anyone to be so autistic. in
Trayvon
this
Martin,
conversation
anyone?
that
He
they
had a
can't
hoodie
engage with
on.
the ideas that I'm actually talking about. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect people to be thoughtful. And I'm not saying we should legally berate them. I'm not saying that we charge people with this, but I think it's absolutely within our right. I will shame these people. I do all the time. I think it's fucking cringe if you're unthoughtful and your first go-to from like one look at person is to like call the police. Like I just think it's cringe to be unthoughtful, but I'm not talking
Look
about
at the video. I'm not sure if you got to see it because you came in last minute, so no worries. But like the video of that college student, he's a brown individual. He's got like a little bit of a beard, not like a huge beard, but like a little bit of beard, like what I got basically, right? He's wearing like a pink shirt and shorts, right? Like a grayish shorts, and like sneakers. And he's got like the head. I don't even know what it's called, so I'm not going to pretend.
Turban?
Like the head
Turban?
wrap, right? The turban. Oh, okay. Is it turban? All right. So it's the turban on his head. That's the only thing that lets you know that he might be of a non-Western
Well, the
religion.
beard does too.
I think the turban's a pretty big
I
clue.
mean,
I'm not gonna lie.
hold on. I'm looking at
You haven't
this.
mentioned
like,
skin
Somebody's
color,
like,
right?
somebody's walking around with a
you need
burqa
both.
and they have like,
Just for the
Converse
record.
shoes on. You're like, I'm
Just-
not sure if they're
just-
religiously acting here or
Yeah,
not.
but
Just for the record,
record.
just for the record, you need both, right? Because it's 5 articles. It's the turban, it's unkept hair, it's the bracelet, it's the carpon, and
Yeah.
I think it's the
can't remember what
sash that you
fifth one
keep the
is.
carp. I think it's the
There's the
sash that you keep the
underwear.
carpon on.
And there's a comb.
Yeah,
There's
so
a
if you
comb.
have one, you have the other anyway.
Unkept hair, like
But-
Lactoid.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Hey, I just had
But-
it cut. Come on.
But no, but
It doesn't
look,
look that bad.
I'm saying that
Thank you.
like
Doesn't even
one
look
way
bad.
or the other,
Looks good.
like a lot of Americans, right? Like, and we've saw this after 9/11, can't tell the difference between like a Sikh and a Muslim, right? And so it is what it is. And it just is.
They can't find America on a map.
And then from there, like I'm a person who honestly cares. Like I care about when I found out that Americans didn't know the difference between a Sikh and a Muslim, right? Like I looked into it because I didn't want to be that guy, right? But I'd never heard of a kirpan until today. So like to say that, well, yeah, you're being unthoughtful.
But would you look
because
at
it's
this
No,
guy
no,
and
no,
be
okay.
come on.
Pride,
would
pride.
you-
The
Sorry.
difference is of well, like I want to back up Erudite here is that like you're at least open-minded, and like you're not defaulting into a bad reaction of fear and like instantly discriminating against people in like a certain ways. Like the big problem of post 9/11 is that like everybody was just hypersensitive over Muslims because like they see on the news, oh my god, Muslims driving airplanes into the Twin Towers. Like, oh my god, all Muslims are bad. Like, obviously, at that point, you're running on fear. You're not open-minded into like into the reality that is like the vast majority of Muslims are actually really chill. But then like that has led to discrimination. So that it's not a matter of like being educated, but having the capacity to actually go towards the option of educating yourself and like not just falling into this trap of oh my god I'm in danger over everything that like you just don't understand.
So
Yeah,
I want to
I'm
add
in
2
favor of
things here,
shaming people for
which
being
is
stupid.
like
Nobody,
so like
Hey,
look,
base.
I want to say number one, if you were armed, you wouldn't be scared about a dagger on someone's chest to begin with, right? So there's just that. Number 2, moving on. I don't think I do think we have to like tread carefully when we start talking about like a moral onus on people to like have a certain level of education, but I don't think we need to be careful about that at all with the police officers that felt it was necessary to handcuff like some skinny teenager that was sitting there with like a turban and like a ceremonial dagger that was strapped to his chest. Like, I don't think it's that crazy to expect that cops go, hey man, we got a call. Like, what's going on? Let's have a conversation. And instead be in this situation where they're like, I need to protect myself and handcuff this teenager to like get rid of their weapon. And then we can have a rational conversation. Like, no, dog, like that's inherently escalating situations, even if it wasn't a ceremonial thing for what largely amounts to a fucking pocket knife that isn't drawn, right? Like the weapon that he had on his chest is like no bigger than the pocket knife I carry around every day, everywhere, no matter where I go, in case I need to cut something. And it has something on the back end of it that can break windshields in case I need to pull someone out of a car and we're driving around. The idea that like this small fucking knife was enough to handcuff someone to like detain him to control the situation is ridiculous. But the idea that like a college 19-year-old kid got like weirded out because they saw some dude with a knife, you know, like we can make fun of them for that. But I also do want to say like that's a bit of a gray area because we don't want to go too far, because like I think Patrice O'Neill said it best when talking about racism. Like, don't be afraid to be racist. Run, bitch. You can be racist and alive. Like, that's okay. Right? Like, run away. Like, he's like, if I see some black dudes in the middle of the night walking towards me, I'm not going to be like, am I being racist right now if I go the other direction? He's like, if your heart's telling you to run away, fucking run away. Like, that's okay.
Lactoid? Oh, so and then Aiko, I think you wanted to jump in at some point. Did I not get to you? I'm not.
Well, I was only going to just say something quick that probably like won't get commented on all that much, but I just wanted to say that there is this tradition, because this was discussed earlier, of taking something in its original purpose, like the kirpan was a 3-foot sword or whatever at one point, and the way that it's shifted over time. And Scott was talking about how that might abrogate its original purpose, but I think that's something that happens in religion all the time. Like there's a tradition in the Catholic Church, for instance. It was actually really controversial one time when John Paul showed up with like a sort of like two swords crossed that was like pinned on like his outfit or whatever. It was the unum sanctum, but the fact that the two swords were there were, they don't wear their own swords anymore, but the fact that they had the two swords on there was sort of a political statement that the church has both temporal and moral authority, as opposed to a lot of people who think that it just has moral authority and shouldn't like have like temporal power or whatever. In other words, it sends a message. Like it's not itself a weapon. If the unum sanctum was ever actually two swords, I don't know, but the fact is that over time, things that are sort of become unnecessary sort of continue to stay sort of as a symbol. So I can see like these things like being blunted or being corked or
the
being
point that I
sewn
was
under
trying-
clothing.
I agree that the Pope should be labeled the Time Lord, temporal power
Yeah.
over on.
Right.
The point I was trying to make,
and then I got to
real
get to
quick.
Lactoid.
The point that I was trying to make is that how you value symbology in religion is incredibly subjective. I wasn't necessarily saying like,
Right.
oh, this is an attack on Sikhism as a whole. I just mean that like you as an individual may view the idea of having a blunted dagger not a big deal, and another individual may view it very offensive that they're forced or regulated in some way as they try and attempt to move through society, that they're not able to maintain their religious beliefs. And again, I say ban it all. I don't care. But in terms of public property, that's where the conflict is that you have multiple owners of the same property. And so because you have multiple owners of the same property, you have a forced compromise that will always oppress some people. The very existence of public property is the existence of oppression of people's rights and liberties. If it was private, they could just say, we don't allow that here. And other places could say, we allow that here. And there's nothing there except freedom of association.
Lactoid. I know. Lactoid.
Okay. The one thing I wanted to point out is that although I do agree, Scott, that there's realistic understandings of threat perception, but then there's also just a concern that we have to be cognizant of, which is, when we look at somebody and they have a sword and they say, okay, well, we can take into consideration the whole situation to see if they're a threat. And one of the things we look at is a turban, right? Or something else. We're implicitly doing something there, which is designating them as less than a threat than somebody who's not wearing a turban, right? So the rest of society. So if they have a sword,
No, that's not what's happening.
well, by definition, it has to. If you're designating them as less of a risk than like the general population with a sword, then what you are also doing is designating the general population as more of a
How
risk
much the
than
population
this
has
person.
swords?
I hear what you're saying, Lectord. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, like, at least what I'm talking about, I'm not saying that you're looking at somebody with a turban. I think another way to interpret this is if somebody is wearing multiple items that make you go, I don't quite know what's going on, the default shouldn't go, so I'm upsetty spaghetti about it. The default should go, I probably don't know what's going on, right? I'm not saying that an average dressed person poses more threat or that they should be evaluated at a higher risk. What I'm saying is actually cues of novelty should be integrated thoughtfully and go, something is probably going on that I don't understand.
Sure,
That's
but
what you're
it's
saying
really
is
important
New
to know,
York-
directionally
knowing
different.
the
What you're
context.
saying is New York is wrong when they say if you see something, say something.
What?
Again, the heuristic itself, when it's saying see something, it's talking about like when you see people like breaking into cars or like all this sort of stuff that you should like call your
It was a joke. It fell
non-emergency
flat.
line.
We can move
Yeah.
on.
So I guess. Well, I guess like the thing that I'm struggling
It
with.
happens, man.
But that's actually interesting. But Lactoid, you can
Yeah.
respond.
What I'm struggling with is when you say like, well, is novelty to make us stop and think. In the context of this conversation, like, I guess I'm trying to get at the heart of what you're saying here. If somebody has a turban and they're wearing a bunch of different articles of clothing and they also have this sword on them, should they be like assessed any differently than, let's say, if I show up in a hoodie and like a balaclava and I also have a knife on me? Should there be any difference in threat perception?
I think they just
see,
mean
I
approaching
think,
it
like,
with
Well,
curiosity.
Let
in
her
your
that-
statement in itself, I think
Yeah.
there's a problem in that, like, instead of maybe assessing somebody from far away, why not you just ask them what's up?
Well, he's
The person
he's
you're
talking about
worried about being
heuristics. He's
armed?
talking about heuristics. So if I just grant this,
What?
right? I don't
Sure.
like the framing of the heuristic direction because I don't think the heuristic has to be assuming risk in and of itself. Because for me, what I look for assuming risk is more markers of risk rather than just like, I don't know what's going on, right? So in the case of the person with the dark hoodie with their face covered, the reason why I'm going to assess them as higher risk is because they have markers of being more risky. They're not showing their face, for example, right? Which means that they're like being more anonymized. In the case of somebody who's just wearing stuff that I don't know what's going on, I don't think that that should inherently be a marker of risk to people. And I think that if people would look at somebody with a knife and a turban and immediately go, that's probably a risk factor. What I'm saying is that's a really bad heuristic. Novel doesn't mean risk.
Well,
No,
sure.
no,
Well,
but
I would assume they're
the
cosplaying.
Well,
knife is the risk, right? Like not
exactly.
the turban. It's the knife. So
Right.
like if you see a knife, I don't know anything about the Sikh
Sure.
or
But
religion or anything like
the
that.
reason
I
why
know a
okay, I don't
dagger.
care. We're holding the knife consistent. Of course, between the guy with the hoodie and the guy with the turban, they both have a knife. That's assumed in the hypothetical, correct?
Right.
Or just missed something?
Right.
Yeah.
No, it
Does
is.
the guy with the turban not have a knife, or the guy with the hoodie
but you
doesn't have
brought
a
in the
knife?
turban. No, you brought the turban into this a thought assessment.
Right.
We're not. So we're saying that like it's just a person with a knife, right? And you're saying that well, there's another article that adds some novelty, so maybe that changes the equation. I'm saying there's two people with knives here.
And I want to point out that even if you
We were
say
talking about risk assessment, and what was held consistent across both situations was a knife was present. I was assuming
Yes.
that that was baked into it. So then after that, we're looking for other markers about whether
Right.
there's risk or not. And so I'm saying what you should be doing in risk assessment is looking for risk markers, and having like a turban, for example, plus the knife should be a cue of being like, this knife might not be what I think it is.
It
Yes,
should
in
Right.
this
be.
But you don't
No,
know.
wait.
Right.
So
Two
let me
people
let
Yeah,
me
because
let me
we
let me
probably
explain.
don't understand the turban.
Lacto
That
give
makes
it a
sense.
try.
Yeah. Let me quickly explain this. So here's the issue I have with the statement, because initially you said the clothing should matter when it comes to threat perception when I asked that. But this appears to essentially do the same thing. When you're saying that, like, okay, clothes that indicate risk, well, if somebody has that, well, now they're like, those are additional risk factors to go into that. But if somebody has clothes that are novel, then we don't assume that's a risk factor. So then they have a lower overall risk profile. But the effect of this is what somebody's wearing is dictating their risk assessment, right?
In this hypothetical, yes, because I
Right.
said from the beginning I disagree with the framing, but I'll entertain the hypothetical because I'm not going to reject the hypothetical. I think a hoodie is also a really bad risk assessor. To be clear, it's a bad heuristic to say somebody with a hoodie who's covering their face is a higher level of risk. They might just be like an emo, edgy teen for all we know, right? I don't think clothing in and of itself is typically a very good marker for risk behavior. In fact, there are way better predictors of somebody doing risky things than like the clothes specifically that they're wearing. One piece of clothing that actually probably is a much better marker for risk is if you're walking around downtown and they have a balaclava over their face. But the same balaclava at the ski resort isn't a risk factor, right?
I'll say one last thing. I think the dissonance here that's uncomfortable for me as well is that there's one perception here, which is this idea of, well, we should be treating everybody regardless of what they're wearing equal. But then there's this other element of, are things valid risk assessments? And if somebody's walking down the street with a balaclava and a hoodie on, I will assess them at a higher risk than somebody wearing a turban.
I've never said treat everyone as equal though.
Right. Well, sure. Well, I'm just saying, like, I tend to like prefer to err on that when you're able to, but then there's also this harsh reality of threat perception.
Sure,
that
treat everyone
is-
morally similar. Like when we're saying equal, now we have to talk about what's equal. But if we're talking about risk assessment itself, no, you shouldn't treat everyone as equal, right? Like if people give you cues of risk, you should treat that as a cue of risk.
So,
And that's the uncomfortable conversation, right?
but
Because there is a
okay,
racial implication there.
but let's go to other people who are trying to jump in. So, Nina, I think you were trying to jump in, and Jay Chow.
I have lost the plot here with that conversation, so I'll tab back in later.
Okay, Jay Chow.
Yeah, so Prime, I just want to like clarify your counterpoint to erudite in like this hypothetical.
Sure.
It sounds like you're just not concerned at all about the other articles of clothing. You just see knife and that's it, right? You're just tunnel visioning on the knife.
Yeah,
Both of them have a
I
knife, both
don't.
of them are dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because a threat can come in dressed in any fucking clothes, right? But like, I see a knife, and I know what that does, right? If I see a gun, right, like she could a priest can walk in with a gun. Well, I don't trust priests, but like go with that. A priest walk in with a gun, right? And just because he's a priest, I'm not gonna like, oh, I guess it's probably all right. Like it's novel. I don't see like a priest
Yeah.
with guns usually. So I don't know. Maybe I should ask first. Like no, like it
Mhm.
might be a threat.
Yeah, well, besides like setting aside the other articles of clothing that might actually be a factor, I think context is really important in what we're discussing because if like people see guns as like say a dangerous article, which I think it is generally, but what if there's like a military march? What if it's like the soldier who is standing by on the graveyard and things like that? Then all of a sudden like we see that gun as not as a dangerous article, but as something that is like maybe ceremonial or things like that. And I think in the context of religion and the Sikhs practicing them wearing the dagger, then it makes me understand that like, hey, it's not actually dangerous. And so then like I totally understand. If you see a knife or any other thing, like maybe your first gut reaction, your first knee-jerk reaction is, oh my god, I'm in danger, or like some sort of a fear emotion. But
But
I think what is like still what I said before is even more important is for us to be open-minded and for us to like have a sober mind and like kind of just like not give in to that knee-jerk
I don't
reaction.
know. Okay, so but I don't understand this. So, like I want to be open minded, but I'm trying to be like realistic and pragmatic here. So, if the person comes in with a hunting knife, right, right, an American style or Western, I don't know, style hunting knife, like strapped to them, and
Mhm.
that is an article of their faith. And also, there's other markers here because they wear combat boots and they've got like a shaved head, right? These are all markers of their faith. Should I go? Maybe I should ask this guy what's happening, or should I take a step back, remove myself from the situation, and call the police because they're bringing in a weapon in a place that is not allowed,
I
right?
feel like I feel like
but
this is
it's
a
not.
panel where we're talking about sex, and you can tell that like 90% of the panel hasn't had sex ever. Like I don't even know what we're talking about now. Unironically,
Don't shame
what we're talking.
virgins.
Okay, stop zooming in so much and zoom
You don't
out
know
to
what
the way.
3 inches is, okay? So don't talk about that.
Actually, first of all, I don't use inches in Canada. Okay, I didn't want to say centimeters because I had no fucking clue if you guys would know what
Oh,
it is.
fair enough.
Okay, when we're
I wouldn't.
talking about human interactions, you guys are focusing in on like really specific things in a way that isn't how
Knife.
people work. Okay, nobody just see if you literally walk
I heard
into a
inches.
bank and you see a hunting knife and your immediate reaction is to be like, "Oh, I better back away." I'm sorry, you're fucking stupid. That's dumb. If you have a guy walk into a bank with a balaclava, he's got a knife but he's kind of trying to hover it and he's looking at the security cameras, yeah, you should probably back away. The idea that like the way that people take in situations is to be like, "Knife," is actually stupid. This isn't how
Yeah,
people work. People like
That's
look
all
at the
right.
whole
This is
forest.
yeah,
your
but
This is
you're
how
fault.
saying that
heuristics work.
having the
You-
No,
turban
this isn't my fault. This
lowers
is
the
because I
threat level.
entertain the
That's basically
hypothetical.
what you're
No, this is your fault because you're saying I can't believe you guys aren't talking like you're in the real world. We're not like sitting, you and I are not hanging out on your back porch looking at the stars, just having a normal conversation. What we're doing is debating ideas. And sometimes when you debate ideas, you have to go all the way to the ends. You have to look at what those principles
You
are.
sometimes
This
get
isn't
so
us not
fixated on the
doing that.
specifics that
Sure.
you lose touch of grasp, and a debate is useless if you're just getting zeroed in on like, well, do you think a knife should increase your risk assessment by 0.03%, or maybe actually 5%? Nobody fucking cares. That's not important in any debate ever, because this isn't the way people engage in heuristics. The way people engage in heuristics and assessment is looking at whole pictures, which is why I'm saying a guy with a knife by itself might be one
Right.
little thing that you notice.
Right,
However,
but you
I'm not going to answer
you
how
brought
you
up the idea. You brought up the idea of a moral onus being
I
on
didn't.
people to.
I literally
Yes,
didn't
you
bring
did.
it. No, I
You
didn't.
listen.
I said
Yes,
you're
you
stupid.
did.
No,
You
I
said
didn't.
you
I
said
said
that
they're
we should
cringe.
shame people, that we should use social stigma against people that have this idea that like something is inherently dangerous that isn't, because and we should
No,
shame them for a
no,
lack of knowledge.
No, that's not what I said. I said if people are being unthoughtful in their reactions to situations, you should shame them for being unthoughtful. So if in a situation where you see, in this situation, you see a kid with a turban walking around who is skinny and frail with a very small knife, if your immediate immediate reaction is to call the police, and then the immediate reaction of the police is to put him in handcuffs, that's stupid. That's what
You're
I'm saying.
saying the same thing I just said.
No, I'm not, because what you're trying to saying is narrowing it into this specific thing and a moral claim. Me saying that it was stupid isn't me saying that they're evil. I'm saying that it's dumb, and that you should tell them, you're being a little bit dumb. That's a bet. That's a stupid thing to do.
You gave an ought that one ought to make fun of these people, that they should be socially shamed if they don't put together the pieces of the articles of clothing and how the person is behaving, and they see a threat where you wouldn't have deemed it a threat, despite the fact that nobody has a crystal ball that can determine what is and isn't a threat.
I think Scott is trying to paint you as a woke scold, I think, is what he's trying to get at here.
Well, he's trying to say that
I
I'm
don't agree
moralizing
with that or
because I'm
not.
using the language of shame when I'm just not moralizing. I understand why you think it's moralizing, because a lot of people think this way. The issue is social shame is highly effective for situations that are easily correctable. In the future, it's pretty easy to not see a kid with a turban and a ceremonial knife and call the police. You could just not do that, right? Not that hard. I'm not saying that they're bad, ontologically evil people. What I'm saying is, for the better of society, we should punish that a little bit by going, not a good thing to do, very stupid, very small.
Sure.
You are dictating a moral preference by doing so. Like, what are you talking about? When you say that society ought to shame people and that people ought to be made fun of for behaviors, you are giving your moral preference. You are giving an ought claim about how we should treat people that behave differently in those situations.
Well, maybe
then
we should ask
went into the
Functional. I'm giving a functional. If you want to turn it moral to, go fucking, I'll just bite the bullet. Sure, you're ontologically evil if you do that, but only a tiny little bit, and it's super redeemable. And if you just change the behavior, now you're not ontologically evil.
No, I'm just pointing out that you're bitching about us getting to the minutia that you fucking put on the table.
I didn't focus in on saying, let's only talk about the knife. From the very beginning, I said people who do that are being unthoughtful. It's bad heuristics.
Let's go to Aiko.
You're going in circles because you can't just accept that. Like,
Yes.
you brought this
I'm
up
going
and
in
that's why
circles.
the
You're the
conversation-
Scott, you're the
When you
king
put
of
your
going in
hands
circles,
up,
bro.
You can't put your hands up like this, okay, buddy? Because I can barely see it, right? So when you gotta give me alpha palms. So if that was you putting your hands up, then give me alpha palms, not beta fingers, like down here in the corner, okay, buddy? All right. So we'll go to Aiko.
We love beta fingers.
We'll go to Nina, and then we'll go to Ty. I'm not sure if Corey wants to say anything.
Yeah,
right?
actually,
He's beautiful and Canadian, so he deserves a spot.
So
All right,
when I think about these, when I think about these things, I think about these things as rules. And the reason why we have rules is so that we can have like one policy in place that can sort of cut across a bunch of individual situations where actually most of the time it doesn't really matter. Like probably 95%, 99% even of people who would have like small knives in a venue would do nothing with them. They wouldn't be dangerous with them at all or whatever. But for the 1% that would, that might start a fight, that might get in a brawl or something like that, we create this policy that catches all of that risk, or is designed to capture all of that risk, even though 99% of the people totally wouldn't do that, because it's hard for us when we're setting rules outside of texts maybe years before they're enforced. Like we can't know that, well, if a person's wearing this one thing, that then they're an exception, so like we should let them carry a knife or something like that. And in fact, even those people, like we had that example in Sydney where that was like a very dangerous situation where a kid with one of those with a kirpan like did attack somebody and there was a lot of damage. I think we might have 24 hours earlier said that you're not being thoughtful if you don't let that, if you think that kid has anything other than zero threat in the school, and then turned out there was some threat. So I think maybe it's not about characterizing somebody based on their clothing as to how much of a risk they are, but rather you just have a rule, and if that rule works like across many situations, then you follow that rule.
Oh my god. Okay, this
Let's
is totally
go
gonna
to
backfire
no. Look, guys, we got a lot of people who haven't got a chance to talk. When I get to them, Nina, Ty, Corey, and Erudite, you're on the list. J Chow and Lactoid, right?
Sorry, I get so distracted. I was looking at that Australian thing, and there is no sources for that, so I'm not really quite that confident. Not that it really matters that much, but
Yeah,
I mean, I think Oh, okay, because it's just this one tweet. I see the comments under it, but I don't disbelieve you necessarily, because I figured probably happen at some point. But like the fact that it's like so rare that it's like you have one situation in the like grand scheme of all Sikhs, I just don't feel like that is
I
that
just pasted it in
much of
StreamYard.
a risk. Gotcha.
Well, only like
Well,
58 unarmed people a year are killed by cops, despite there being 62 million interactions. So I
what the
guess it's
fuck is your
just
point?
rare. So it does. Well, I mean, like rarity doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Like it's
Well, I'm just
rare
saying
that
if we're
cops
gonna talk
kill
about
people,
like
so
risk,
police
oh my
brutality is
god,
not a problem.
autoplay. Sorry, it autoplayed a
Uh,
video.
Also, in
But
contrast,
we're talking
similar
about
to
risk assessment here. Like it seems like statistically, Sikhs are not particularly risky when it comes to their weapons. And like, sorry, I keep jerking my spit. Getting so excited.
I've been doing
I
that all
do agree
day.
with,
So like,
yeah, I do agree with Erudite, where I do think that there's a little level of understanding that you might have. Is like, okay, they're wearing something I don't get. They're wearing another item I don't really get. Maybe you could like extrapolate that into being like, well, maybe they got something else going on there, you know? Like it's not necessarily like assuming that they're to the same level as like the average Joe with like a knife on them. And I don't even think knives necessarily inherently mean that you're dangerous, like personally. I mean, I don't know if you guys think differently about that, but I don't see the I mean, it kind of just it seems like I don't understand this, so therefore like it kind of reminds me a little bit about the I guess I'm gonna go a little bit more of a extrapolation of the shaming aspect that we were talking about. I know I'm kind of jumping a little bit here, but it kind of reminds me of like kind of the pronoun conversation where it's like maybe you don't know somebody's pronouns, but and you might like misgender them, but like you shouldn't completely shit on them because they just have no idea. Like the idea of like the ignorance as well as it should be a little bit shamed, like a little shame there. Like to make people be better. I don't think that you should like shit on people for the reason of like not understanding of like of that, but I do think that they should have their own responsibility to maybe think that that person is different from them, and then you should maybe like ask or try and understand. You shouldn't be expected to, but if they explain it or whatever, then I think it's totally that person's value to understand what is being explained to them.
okay, let's go to Ty.
Yeah, but like, okay.
And we got it. There's a lot of people on. Ty, Corey, Erudite, Jay Chow, Lactoid.
Yeah, to answer your question, I'm not going to fault the folks that are a little bit more xenophobic, to be straight up. And the reason why is that to have the society that you want, where people aren't hyper xenophobic, is that you have to have a high trust society that relies upon people kind of tearing down their own walls to where they will be more liberal, to seek out new ideas into more cultures, more religions, right? That's really hard. And the reason why it's really hard is because there's too much bullshit out in the world. Aiko, I love you, but I can't keep all the shit with, excuse me, of all the Catholics believe versus what the Protestants do versus the Mormons, yada, yada, yada. And now you're going to introduce
I'll
all
fill
the
you
other
in on
folks
it.
out there? Right. Like, so the problem here is that I will say that I do not find it in good taste to not try to understand others, but I do not find it a reasonable expectation to know the majority of religions that are outside of your basic sphere, right? Like, I can't condemn people for not knowing what Sikhism is here in the United States because it's not common.
Let's go to Corey. Yeah.
Yeah, mostly just to understand Erudite's position better. Where like if I'm understanding you correctly, which it might not be, but it sounds like you're saying basically taking into account when you're trying to undergo threat assessment, taking into account a constellation of variables, as in it's not just like the knife in a vacuum. It's like a constellation of other things to assess the threat, or rather, and to approach it with more curiosity as opposed to like a conclusion.
I'm just describing what normal people do, and I'm saying if you don't do this normal thing, I think it's fair enough for everyone to be like, that's pretty fucking stupid, right? Normal people don't react to seeing a knife in public. For example, my husband, who is part black, walks into Walmart all the time with a giant caber on his hip. It's not the end of the world. He just says that I work on a ranch or that I go work in a warehouse afterwards. And most people don't call the cops, even though he's kind of dark looking. Most
Is a
people don't
caper a
assume-
knife?
A caber is like it's a type of knife.
Gotcha.
It's a brand, sorry.
Oh.
And it's at least 3 inches. There we go. There we go. Broke the tension. What I'm saying is normal people when they do like evaluations of what's going on, they take everything into account. And I think people who get, like, for example, in the case of the Sikh kid, either what happened, here's what probably happened. They saw a brown kid with a knife. That's probably what happened. What I'm saying is that's a really bad heuristic. That's a really bad way to map on whether there's any level of threat, right? It's terrible. And I'm tired of people having really bad heuristics. In the same way, I saved a comment in my fucking chat section because some dumb fuck said this. Erudite is looking too deeply into things. Knife equals threat no matter what the person's wearing. Except not, stupid. Except if you work at a warehouse, nobody is going to think that your knife is a threat. If you're working on a ranch, nobody's going to think it a threat. It's a really bad heuristic if you just like make this arbitrary rule in your head of like, anytime there's a knife, that's dangerous. Knife be spooky. And a lot of homeowners association type people will make like preemptive rules about how they have to socially engage in the world that don't mean anything. And I think that this is a really bad thing. That's all. I'm describing this and saying stop doing bad things.
I have
The
a
issue
follow-up.
is that you.
I'm
Let-
done. So I think I understand your point. Like, it's contextual. Where the example that you gave with your husband Nick, where it's like, yeah, if you walk into whatever the store and they see the I don't know that type of whatever knife, but from what I understand, you come from, or you're largely in a more rural area. What I can say is probably like in my city, like I think if there's a visible knife, there probably would be some sort of like call to the authority. I'm not saying that's a good thing or that's what should happen or that's what normal people should do, but also at the same time, like also a knife in a school, then it is understandable that someone would call.
Some places should have rules, absolutely, right? I'm not saying that some places shouldn't have rules. What I like, none of this is commentary on rules or any of this sort of thing. If, for example, if it turned out that a university actually had a really big bar on all people having any form of weaponry being openly carried, I think it would be even understandable. What it seems like in this situation is people saw Brown Man and they used really bad think and overreacted. And what I'm saying is normal people don't overreact to this stuff, and they probably shouldn't.
The problem is that
the rules didn't say
you when
it was banned.
Your original thing that you were saying is that the novel should be, and like the impetus is when you get novel information that you do not act, and that we should judge those people for not thinking. Well, that is what you said. You said that if you're unfamiliar with this situation and then you assume it's a threat because you're unfamiliar with the situation, that like you're the one not thinking, that you should step back and that your reaction shouldn't be to go towards safety or something.
Hold on,
I would argue
already said your
it's the
fifis are
exact.
fined. I said
No,
homeowners association type, people calling the cops because they felt like it was a threat, right? I'm going to assume that people are not too stupid to take context cues into mind. If you see a really skinny Sikh kid with a turban on his head, maybe you don't know it's Sikh, but you see a brown person.
This is ridiculous.
This is
if
how
you're alone on a
everyone
subway,
works.
if you're alone on a
You're
subway,
just making a new
and someone
situation.
comes onto the subway wearing garb you don't understand or anything, and then they have a weapon, are the novel there makes you question your safety more. The idea that you don't understand what's going on makes you less likely to be able to understand whether or not you're in danger.
Sure. And then I'm going to assume that you're smart enough to actually look at the individual and watch their behavior and all the context cues. For example, if somebody walks into the subway,
and I'm going to
with a
assume you
knife,
should be smart enough to get the fuck out if you don't know what's going on and someone has a weapon.
I'm saying that that would be a little bit silly. I'm not going to lie. Normal people just don't do that, right? Obviously, if there is cues going on that there is a major threat, you can react to it. All I'm saying is touch fucking grass. Everyone realizes this.
Where are you getting this idea of normative? You're saying normal. I don't know why we're appealing to normality, but regardless, where are you getting the idea that normal people react with they're less likely to feel threatened when they have novel information?
Okay. What I'm talking about is just reality. I would say most people, for example, this kid was walking around with a knife on his chest, and I'm going to guess that 900 people didn't call the police on him. I'm going to guess one person did. And the institution apologized for it, and everyone seems to kind of, for the most part on Twitter, agree that it was pretty silly for them to call the police. Like, the place that I reside, in this world that I have observed, it seems to be the case that most people agree that that was a really, really silly, stupid thing to do. It was an overreaction because he was giving a ton of other cues to suggest that he wasn't a major risk.
Yeah, but that could be true of a terrorist. that most people see something and then go, oh,
No,
it's probably
everyone's acting
nothing.
like this is
And
a
then
dump.
one
Yeah,
person,
heuristics
and then one
sometimes
person.
fail. You're correct.
Okay,
What
but
do you
you're the one
think I'm
talking about what we
describing?
should or shouldn't shame in this situation.
Yeah, if
You're the one
people
saying that this is stupid because it's not normative, but that doesn't mean that the normative is something we should be appealing to here.
Okay, I would prefer a world where, for example, we don't always just assume the worst in other people because there's one thing that we're hyperfixating on, right? I would like to assume that that is the way society works better. That's it.
Okay.
Let's go to J Chop and then I like to.
I completely
Oh,
forgot
Coy,
what I was gonna
did
talk
you have
about.
another response?
Well,
quickly?
well, I guess my natural follow-up that maybe just to attempt to like distill down, maybe hopefully to the crux of the matter of like, then how do we feel kind of like about profiling, just like at the airport, as in like should those should be like random searches or should it be like contextual factor taken into account?
Let's let J Chow and Lactoid answer that, and anyone else can jump
And
in
then
on.
everyone else can guess what they think I'm going to say. Guess what do you think is going to be a reasonable answer for these things? Because all I'm asking for, by the way, is just to be reasonable. Knife doesn't equal threat. That's a bad heuristic. By the way, here's another shitty heuristic. Low body count means better partner. Or high body count in women means she's a dirty ran through slut. Those are heuristics people use, and they're kind of ish reasonable, but they're mostly really bad heuristics. I'm tired of you people using really bad heuristics to function in life.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
J Chow.
Okay, so to answer Corey's question, like profiling is something that's like going to inevitably happen like all the time. We each have our own prejudices against other groups or even like against other people and things like that. That's just bound to happen. But th- what do we do then? Well, the solution is then, well, how do we manage that profiling? How do we manage discrimination? And I think like I'm just going to repeat what I said before. It just like, and in a way it's in a lot in agreement with what Erudite is saying. Just like, have an open mind, not like give into these knee-jerk reactions. Maybe like even be curious, but like if you feel a bit like a fear and you want to get to a safe place, and like, by all means go do that, like follow your instincts. But then to instantly, I say, like, call the police in order to in like a reaction, such as like, there was in Central Park, some woman called a police on a dude for walking their dog or something. It was like that's an overreaction. Then it's like, are we invalidating their fear? Then are we like calling this
What?
person stupid or like shaming them
That
or
guy
whatnot?
was trying to
Like
get viral videos by harassing white
ought
people.
like
That's
there
what
I
that guy
think
did.
my I guess like my point is that like we ought to behave in ways that are proportional to the actual situation. And sometimes, sometimes people just overreact. They just do things that are unwarranted because they're just driven by fear.
Let's go to Lactoid. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to try to bridge a little bit of a gap here. I agree that shaming probably isn't the best idea, because you can't really blame people for lack of education. They don't know what they don't know. That said, I also fully agree that a knife is not really much of a threat, especially in the context given. Other things that are not a threat, open carrying or concealed carrying, the people who conceal carry, the people who open carry are dramatically less likely to commit a crime against you than people who don't. That's just factually true. So when you see somebody open carrying, statistically, if we educated people, they would feel safer, right? Just if they knew the realities of things. But that's on us for not educating them correctly on what the statistics are and what the rationality is. There is a problem, I think, that gets brought up here, and I understand that kind of the elephant in the room is profiling, which is, well, if we're going to start doing risk profiles, like, well, who falls in those risk profiles? Well, like men, for example, but then also like different racial groups, like, and then we start getting into some like really difficult territory. My approach to this is you should have a fact-based approach, not a shame-based approach. It should be based entirely on education. And every person's individual risk assessment should never be shamed, even if it's ridiculous, even if you think it's ridiculous. If somebody feels unsafe in a situation, even if it's because they're 0.001% more unsafe and they decide they want to leave the situation, that's on them. People can decide their own risk assessment if they want to. We can educate them. Well, actually, it's not that much of a risk. Look, it's one knife. It's probably not going to hurt you. Well, if they don't feel comfortable, they should be perfectly free to remove themselves from the situation, not shame them. I don't feel comfortable dictating what any person should feel comfortable with in their threat perception. Is it like reasonable for women across the street at night when a man's coming their way? Statistically, not really. But I'm not going to dictate to that woman, well, you know, what you have to have this threat perception because I'm a man and I feel offended or whatever. No, you can have whatever risk profile you want, and you can live that life in however kind of a safe, kind of careful world that you want to. I don't think it's fine to shame.
Well, he's a skinny kid with a knife, so it's not going to be a problem.
He's probably not that much of a problem, honestly. I wouldn't think he's much of a problem, but if somebody feels he's a problem, I'm not going to like yell at them or make fun of them.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you actually believe it would be reasonable to look at this kid and go, uh-oh, he might stab somebody. He's a real risk. Do you think that was a reasonable reaction?
So again, according to my risk profile, like I'm strapped at all times. This kid poses no threat to me, okay? But if I'm like a petite woman who's scared of this guy, maybe, I don't fucking know. I'm not going to
You actually believe that it's reasonable based on this kid wearing a turban, being skinny, lounging around casually with a small dagger on his chest? Do you think it is reasonable for them to presume he's a high risk, I should call the police? Does that actually seem reasonable
So
to you?
the police response was ridiculous. I agree with you on that.
Okay,
but 100%, right? They have a higher standard. They should be trained to threat assessment. That's their responsibility, right? As a government agent. But when it comes to like your everyday person, I'm not going to dictate their threat perception to them. Do I think it's reasonable?
I'm not asking you to.
Right.
Was it
So
reasonable?
according to my threat perception, it's not. But again, like me walking alone at night or a woman walking alone at night, like she's not likely to get assaulted by the man walking her way. I'm not gonna like shame her or think she's being unreasonable for that little bit of risk assessment going over what she's comfortable with and not wanting, she crosses the street, not wanting to walk by that guy.
Yeah, but
Wait, hold up.
are you talking about calling the cops or
what
just
is-
crossing
Also,
the
one
street?
last thing.
What if she
I have a
calls the cops?
study.
What if she takes out her taser?
Yeah.
Body count is
And
a
then,
good
like,
heuristic, by the
and
way.
then,
I
like,
just want to make that.
starts
that's
What,
fetching
a
off
what
the
is,
dude.
sorry, and what is with this thing about like the skinniness, right? Like his build. Like I don't understand this.
That's
He's
for
an
sure part of risk
adult
assessment.
male.
What do you think is
Thin-
more
thin
intimidating?
phobic.
So he's a
I mean,
linebacker.
yeah.
If it was,
Yeah,
like,
of course.
but hold on, no. If it was linebacker size, then he should have been handcuffed.
No, nobody's saying any of this. Do you actually? I actually feel
But,
like
I
I'm
mean,
talking
hold on, you
fucking-
brought in the body
Hey.
type, so I'm trying to assess the body type.
Do you think it's
Like-
reasonable? Yes, of course, because a guy who's super, super, super huge is probably a little bit more intimidating than a guy who's really skinny, because if he stabs you with a knife, which is a physical feat, and he's super jacked, he's probably a little bit more high risk. But even still, I would say he was jacked out of his skull. He's the most ripped man that has ever existed on this damn planet, and he's lounging around with his friends with a ceremonial dagger on his chest and a turban on. Do you still think it's reasonable to call the police?
I don't think it's reasonable if he had a gun. If he was like chilling back with an AK,
I
would not be
I
reasonable.
I think it.
Actually speaking, like the muscles really basically mean nothing when you're talking about a knife. Like it's such a force multiplier.
Yeah,
it really
exactly. I mean, it's a force multiplier. No, but
Do you think it's reasonable?
my
Do you think it's
assessment-
reasonable? You're
no,
all
my
you're all
assessment-
actually
I
doing
think you guys
weird
are
shit.
hyper focusing on
think
that
it's
she said the
perfect-
build.
I think it's hold on.
Yes.
It's not that important.
I will say it. I think it's perfectly reasonable to call cops to handle something like that. And I fucking hate the cops. I talk about how much I hate the cops all the goddamn time, right? But like to say that, yeah, exactly, right? But to say that, well, I guess you should have known because the turban adds some sort of novelty to this, right? That it should have changed. It should have added some. It changed your threat assessment. That this
Sure.
kid
I
has
should
a
have
knife.
never talked about novelty. That's too much. I get it.
It-
You think it's
it-
reasonable?
it
I'll
was
just say
bad.
this
It was a
again.
bad
I'll ask this.
heuristic. Thank
Sure.
you.
It wasn't
Brian,
a
people
heuristic
have
at
called
all.
on cops just by looking at a black
It-
It
person. But
wasn't
then,
a
like,
heuristic.
by your logic, okay, that person has their justified feelings because we can't tell them what
Sure,
not
right.
to
Look,
feel
you
and
can
whatnot.
compare
So, like,
skin
it's
color
okay
to
for
a
them to call the
weapon.
cops
Right.
just
No,
because
you can
somebody's
compare
black.
skin color to a weapon. Sure, that's fine. But like what I'm talking about is the
Wait,
weapon.
wait,
I'm
whoa,
saying
whoa,
all
what
these
did you
other
say?
things.
So when you
Hold on,
call
hold
the
on, hold on,
cops,
hold on.
would you
I'm
agree that
saying
that's
all
an
these other things
escalation of
don't
force?
matter.
Would you agree that if I called the cops, say I'm feeling uncomfortable, so now I would like to assert some boundary to get myself feeling uncomfortable. One thing I could do would be walking away, right? And I think that that would be pretty reasonable. If I see somebody that for any reason I feel uncomfortable, I think it might be reasonable enough to walk away. Do you think it would be reasonable, though, if you see a guy lounging around with a ceremonial dagger on his chest?
What'd you call me?
I don't know. He said dyke, but like it was an
I'm just
accident.
joking.
But no, it was an
I'm
accident.
just
It was an
joking.
accident. But yeah.
Do you think it is reasonable as an escalation of force that because you see a guy lounging around to call in a bunch of men with big guns, do you think that that is a reasonable escalation of force for that
with
situation?
a knife, with a knife,
With a ceremonial
right?
dagger sitting on his chest, yes.
With an like so let's say this was the people who were running the like let's say it was a person who was like in charge of that space, that college space, right? And they felt like uncomfortable approaching this person because they have a weapon. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to say like I'm uncomfortable doing this. In fact, that's what we want the cops to do, right? When people feel uncomfortable and might freak out about this, we want them to come in and lower the temperature here,
Or
right?
Did
Like
actually
he
that's what we
appear to
want
or
be
them to
assess
do.
the threat actually,
wait,
as in
did,
better qualified threat assessment.
did he seem to be threatening anyone? Did he have threatening body posture? He was just sitting there,
He has a
lounging, it
weapon.
appeared.
There's no
He was like
weapons.
ultra
There's no
casual.
weapons
I don't care.
allowed.
I don't care about all this shit. I'm
No.
asking you, is this reasonable based on his body language? Yes, he has a weapon as well. Based on the entire situation that we all saw, because I watched the video, is that reasonable?
Absolutely reasonable. It's absolutely reasonable. The guy has a knife. Weapons are not allowed. It is reasonable to say like, yeah, let's bring in the cops because I don't want to push this guy, right? Like I'm not trained to do so. Like I am the person who works there, the custodian who works there. I'm not trained to handle this, so I'm going
I
to
don't
bring
want
in
to
the
get
cops.
stabbed.
I don't want to
usually a
get
good
fucking
one.
stabbed. Yeah, like it's
Do you think
absolutely
it would be
reasonable.
reasonable based on this situation to go, I think I might get stabbed? Do you think that that would be a reasonable assessment of the situation?
I don't know this person. I don't know how he reacts.
Do you think
So
that that would be reasonable?
Don't know. Okay.
is it reasonable to think that like a person with a knife could stab you? Yes, it's definitely reasonable
That's
to
not
think
what
that
I
you can
asked.
get
I
stabbed.
said, in this situation with a guy lounging on the chair, hanging out with his friends, right? Very casual body language. He was lounging back like this, the ceremonial dagger on his chest. Is it reasonable to presume that if you went and talked to him about it, that he would stab you? Do you think that's a reasonable assessment of the situation?
I think I think that you are assuming too much here. I think that like when you're saying like okay, well these average people when they like see this look at this situation, right? They're looking at so many different factors and arriving at this conclusion, right? And I'm saying that like within the totality of the situation where you have a weapon that's not drawn, right? And or sorry, a weapon that's not allowed, a weapon that's not allowed, and a, a situation where like you are not trained to handle that, it's perfectly reasonable to call an assistant, right? And that's what we have the police there for these exact situations. So you're saying like well the line is like well you could get stabbed, right? But I don't even have to prove that much. I don't have to prove that
That's
much.
not the line. I'm just asking if this is reasonable thinking. I would say, to be honest, if somebody came up to me and said, even if it was a very small woman who was very insecure and she's like, I was really afraid that he was going to stab me, I would go, hey, Stacy, I get that you were afraid, but that was not a reasonable reaction. Yes, that is exactly how I would want to respond. Probably a little bit with higher empathy because I'm annoyed right now and I wouldn't be as annoyed with her. But yeah, I would think it would be completely fair for me to go, yeah, that was not a reasonable reaction. And I think most people would feel that way.
I think it's a reasonable reaction, though, but whether or not it was fair is a different story.
Yeah, and whether that should be okay, and that still is different from like whether you should call the cops,
Right.
right? Like whether
Yeah,
you're
which are
at imminent
escalations of
danger
force.
is different. Is it?
It's only an escalation of force because we
Let's
have
go.
shitty police.
Let's go to
Like,
tie.
I mean, like if
No,
we
of
had really
course.
good police, you could
Scott,
call
shut
the
the
police and
fuck
be like,
up.
"Hey,
Let
No,
Ty
of
talk.
I
For
see
the love
this.
of God.
I
Wait,
see
of
this black
course it
guy
is.
walking his dog,"
Oh
and
my
then they
God.
would be like,
he can't.
"Hey,
He can't.
what else is he doing?" And they'd be like, "He's black in my neighborhood." They'd be like, "Hey, Stacy, like we're not coming out for that. Like it's
Dog
only an
is a
escalation
weapon.
force because cops suck. Like, you know what I mean? Like
You can train them to attack black
You can
people.
train.
that's
You can
true.
train dogs to attack people. Yeah.
I see a suspicious
That's-
person. You need to investigate, right? All
Okay.
right. So I need to level here for a minute. First and foremost, I'm not a high trusting person. I've got some events in my life where that's just not in the cards for me. So whenever we have that situation or that concept of any knife is a threat, yeah, I actually largely believe that. Now, I work in a warehouse, right? Everyone has box cutters, but there is like a normalized expectation, and I will go with Erudite to some degree where logically you should conclude certain things, right? The problem for me is that if I didn't know anything about this person, I don't know anything about this knife. I have I have a bit of a fear when I see this because this knife is not exactly small and it is worn in a way that I would call brandishing. And I don't want to go down to a too
Would you
much,
call the
but I,
cops?
huh?
Would you call
Would
the
I call the
cops?
cops? No, but would I make sure
There
that
you
I'm
go.
at least like 10 feet away
Why
at all
wouldn't you call the
times?
cops? Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that you should run up to people with ceremonial daggers and give them big hugs and offer them lap dances.
Right. So, like, I'm just trying to give the litmus test of
Lick
where
it.
where I'm at on this one. Would I call the cops? No,
You
because
think
you're
it
in a
would be
public.
reasonable to call the cops?
No, but
There you
also
go.
here's the scary thing with me is just I'm gonna make sure that there's more people between him and me. So if he does do something crazy, like
Sure.
I'm not the first guy.
Sure.
So that's the defense mechanism in my head working.
What do you mean,
Uh,
sure?
I
Yes.
guess that's
What do you
fair.
mean, sure? Is that fair? I don't
Anyway.
know if it is
As
fair
long as
under
all the
whatever
victims
that's
His
saying.
internal
But, like-
monologue
Well,
with the situation, I don't care. Like, it's not really having this tangible effect. When I'm talking about with shaming people, I'm talking about homeowners associations, people who are going up and making their feelings other people's problems. I don't care how you feel about the situation. You're just allowed to feel any such way. If you've never been around knives might be the most scary thing that you've ever seen in your life. I'm not upset that you feel that way. I'm upset by the actions that you take afterwards, which are unreasonable, right? Calling the cops is unreasonable. Pointing at him in the middle of the university and screaming, "Oh my God, he's got a knife!" would be unreasonable, even if you're afraid. Even if you're really afraid. All these things would be unreasonable.
Right,
We
you wanna
done?
respond?
Fear is
Oh.
the
Sorry,
suspension
I
of
thought
reason.
I thought he was muted.
I feel like we're at least on some level of page. I don't think she was replying to me. If anything, she seems to be yelling at you, Prime.
That's good. I love it.
My whole thing here is like I think me and Erudite are at least on the same level of like what is like reasonable, but I will totally go to bat that if I'm just looking at this person, I am going to ID them at some level of threat. And like I don't blame people for being afraid.
I'm
Getting
not
to
blaming
lack
people for how they feel.
right.
I'm
And
shaming
I'm
them
not
for
saying
their
you are.
actions afterwards.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I-
If you call the cops because you just happen to see a black person in your all-white neighborhood, yeah, I want to shame you for it. That's not a
Right.
reasonable reaction, even if you're really, really scared of black people. I
Did
don't
the
care. It's
homeowners
not reasonable.
association
what if you've
do
never
something
seen
to
a
you?
black person before? What if you've never seen a black person before?
It would still be unreasonable to just call the police because a black person is existing in your space.
Hold
Yes.
on, no, you've never encountered black people before. It's
Sure.
a
Do you
totally
think?
novel
Yeah.
thing to
So
you.
I've never
this
seen a
is a
purple
Never even
person.
heard of
Do you
a
think
black
it would be reasonable for me to see a purple person on the street and then call the police?
Yes.
I'm probably
It would
calling
be
an
perfectly
ambulance.
reasonable
Why?
if you
What?
saw a
If they're
purple
purple?
person
What if they're just
in your neighbor.
who? They're just walking around. Why would I call the police?
Because you have
understand.
Because they're purple.
right. Like there's nothing wrong with calling the cops. Like it's not something I would
It's
necessarily
an escalation
personally
of
do.
force.
It is only an escalation of force because we
No,
have shitty
no,
cops.
no.
It's
this
on the
is-
police,
No,
yeah.
of course
It
not.
doesn't matter.
No,
We
of
have the
course
shitty
not.
cops though.
Calling
It
The
in
doesn't
cops,
matter.
the cops
Okay,
should
no,
be better
stop,
to handle the
stop.
situation than
If
you.
let's imagine I live in utopia with purple people and all this shit. Okay, we live in Narnia and the cops are perfect. They're they've all got PhDs in risk assessment and they're never wrong. It is still an escalation to call in people that have weaponry and fiat and the capacity to arrest you into a situation. Of course it's an escalation. It doesn't mean it has to become violent, but of course it's an escalation. Even if I called my brother, it's still an escalation.
I
Of
agree with
course it
that.
is.
Someone having the
Sure.
capacity to commit violence is not necessarily an escalation. Otherwise, we would all feel differently about the very thing we're talking about, which is the dagger that is
I
meant
don't
to
believe that you
represent a
think
Wait, we
I don't
do all
believe that
feel
you believe
differently
that.
commit
about
violence.
it. What do you
This
mean?
is silly. I don't
Wait.
believe that you believe this at all, Scott.
Yeah, hold on. But Scott,
No,
Scott,
if
like,
I'd
if you
never
have,
seen someone before and never heard about them existing, and then all of a sudden I saw something
You're
that
just
was
lying.
totally
You're
out
just
of
lying.
wacko,
You're
it wouldn't
literally
be
lying to me right now.
unreasonable.
Yeah, he's
You're,
always
you're
lying.
saying I'm lying, but I'm
Wow.
perfectly justifying
Of course you are.
I
No,
said my
there's
personal position. My personal position is I would be curious, right? I'd be like, what is that? I didn't know people came in purple colors, but other people might be afraid. And it's not unreasonable if a purple person with legitimate, like an elf, a fucking elf from Narnia just shows up and starts walking around the neighborhood to go, what the fuck is that? I don't know what's going on. I'm going to
Not a
call
little
somebody
person.
that's better
Oh
equipped
my
to
god,
handle
this
this.
person's gonna cast magic on my family and we're all gonna
Yeah.
die. We're all gonna be cursed.
We're gonna curse our
Bro,
generation.
but if an elf was there, you'd be like, what the fuck?
I
Maybe
would
they
agree with
have
my
magic.
friend-
I don't
I would
know.
agree with my friend Erudite, like in terms of like an escalation that like
of course it
a
is.
cop,
Of course it is.
a cop who's coming there, an officer of law who's coming there who is armed, right? Like now, like now we're assuming this suspicious person isn't armed, right? But you've introduced a person with a gun, right? And so now the possibility that someone's going to get shot goes from 0 to not 0, right?
Of course it's an escalation. This is why I'm saying that you're lying,
That's-
Scott,
that's
because I know that you
ridiculous.
agree with this. Of course it's an
That's
escalation.
ridiculous. It's not necessarily an escalation, right? Like if you can like so here's a question. What do you mean by escalation? Because you're not saying escalation of force, you're saying escalation, and that isn't necessarily grounded, right?
is
So
an-
so if my neighbor is beating his wife, right?
Mhm.
You're saying it is an escalation necessarily to call
Oh
the
my
cops
God.
in that situation, right?
Yes,
Not
it's
necessarily,
increasing tension. It's making it more confrontational by nature.
but by nature it should be making it less confrontational, right?
No.
If there's a
No.
potential threat and a problem, and I want the situation to be calmed down, I'm going to call the expert that is supposed to calm down that situation
So-
and de-escalate that
So
situation.
the police's job is typically when they're called to confront you. They show up and they confront you about the situation. And I agree, a good escalation doesn't have to actually end in increased violence,
Can you
right?
define what
Not
you mean
all-
by escalation?
I think you guys are changing.
what everyone else means when they say escalation. I guess I can
No,
look up
can you
the
but
ground
can
what
I-
you're saying? Because if a cop were to show up in a situation like domestic violence, presumably we would want them to de-escalate the situation. That it would be better that the cops are there and there would be less tension, less violence,
It's the
less likely for someone to be harmed because the police are there if they were acting appropriately. So
do you
what do you
mean
mean by
risk
it's
of
inherently an
force?
escalation if you see
Yeah.
what you presume to be a threat subjectively and you call in the people whose job it is to handle those
Yes,
things and
they show
de-escalate
up,
those situations?
which is an escalation, and hopefully they can de-escalate the situation. That would be great. But the initial calling and them showing up is an escalation. Of course it is. If I'm having a fight with my husband and I call the cops and they show up, even if they de-escalate the situation, my husband is going to feel that I escalated the situation originally. Of course. I genuinely,
Okay,
I don't know what to do with
but
this
you
stuff
haven't.
because I'm
So
sure that
you've
you agree
grounded
with
it.
me on this.
You've
No,
grounded.
the Seek
you've
is also
grounded it now that
escalating,
right? Right. You've grounded it now in
By
the
doing
idea
what?
that any
bringing the
additional
knife.
confrontation whatsoever, regardless of whether or not it de-escalates tensions, is a form of escalation.
And you,
And by your very own logic, that would mean that it is not okay to call the cops in any situation
No.
unless escalation
No,
is
that's not at all what she's
sometimes
saying.
good.
Of course,
what she said.
escalation
Wait, that
is
is what.
sometimes good.
Yeah.
Of course, not all escalations
You mean like
of
when you
course, are
perceive a
bad.
threat?
Yeah, yes, of course. If you, for example, I've called the police
So then
plenty
it's
of times.
meaningless to say that it's escalation as if that's some bad thing.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
No,
Bro,
I don't even
God,
know where to start with
what the
this.
fuck? I'm gonna go pee.
Isn't the Seek like escalating things? by
Not
showing
when
up
you
with
perceive a threat. Just because you've perceived a threat is not when you need to escalate things, right? When there is reasonable belief that there is a threat present is when you'll escalate.
I need a fucking committee to determine whether or not my subjective
You're
idea
just
of
being
whether
bad
or not
faith now.
something
You're
is a
just being bad
threat.
faith. You're
All right.
actually not trying to
No,
engage
you're just
in what I'm
not
saying.
grounded in
Do you
logic.
think? Hold on.
Can
Do
I
you
ask
think
you
I
both a
actually?
question?
Hold on. No. Do you actually think I reasonably was trying to say that we need to form a coalition committee to vote on whether it's reasonable yet to call the
No,
police?
I'm
Do you think
following
that
your
that's what I was
thoughts through
saying?
to
I think.
conclusion.
Hold
Do
on,
you
hold
think
on.
that in any world that I think that we need a
I think you
committee to
guys-
decide?
I think you
No, I
guys.
think that
it's
you have
I think there's a problem
contradictions
of
in your
language.
logic, and I'm
I think
pointing
it's a
them out.
problem of language.
No.
So, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe deeper than that. But I think it's a problem of language, right? You're talking about an escalation, right? You're asking like what kind of escalation, and I think that's fair. So I won't put the words in Erudite's mouth, right? I'm saying this is bringing in the cops, right? Like increases the risk of force being used. So like if there is no gun on the scene previously, right, and you're bringing in cops who have a gun, right, the chances of being shot go from 0 because there is no gun to more than 0, right? It might be just 1% or 2%.
More people
But
die
that's-
from stabbings than guns, right? So if
No,
someone
no,
has a
that's not, but
knife,
you know that's
they have
not
a
that's not my
weapon.
point. No, that's not my point.
Then
This,
by nature,
no,
you could
there
be
are no. I
decreasing
just said.
the likelihood
hold
of
on.
calling the cops.
I just said there was no weapons in this scenario, right? There's 0 weapons, but you have to call in the cops for whatever reason, right? They come into that situation. Now there is a chance that someone gets shot, right? Where else it was impossible, correct?
I mean, it depends on the situation. There is also a chance someone gets beat to death if the cops don't show up.
Oh
And then
my
they stop it.
God.
And then we
You're
de-escalate.
looking
You
at it.
gotta keep with his thing.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like
If there's no
like,
gun present, yes, a gunshot wound can now
yes.
occur
It's
because cops have
It's
guns.
an increase. That's why I'm not using escalation anymore. I'm trying to say it's an increase in the chance of force being used, right?
Not necessarily. No, that's exactly
Hold
not
on.
true.
The chance that force being when it's impossible previously to get shot, and now it's possible because a gun is on the premises. Of course, now there's a chance. It's not 0 anymore. Correct?
No, you're trying to say that the gun and gunshots equals force. That is not necessarily true. That the two there's a Venn
Maybe
diagram, there's
physics or
overlap,
something?
but people can do other things. Right.
The
But like
risk of use
if
of
there's
force.
if there's some dude just beating the shit out of people, right? And there's no guns in 1,000 miles, right? The risk of someone being shot is 0, right? But if you call the cops who have guns, the risk of being shot goes up, but also the likelihood that someone is hurt goes down.
I agree. But that's not, I'm not going to that next step. I'm going to the first step, right? About like the chances of being shot. I understand what you just said in terms of like a life being saved. I acknowledge that you're right, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not going to put words in Erudite's mouth, but like it's just that like the chance of that particular thing happening increases. So that's what I mean by that. And Erudite, did that line up at all with what you're saying, or am I completely off?
I'm not even sure. Every
Okay.
single person except for Scott nodded when we said when the police show up, it's an escalation. Every single person agreed. Everyone gets this. I haven't even seen a single like idiot in my chat say that. And like, there's lots of Erudite haters in my chat. Everyone agrees with this. I literally, I don't know
And
what
then I
to make
pointed
of
out
this
the flaws
other
of your
than-
logic, and now it's a conversation.
Yeah, you pointed out the flaws of my logic. No, I'm just saying, I don't know if you just don't live in reality. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Everyone understands that if you call the police and the police show up, that it is an escalation of the situation, even though it might result in better outcomes, and oftentimes does.
Okay. You're right. We have substantiated that it is an escalation, and what you mean by escalation is them showing up, and there's no reason to use that term to mean anything because we've also established that escalation, as you defined it and ground it, could lead to de-escalation and better outcomes. So the word really has no argumentative power.
No,
Okay.
you're just quibbling over semantics now at this point, like
Yes.
unironically.
Okay, so
No, I'm just asking you to ground the things that you're saying so that we can point out
When
the
the cops
contradiction.
show up for the first time, it is escalated. And then maybe they're really good at their job and they talk to you. And because there's that threat of force, you decide, you know what? Maybe screaming at my wife isn't worth it. I'm gonna go take a walk instead. And it de-escalates the situation afterwards. Just because something escalates first doesn't mean that it can't de-escalate later, of course.
Right. So we necessarily
Right.
shouldn't shame people for calling the cops when the husband is beating the wife, because we see a threat, we bring in the professionals, and then they de-escalate.
Wait, who?
Nobody was saying that.
Who's the ghost here? Chow, did you say that we shouldn't call the cops when men are beating their wives? Was that you, Chow? It must have been. He's been quiet for. Oh, Corey, did you
Are
say?
you not
that
able to deal with analogies? Are you not able to like see?
No,
like,
no,
what
because you're
happens
saying
when
that
you
somebody in this
go to different
conversation said it, you bitch. Like, what do you mean? Like,
no
nobody
one
fucking
ever
said
said that calling the cops is always bad. Stop lying. You're actually
N-
lying.
I'm
I
not
don't know
saying
if
that you
you're
said
lying
that.
because you
You're
want
just
content.
triggered.
I don't know. I'm
No,
not
then just say
triggered.
that. Just why don't you just take the L there? Just be like, okay, so then nobody said that.
It's
and then
not
move
an
on.
analogy. It's an actual straw man because I've never said never call the police. That's never happened. And anyone who's listened to anything I've said would say, of course, Erudite would
didn't
agree
say that you said
should
those
call
things.
the cops when a man is beating his wife. Then why the fuck did you say it?
You're pretending to be offended, and what I'm saying is that an individual has a subjective risk assessment. They
Why
see
did you
a
say
risk.
it? Why did you give me why did you
They
say it? I don't care. Say all this extra shit and then answer my question. Why did you say that I would
I don't
say,
have
for
a pro-
example, that you
I
shouldn't
don't
call the
unlike
cops
you,
if a
I don't
man's
have
beating
a
his wife?
problem
Why would you
grounding
say
any
that
of the
that's
Oh, I
things
thought you
I'm
were gonna say you
analogous?
don't have a
You
point.
Why
can
would you
keep
say that?
you can keep interrupting. I'm explaining it to you so your little brain can get it, okay?
Oh, shut
Or
Listen for
ask the
just a moment.
question again.
All
I'm
right?
done.
So
Yes.
again, multiple times, right? I said that an individual has a subjective risk assessment. Okay. Some people see an inherent risk. Okay. It is okay for them to call the professionals that deal with those risks because they're better equipped to deal with those risks. I brought up the analogy of a man beating his wife. I admit to that. And the reason I did that is to show that there are similar situations where where there are no principal differences, which is that an individual sees a subjective threat, presumably in this situation to someone else, but it could be to them, right? And
Wait,
they
no, but
call
you're
the
talking about a
individuals in.
situation where it's
No,
literally
Nina, I'm
happening.
winning. Shut up so I can finish winning.
It's not a
Okay,
competition
so and
here.
what has occurred, right, is that the person has a subjective view of risk. They call in the professionals that are there
You
to do
used
it,
an
and
example
this
of
idea of
somebody
escalation is
currently
not a
beating their
problem
wife.
because they are de-escalating
That's
the
not a
situation.
risk.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my original question. You said verbatim, so we shouldn't call the cops when someone is beating their wife. Why did you say that? And why did you try to tell me that it's analogous
Because
to my
I
argument?
introduce an analogy that doesn't have any principal differences.
It's
Can you
not
explain the principal
analogous.
differences
You're
here?
talking about risk
All
assessment.
right,
It's
well, do
already
so. Prove
happening.
it.
The violence is
There's a
already
pretty
happening.
hold on. There's a pretty big difference between somebody feeling scared about a knife and somebody physically committing a crime actively. I've never once said that if you see somebody actively committing a crime that you shouldn't call the cops. What I said is just because you feel some sort of way, it's not reasonable to escalate force. That's what I've said. That was never
So
my
is it
implication.
is it
You're lying.
unreasonable? You can keep saying I'm
Will
lying.
you agree
but-
that I was not in any way implying that you shouldn't call the cops when active crime is occurring? Would you agree with that? That I
you
would
brought
not
up the
say
idea.
that?
Hold on, you're bringing up ideas that are not my ideas, straw manning me, and then saying, "Will you agree that the straw man is a straw man?" I never said that you were saying that. So
You
answer this question:
verbatim said, so
if
we
I'm
shouldn't
sitting in
call
my
the
apartment,
cops when
if
someone
I'm
is beating their wife. So
Yeah,
did you
but
not mean
yes,
that?
because I introduced the analogy earlier.
How is
Okay,
it
you
He's
analogous?
get
asking
Walk
you
me
to
through it.
address that
because
hypothetical.
you are an individual that has a subjective level of understanding that there is a present
What
threat.
personal
Okay,
attack?
you're
think
saying one.
It-
So the question you're now saying it's not analogous because you have to see the crime occurring. So my next question is, if that's true, is it unreasonable for me to call the cops if I don't see any crime occurring, but I hear crashes, loud noises, and I hear "fuck you, you bitch, you always do this," screaming and loud noises? Is it wrong for me to call the cops
What are you
to
guy in
think,
this
man,
panel?
this dude might be beating his wife, but I don't have any actual proof that that is occurring? Is that
Okay.
wrong? Is that unreasonable? And should that person be shamed for being a non-thinking person?
So I'm going to go back. When you said, so we shouldn't call the cops when someone is beating their wife, can you acknowledge that in no way did I ever imply that you should never call the cops or that you
Yes,
shouldn't
yes,
call
yes.
the
The
cops when
pivot
crime
straw
is
man that you
occurring?
set up that I never said I agree.
You
that
literally
I
said it.
didn't
I
think.
have a clip of
believe
you
he-
saying it.
I
I
believe
just
he-
listened to it.
I believe he
Oh my God.
said later on though that like he admits that you never implied that. I believe that's what he
Multiple
said later
times I've
on.
said that.
No, he
Yeah,
said
I
yeah.
that
said
I
I brought up
strawmanned
the
a straw.
analogy. I brought up the analogy and said there are no principal differences. Your contention is that there is a principal difference, which is one is
You're
actively
incorrect.
You
seeing a
did not
crime
introduce
and
an
the other
analogy.
isn't.
You were
So
straw
then I
manning my
changed.
argument in real
Okay,
time, and you
okay.
know
I
that.
I'm
really
not sure
did.
if we
Like
can.
you're just
Yes,
using
you
fancy
did.
I'm
words.
not sure if we can
You're just
make
lying.
any more
You're
Can
lying.
someone
progress
call
here.
the cops
Okay,
on
I
this
think.
domestic abuse in here? Like
Yeah.
this is awful.
Here I
let's
come.
not
I know,
escalate.
dude, because I'm beating the
Ooh.
shit out of not
I
saying
am.
anything
I
right now.
am.
No, you're just
Justin
lying
What
in
Blue.
the
this
fuck?
situation.
I
I
can
will
put
submit
my
a clip
Somebody who would
to
probably
every
like to
Where's the
single
lie?
person in
my
the
Where's the lie?
blue.
The
You
lie
called
is
me a
that you
liar.
were saying.
Substantiate it.
So the issue is that you
Close it
said that we
out.
shouldn't call the
Yeah.
cops when someone is beating their wife, and you said that that was analogous to my argument. But my argument has never
So the
been
lie is
we
that it's
shouldn't.
analogous.
Yes, the
That
lie
it's
is that
analogous.
it's analogous when it was actually a straw man of my argument, and you know that because you know that I would never hold the position that you shouldn't call the cops when crime is occurring. You know that.
So
I
your
imagine
claim is that
everyone
a
on
lie. A lie is when you bring up an analogy that you believe doesn't have principal differences, and you have a difference of opinion that there are principal differences. That
the
makes me
lie
the
is
liar
that
here.
you know you're not that stupid, Scott. You
Bullshit.
you okay. I guess you're just that
Okay.
stupid.
You kind of
Fine.
All right.
self-owned there.
We
in a
got it.
moment.
We got it. We got it. We got it.
I am
Alright,
that
so-
stupid.
we got it. All right, perfect. The panel. Thanks all for that. That was. I'm not gonna say spirited. All right, that would be unfair to the word spirited. It was a thing that happened here. So we're gonna move on with our lives. We're gonna have an open walk-on panel right after this. Okay, so you, yes, you sing at home may participate if you wanted to be a part of this. If you had your own thoughts, and I'm sure many of you must have had your own thoughts. When I thought this was a really interesting topic, and apparently it was. There's a lot of discussion here. So if you want to be a part of that, come on in. We'd love to have you. All right, so pop on the channel, hit the follow button in case you haven't done that yet. Hit that follow button on the channel and consider subscribing to the channel. Helping out the power of this community. It doesn't happen without you. So consider supporting this channel. Just $5, and it goes a long way. All right, or Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming, and it's for. So consider helping out this channel. All right, I'm going to give an outro to all these great people, but the content doesn't end. We'll still have an open panel, so stick around for that. All right, we're going to go to our friend Lactoid. I'll start with you, Lactoid. Look, I don't think, and I'm a little disappointed in Nina in this. I don't think anyone's called you a fraud today, and it's not the same.
I feel like he
when
doesn't talk enough.
Yeah, but still, just him being there. Like, I mean, we know that he got his.
Why does he
law
always get
degree
to
from
go
a clown
first?
college. Because he's white and
Has
he
male,
paying you?
obviously.
Because he won
Oh
the rock,
my
paper,
God.
scissors a few
It's
weeks
a
ago.
Swedish model.
He's a Swedish mom. Yeah.
Apparently, he supports the Al Qaeda. So
Eh.
Because his name used to be
Hold on.
Anti-Communist United, so it put him first, and now he changed it to
PA.
Lactoid.
I'm
It's
lactose
not all the
intolerant.
reason.
You're
I've
fun-
already
you're
told
fun
you
at
the
parties,
reason why
Scott.
you guys are up top.
I did win the rock paper scissors match though.
You
so
did
I
that
Wait,
one
so
time. You
last
actually won the rock, paper,
week-
scissors.
Wait, Prime, does that mean I'm last because I'm African American? Are you discriminating
Yes,
against me? Is
yes,
that...
you're African. He's a South
What do-
African. Yes,
Dude, if that was the case, I'd be on the bottom row. Like most of these
I
people
feel
are
like we
whiter
should
than
do
I
it.
am.
fucking no.
No, I actually, this doesn't
I
feel
moved up
good
in the
anymore.
world. The glass ceiling has been broken.
I know how you feel, and this is uncomfortable.
Are we gonna call the cops?
Go, Lex.
African
You're
American
gonna
is
call
still
cops on
last,
me, bro?
though.
Like, why are we interrupting the white man? Like, that bothers me, right? And I think he's being oppressed here. So, Lactoid, right? I'll listen to your story of oppression. Thank you, friend.
As usual, the voices of white men are being ignored, trampled, and talked over. And thank you, Prime, for taking a stand against it. Really fun panel. I think I pretty much got out most of what I wanted to say. I think it's as usual, my opinions were all objectively correct according to the perspectives of the universe. And so, if you want to continue hearing objectively correct opinions, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Nina, all right.
Thank you.
You brought a lot of fire.
I
But
always do.
yeah, still Lactoid. I didn't catch any strays. All right. But thank you for being here, Nina. Much appreciated.
I wasn't sure if I was allowed to do it. It seems like
Oh.
really trash.
Yeah.
No, it was a pleasure being here as always. I always love getting into it with our with my best friend Scott, as we know. It was great to see Erudite go for him too, because he needs to get fucking slammed as much as possible. And that's why he probably has his gun in the background because he's too scared. Anyways, no, thank you so much for having me on the panel. I'm not sure if this is a closing statement or just kind of like a on the
Anything
topic
you
or
want.
just kind of
Anything you
okay,
want.
all right. And obviously it's a pleasure to meet all of you guys. Corey, good to see you again. Chow, nice to meet you. And Tiberius, of course, good to see you again, and as well with Aiko. So thank you so much for having me on, and I am hoping to come back again.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. And next we have Corey. Corey, you were great. You sat there and you were Canadian, and that's all you needed to do. So thank you. Erudite has a higher bar to clear. I'm gonna put that out there. So she but Corey, thank you so
Well,
much.
Thank you. Always a pleasure and grateful to be here. And I will at least do one maybe good thing of so Lactoid is a fraud. He has an American flag and yet he's Canadian. That's
Thank
the
you.
real fraud.
Thank
Uh,
you.
But yeah, and I will fully admit
Too
I
many
did not.
Canadians.
I did not contribute as much as I wanted to, but I was totally entertained, and I'm glad to be back. I like the withdrawal was getting too much, and I got my dose of Prime totally in full, even though I wasn't really part of the panel as much as I would have wanted to be. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. I'm basically, I guess now, a science and fitness streamer. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And Aiko, Scott, Tiberius, Erudite, Jay Chow, Nina, aka #1 Doobie fan, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure and grateful, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, buddy. Let's go to
Misinformation.
Not at all. It's been fact checked by multiple people. It seems to be the case. Hi,
There's even chatters that will brand you as Canadian, and I think Aiko
according
also
to the
branded you as
FBI.
Canadian.
Hi, certainly. Let's go to our friend Jay Chow. Jay Chow, thank you. It's been a while, and I'm happy to. Right. And you
Well,
You
I
get
was
fired up there.
going to say that this panel was going to be a shit show, especially when it came to geopolitics, but no, the opposite is true. That topic was actually really, I enjoyed it. The second topic was also really fun. I want to specifically shout out Erudite because I felt like she really got us back on track and focused on, and navigating the conversation. So, really happy for that. And about me, yeah, I'm Jay Chow. I stream. You can find me on twitch.tv/JChowLive. I talk politics and I get a lot of my commentary from what I studied in school, which was political science and international relations. Kind of just like giving a little bit of what academia and experts have to say about political issues and events and things like that. So if you're interested, come on over. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right. Next is our friend Ty. Ty, thank you so much for being here, friend. And again, thank you for inviting me previously on your panel. Hopefully we can collaborate.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man. I like having you on. Your takes are very interesting. If I ever need someone to fill out the harm reduction mechanic, you definitely have that in spades. And so, well done to you, sir. And it was a pleasure to have you. If anyone you hasn't checked out that Saturday Night Lights had everyone who's been on this panel on there at least once. We need to get some revisits here soon. But we just, kind of just do our own panel thing. We max it out at 6. We keep it a little bit more so we don't have our good friend Corey Campbell up there not say anything for the entire panel. We love you, Corey.
Damn.
Outside of that, it was fun to be here. I tried to get in as what I could, but with 8 people, it's always a fight. And I just can't scream apparently as well as Erudite and Fabian can. I got to work on my skills, I guess. But if you want something a little bit more chill, want something a little more relaxed, I usually talk about geopolitics and ethics. And if you want to check that out, Tiberius D, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Have a good one, guys.
From one extreme to another, right? To
If geopolitics are known for anything, it's being chill.
from one extreme to another,
Okay,
to a
then
man
there's me.
who has
Last 30
never
years.
had a problem expressing himself. We go to our friend Scott. Scott, this was a lot of fun on multiple levels. Scott, so I'm really glad you were here. As I always am.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere on Fabian Liberty, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. I would like to also say that Lactoid is indeed a fraud, because he has encountered libertarianism but does not follow it through completely. He's only lying to himself, and deep in his heart of hearts, he knows that he needs to be consistent and just become a full-blown libertarian instead of this, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So I am offended by that. Also, Corey, I love you. All right. Unlike Tiberius D. All right.
Love you as well.
You're
buddy.
great. All right. I appreciate you being here. And that goes to everybody else.
Yeah. And look, I didn't want to have to say it, but like, it's time to tell the truth. It's time to come clean, Lactoid. Right? I don't know.
Come
Look, it's your house of cards is falling apart.
Yeah. Canadian and false libertarian.
Look, I just want to make it very clear.
Disgusting.
The biggest disagreement I will always have with Scott is you don't have to be a hardcore ANCAP to be a libertarian. Let's, you come to the reasonable side. All the centrists come over to,
Yeah, I
the
know you love
Gary
tinfoil, don't
Johnson,
you?
Joe Jorgensen camp.
Yeah.
We'll accept you.
Those
Of course you
those
think you're
great
reasonable.
libertarian philosophers, Gary Johnson
Gary
and Joe
Johnson.
Jorgensen.
Hey, you can't bomb
Those-
Aleppo if you
Gary
can't find
Johnson.
That's true.
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 Let's go to Aiko. Aiko, thank you also for coming here. And you didn't do too much apologia for religion in the first place, which was a little disappointing. But still,
Yeah,
you had
yeah.
your beard, so.
Well, I am both Catholic and secularist, which like means I'm self-hating basically most of the time. So that probably explains the fact that there's not enough apology in there. Yeah, but always happy to be on this panel with Lactoid. The former anti-communist, but we'll see where he goes from there.
We'll get him one of these days.
All right. And last but one of my favorites, it's my friend Erudite, who I haven't had here in forever.
Oh wait, can I ask one quick question of
not
Nuts or
when I'm
Erudite?
talking right now.
Okay, all right.
So it's like stepping on my outro here. My friend Erudite, who like I love like the most when we're disagreeing, because I think we make beautiful debate music together, right? I hope that wasn't too cringe. But anyway, thank you.
Babies. Yeah.
Thank you so much, friend, for coming through and having this great conversation with us. And hopefully we can get you back, and hopefully we can get you fired up just as much as you were.
Prime, you're gonna be disappointed in me. I think somebody else has stolen my heart, and I have a new Twitch poll crush. It's no longer you, Prime.
Okay.
Do you want to guess
Who
who
might
it
it
is?
be? Echo? I mean, he is sort of the answer. I mean, that
It's
beard.
J-Chow. It's J-Chow, for sure.
Ooh.
J-Chow wins the prize.
Yo.
So I'm sorry, Prime. I'm cheating on you now.
Okay.
It's over.
My first W in a while.
Look, I am non-monogamous. I've told you this before, Erudite.
No,
So like,
that's true.
it's not a problem
I'm
with
a
me.
free girl. I've been spending too many time with red pillars. I'm not used to women having,
High body
great
counts is not a
freedom.
problem for me. Like, I'm using that heuristic. I actually don't care.
I got to study Prime. I'll link it to you afterwards.
Okay.
And then I'm going to
Icon,
send
go
you a
ahead.
thing called the ecological fallacy, Lactoid, okay?
You were gonna ask a question, Eiko?
Yeah, only just one quick question. So I've always found it slightly annoying that people refer to you as erudite when your name suggests the opposite. Does that ever is that something you've noticed?
It's pretty intentional. It's a meme.
Well, no, I know that, right?
It's
but
the brand, my
they,
guy.
they cut off the part of the meme that makes it that way, and then they just it just becomes
brevity,
erudite.
I
I don't know.
assume.
Maybe it's a compliment. They're saying you
It's-
are erudite.
Yeah, it's my husband's sick ploy. He said you should call yourself erudite, and I said that seems a little much. Seems a little pompous. And he said, well, how about you make it a meme and call yourself not so erudite? And then I think he secretly plotted that if I did that, people would probably still just call me erudite anyway. So very cheeky of
right.
him.
Five
Yeah.
head.
Do people ever call you by your? I'm not sure how open you
Tyler?
are. Do people call you by your first name?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Good to know. Because I don't want to be the person to dox you or something like that.
Dox!
Sunday already
Okay.
did it. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
That ship has sailed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So thanks you all for being here. This was amazing, and I really hope to repeat it with all of you in the future. Right now, we're gonna go to any of you can join, but if not, that's thank you for thank you. Thank you for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Peace out.
Always.
Yo,
Oh, wow.
Tiberius.
Go fast.
I know I've been declining a lot of the past invitations. Okay, I've been busy. But I just want to say it out there that I'm not intentionally avoiding you. I promise, right? Okay.
Why?
Uh-oh. Tiberius, clap
Oh,
back. Tell
he's
me
gone.
something.
Oh, fuck. Okay, GG.
Oh no, I'm
still here,
sorry.
he's still here.
It's over.
I
Wait, she's in
apparently
the
muted my
Discord.
shit. My bad. No, dude. Like, I get it. Busy life sucks. It is very, very real. Excuse me, but no. You're still welcome pretty much any time. Like, obviously, let us know when most likely that would work for you.
Oh, I don't know about this Saturday. I was free last Saturday, but
Oh, I just remembered. I should have gave shade to Lactoid. I didn't want to do it because I love Lactoid, but he's the only one that hasn't actually been on Saturday Night
I
Lights.
was wondering. You said all of you.
Actually, I don't think I was going to call you. I don't
We
think I
didn't
have.
get Corey on. Oh my god! All right, dude. If I didn't have the left wing,
Wow,
if
fake
I didn't have the
news.
true,
Not
if
that
I
I,
did,
like I'm not insulted. Although to be fair, and I should be transparent, Jack has reached out to me once to invite me on, and I was busy at the time. So you have attempted to get me on.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking. I'm like, I know we've invited you, but
Yeah, you absolutely have.
right.
And I'm
Uh,
Have
super
I been
grateful.
on there? I feel like you said I was, but I don't think I've actually been on your show.
You were on one of the first ones, and you were on with Connor, and Internex was there, and Internex was being a jackass the entire fucking panel.
when is Internex not a jackass?
He went full meme lord after that Vosh
Internex?
debate. Yeah.
Is he
Yeah,
a VTuber?
No,
It feels like a VTuber kind of name.
he was a guy who was part of the panel scene for a bit. Largely did his own talk show there for a bit as well, but he kind of slid off the radar and went off to the sticks and doesn't really talk to anybody anymore. He actually just deleted almost everything from his YouTube channel recently, so like he's just kind of gone. But it's one of those deals where he was known as being a big rhetorician. He was,
Suit and
what was
tie.
it? How did he mark himself? Conservatively, socially conservative, but socially or what?
No,
Social-
economically liberal, socially conservative.
Yeah. So he
one
was
of the cringiest mottos ever. To
Yeah, what the
exist.
fuck? That doesn't even make any sense.
he's a statist is basically what he is. Is that he believes?
Oh, he's
in,
like a tanky.
I wouldn't go that far. Like a lot of people actually call him a Nazbol, unironically or not. And if you
That's what I
actually
was
type
gonna
in
ask.
Probably.
Nazbol, you type in Nazbol in a Google search, Internex is the first thing that comes up.
What? It's like he likes demand side economics, but also wants to be racist.
We all do, right?
That is the assumption. I've not seen him go down the race lines, but he absolutely has been a hardcore Christian nationalist. And
Oh yeah, it's the Christian thing. Okay.
yeah,
So
Ari-
replace
Arita,
Christian with religious.
I did want to tell you, I'm kind of a fan a little bit, because I saw your interview with Vosh and I thought you did a really great job with the questions and the way you wanted to talk, or what the subjects you wanted to talk about. So kind of
why are the-
surreal talking to you.
why are the ladies on one set of cams and the guys are on the other set of cams? Is this a sexist thing that I'm not picking up on?
No, I thought you were supposed to.
Why aren't you cammed up?
Wait,
No face, no space, bitch. This is why you always
Yeah.
get talked over.
Wow.
You fuck idiot.
oh
what a
no, it's because
dick.
they're on Discord.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
on
I'm-
Discord. I can move.
Yeah, I
that to
thought that's what we're
Discord.
supposed to do in the second part. I thought we were supposed to be on Discord.
Well, there's an open panel that'll be there, but it'll
If you
actually
wanna
be
join the
in
open.
Thousand Sunny Chat, which he's already got open. So
Yeah.
Oh.
I have not
guess we
been
could leave
there
there,
in
but-
a brick, and I kind of don't want to. It's always a shit show.
J
As
Chow,
if
your
this isn't-
fucking camera is such high quality, bro.
Really? Because it's just like the Logitech C920.
No fucking way it
Is
is.
that
Yeah, for
the
real.
1080p, like 250 on Amazon?
I have a DSLR and
it
I
is
feel like it doesn't look
1080p.
anywhere as good.
I'm also using
it's-
NVIDIA Broadcast, and I think they do something with the
it
camera.
actually works
quality.
now.
NVIDIA Broadcast, yeah. I
I,
mean, it
was
doesn't
gonna say
crash my
it used
PC.
to be so bad. It was
Yeah.
horrible.
There's something called updates.
Look, I understand
What?
things usually get better, but I mean, the last time I updated OBS, it fucking crashed constantly. So I'm still on 27 for OBS.
I'm not on NVIDIA Broadcast. I lied. This is just the camera.
Is the
settings.
back of your chair Lannister style
I changed it,
intentionally,
but
or
it didn't do anything.
That's
so
that
fun.
Secret Lab gamer chair that they came out
Never
with.
mind.
J Chow the
No, it
Lannister
crashed.
one?
Okay.
Discord.
Oh, wait, no, he's not for real.
Yeah, he did, and he probably can't get back in here too. 'Cause
No,
it's
he
a
can't
private
get
room.
back in.
Lactoid. I wanted to maybe understand your position better because, like, I know your position on whatever open carry and all that stuff. So, like, you're potentially like, you're also okay with that, like, in schools and stuff like that.
Watch, he's not here. Chow got back in here. That's amazing.
I'm
How'd you
back.
do that?
I changed my camera, and Discord just froze, and I couldn't get back into the private channel, so I went back in 2000 Sunny. I was like, Prime Key, just move me to the private. And I was like, oh, okay.
Wow, it's like I don't want to be part of the open panel. Like, let me be in the secret room. All right,
It's a
That's my
so
favorite
that
part of the panel.
like we could have had a little bit more fun with that panel, but damn, Erudite, like you were just going ham on Scott. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it.
He
Like, I want to
deserves
go ham
it.
on Scott, but damn.
He doesn't get to lie. I don't let people lie.
Yeah,
All
it's
right,
annoying.
so like
He's very
this.
slippery like that, where he'll like say something and then he'll
Yes!
kind of gish gallop it with a bunch of other stuff. And so like
Absolutely.
you have to like with Scott, I found because he's really smart and he knows a lot of shit, and especially when he stops talking about ANCAP shit, he's like actually great to have on your side. Like he just like fucking riddles out facts and information. Like he's super well
Oh my
educated.
god, he agreed with me, or like he
But
actually said something that in support of what I was saying. It was
yeah, he can be
amazing.
incredibly nuanced. It's just like when he like slips into like bad faith, I haven't figured out like what triggers it. It's probably me like getting upsetty spaghetti. But then he'll like do a lot of like sneaky shit, like where he like actually just like lied about my position and then tried to say it was analogous, and it clearly wasn't, and he's too smart to know that it wasn't, right? He knows that I wasn't saying calling the police at any time is bad. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying.
Y'all lost me there for a while. I really thought that there was going to be a conversation, and Prime actually did it for me since I couldn't butt the fuck in. It was like, all right, you guys are talking about like the potentiality and the escalation of force versus actually escalating force, where the cops show up and beat the fuck out of somebody, right? And I think there's a difference there. It's nuanced and it's weird because I mean,
I don't know
let
what
me
you mean. The
yeah,
cops
so
showing up is an escalation of force, of
right.
course. They might de-escalate the situation, right? Just like
Okay,
if somebody's trying to harm you, you
right.
might escalate the situation, be like, if you fucking touch me, I'll shoot you, bro. That's an escalation. The issue is it might result in a de-escalation afterwards, but that doesn't change that like it's still an escalation of the situation. Of course it is.
Right. Okay. So I don't feel like I'm on the same page, but what I largely will iterate what Prime was saying because I largely agreed with it was it's not an escalation of force because the force isn't being used. It's an escalation of threat. And for me, that's kind of the difference. But I get
That's like
where
semantic at this point. Like if you can't
okay.
understand it when I'm saying force, of course I'm including threat within that. Like of course I don't
Mm-hmm.
think the cops just showing up means that you're going to get shot in the head,
Right.
right? But it is of
Yeah.
course an escalation. It's increasing tensions, it's an
Oh,
emotional
okay.
escalation.
Yeah.
I wasn't using any legal definitions. I was saying of course it's escalating, right?
Okay.
It's increasing the tension of the situation. Of course
Right.
it is.
And I'm not gonna go like down the rabbit hole of like what this definitionally means. I'm not that guy. I wanted to kind of like understand like what encompass force because I think there was a difference in like what you were saying versus some others. So thank you. And Lactoid, there was a question for you.
Yeah, well,
Somebody.
like I'll reiterate it of like yeah, the school thing and open carry in schools essentially.
Yes, teachers, no students.
So even like at what about at university level? Like these
Oh,
are
then
over
yes. Then yes.
Oh, okay, so interesting. Yeah, so you're potentially okay with like a university if any student that wants to open carry there would be okay.
I love you, Lactoid, but I can't do this, dude. I'm
100
gonna be constantly...
concealed carry. And I'm think I'm leaning towards open carry.
I hate you.
Okay. Wait,
And
is
that
concealed better or worse? I thought it was worse.
I think it's better. I think concealed better is way better.
I
Or,
genuinely
sorry,
don't
Because
know.
people get all freaked
Yeah, I don't know
out
either.
when they see a guy.
Oh fuck
Well,
yeah,
but
dude.
if but wait, isn't that the point though? That they know that you have some sort of like it's kind of like it's like having like a nuke and like not telling anybody that you have a nuke. Like the idea is that you are showing that you have that ability to have that force to deter somebody.
This is the issue that I have, and I actually look at it in almost the exact opposite way. If you have concealed carry and you establish that as the norm, is that even if you aren't actually carrying, is that
That
there
you
is
would
always kind of
assume?
the implied, like, yeah, it's the implied threat, if you want to use that word. There's
I
the implied
guess.
utility that everyone's packing, and so you don't want to escalate into that kind of situation where that would be open.
Why
If
don't we
you
just have like fake guns that you could wear, like even if they're not real, like you just like have like a thing that you could have, like it's just like a fake ass gun. Like, would you be okay with
okay,
that or something?
It's
hold
the
up. So you
easiest way
could
to die.
you could, but I want to jump up to a. Oh, are you taking off? Take care. Sorry.
I
You
was gonna pop
could.
up here in a few
Here's
minutes
my
too.
issue. This is where I piss off a lot of the 2A folks because like I don't know if it's just the level of trust that I have towards my fellow human beings or if it's something else. But for me, when you have a weapon on you and you're clearly showing it for people to be seen, that is you're making a different statement. It's not that I could hurt you. It's that for me, it sounds like I will hurt you if you give me reason to. That is what carrying
Right,
a weapon
it's like
means to
a
me.
you know how like a lot of poisonous like animals have like really bright coloring
Right.
in
It's like fuck with me,
kind of
you
the same
die.
way.
Especially in their hair
So-
too.
The blue hair.
What?
Why do
Okay,
you do this
okay.
to me,
We're
Lactoid?
here
But I'm
for
saying
Ken.
wait. So then why are you then more advocating for concealed carry?
Why am I
Whoever was
personally?
doing that.
So
Were you the one that said that?
I advocate for concealed carry because I believe that there's more utility and value in over open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that there's more utility in having the implied possibility of threat than actually saying, "Hey, I am a threat to you."
Right.
I think there's a level.
Yeah, covert threat over overt threat.
Right, because
Essentially.
overt threat just means it, to me, openly implies I intend to hurt you if you give me reason. A covert threat is I will hurt you if I, have to. It's not my priority to hurt you. That's not why I'm. It's why I'm not showing you that I have a firearm.
Are
Well,
you
then
guys
why would
aware of the Rand
somebody-
Corporation gun policy outcomes paper? Kind of recent.
I haven't read anything like that. But go
extrapolate?
ahead.
Yeah, so like the Rand Corporation, they're a think tank, and they looked at a number
A
of
conservative
policies.
think tank. I wouldn't trust anything out of the Rand Corporation
A
personally.
valuable and credible
No.
research institution.
Actually,
It's called
really
the
good.
Rand. No. It's the Rand Corporation.
Oh, that's
for a
an
reason.
anagram, I think, right?
Yeah, what a convenient anagram.
No,
Like,
What do
Rand
you
is
think the R
actually,
stands for?
You were gonna
it's
ask me a
actually
question.
like but the point is that they came out with some like outcomes on what policies like may increase outcomes like violence or what policy would actually decrease, and like whether or not there's evidence to support it, how strong and weak it is. And they say that there's supportive evidence for concealed carry laws actually increasing violent crime. And I can't tell you like how they came to that conclusion, but like just the key facts, I could just link it. Well,
You're
So,
right. You're right.
yeah.
Channel what I put
Shitty.
in.
Yeah,
You're
and-
terrible
so-
institution. You're right.
Exactly.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
even then, even though it bolsters my position, I would still reject it. Like I would not, just as I
Oh
wouldn't
my
trust
god,
anything-
what's wrong with you guys?
just as I wouldn't trust anything out of the Institute of Family Studies, I wouldn't trust anything out of the Rand Corporation.
Wait, so you're saying the
Wow.
Institute of Family Studies said like, oh, actually, I can't say that on Twitch. God damn it! All right, go ahead.
So
I don't know if
do I
anybody's
put it in
streaming.
VC chat?
Oh, you're
I am
streaming. Never
streaming,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah.
So am I.
So, all right. If it's the case where it actually is more likely, that's fine. Like, can someone give me the rationale? Like, because for me, I've stated my case. What is the countervailing idea here? Because you can tell me the data, and that's fine. But intuitively, what is it that is better about open carry that's better than concealed carry? It's just
Well, they didn't.
Is that
They didn't compare the two. They're just
Okay.
saying that like open carry. I think what they did is they took like the states that actually have open carry laws, and
Mhm.
they looked at like, okay, maybe in comparison to states that don't, is there actually a difference in gun violence or crime and things like that? And I think if I had to guess why that is the case, states that just have open carry laws are more open to like just giving guns out to people, and like therefore
That makes sense.
but with the more guns there are, then the more likely it is for there to be gun violence. And
Right.
okay? So this
I think
study
like
actually
largely
said that.
that's why I believe like my position on guns is just like, for the most part, in the most case, like maybe like 99.9% of the times, it's just fucking retarded to have guns. Like why?
Yeah.
2A people. Yeah, Lactoid, like I'm just like the opposite of you. Guns are just
Lactoid
very
needs his
evil.
collection
wait,
of
wait.
They're
guns.
categorically the category imperative.
Have you
that guns are
fired
Yeah,
a
because
gun?
he wants to join Al Qaeda
Yeah, I
or
have.
whatever.
No, I don't want to join.
Wow.
No, hold
And
on.
ha-
Oh my
have a
god,
desk
see,
job.
classic.
They need
classic
lawyers.
two-way,
No.
They
two-way
need
person.
lawyers.
I have
oh,
no.
have you actually fired a gun?
It's my question. Here's the question: Have you ever fired a gun?
Yeah,
How many times? And what gun
I
did you
was a
shoot?
Boy Scout.
How many times and what gun? You're just moving the goalpost, bro. It
I'm
doesn't
asking
fucking
for
matter.
clarification.
Why does
I
it
prefer
matter?
Archery. I
Well,
prefer
because if it's like
archery.
a, if it's like
I
a
too
BB,
prefer
it's like a Nerf gun. Like, what exactly did you shoot?
I assume he meant a gun.
Okay, so like in the Boy Scouts, we
22, wasn't
you could
it?
shoot I forget what caliber, but like
Probably like a
it's-
hunting
it's-
rifle,
it's a
right?
gun. Yeah, it's a rifle. You could also shoot shotguns.
Did you shoot a
Yeah.
shotgun? That's a lot of fun.
I never shot a shotgun.
See, that's
I
the
never
problem.
took shotgun merit
So,
badge. I took
wait, what
rifle
is?
merit
Yeah,
badge.
but what is your main point? With like, what does it matter if you shot a gun or not?
Are you biased?
No,
it's a familiarity test.
Well,
I'm just gonna I'm gonna fast
Well,
forward
no,
this.
there's
Yeah, but
that.
what is the
No,
point,
there's
though?
that. But the bigger element here is like, imagine there's like there's something really, really fun. And then you have somebody who just doesn't understand it. Like, why is that fun? The first question you're gonna ask is, well, have you like the best
I
game
don't
ever?
think
Have you
anyone's.
played the game? Are you shitting on
I
the
don't think
game without
anyone's
playing
talking
it, or
about
have you
doing
played
it
the
on
game
like
yet?
a range though. I think it's just like carrying like your fun
Yes.
little game around in public, you know?
Yes, I like to have my toys on me at all times.
Yeah, but that's I'm sure
So
even you would recognize the difference that there's a difference between like like what a gun's
are you
intended purpose that you might happen to derive some fun from versus actual like toys that are like whatever presumably there's
do you
more
think people should
intention to
be sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead, Nina. No,
I
it's
didn't
okay.
mean to
Go
cut
ahead.
you off. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off if you were not done. I
Uh,
was gonna say like do you think it's okay to like have like just chilling with like vibrators all the time or something? Because those are kind of fun, I guess.
I would never illegalize you walking around with your vibrator if that's what you
Yeah,
wanted
but
to do.
you think that it might make people uncomfortable though?
It's on them. It's not my problem. Just conceal it,
I
right? We're talking about concealed carry now, even at this point, right? If you want to
no,
conceal
we're
that in
talking
your
about
just a
open
vibrating
carry.
jacket or a vibrating shirt.
look, here's the reality. Shooting guns is a lot of fun. People who actually like the effect of these laws, there's a lot of inconclusive research on this. There are some studies that indicate it actually lowers violent crime. There's some that indicate that it raises it. And if the concealed carry holders themselves, right? People who are concealed carrying are dramatically less likely to be committing violent crimes and dramatically
Okay,
less likely to hurt you. That is just
so
true.
yeah, that
Every
might be true. But but it seems like at some point you might be moved on this position where like, okay, I think even you recognize you still want to keep it illegal to drive under the influence, right? No one should
right.
be driving. So like, but what if someone? So I can't make that argument. Well, it's fun. It's just it just enhances my experience, right?
If it was fun
It's
enough,
like you're playing a video game.
why would
I don't know.
and
So
then
like,
have someone
but
come
again,
along saying rob me of my fun drunk driving?
no, but
You know,
again, think about it, right? So it'd be like, because again, the people who have concealed carry licenses, the people who are concealed carrying are safer. So it would be like, here's something that you find fun, and like it's not like you are being safer by doing it.
okay, so
You're a
the
safer
fun
person.
aspect is away from that.
It's a consideration, like
Yeah,
lawn darts.
yeah,
I think we should
or
legalize
whatever.
lawn darts,
Well,
right?
I don't see why
It's
that would
like
be related. Why is
it's
the
like
fun
point.
aspect?
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
that's
point
why
one.
that's why we allow motorcycles. This is why we allow all sorts of shit because it's
I'm all in
fun.
favor of banning motorcycles. Are
God
dumb.
damn it!
Like
Yeah.
absolutely,
True.
absolutely.
Fucking
like
commies! They're coming after your guns and your motorcycles. God damn!
absolutely.
You
Yeah,
have
if you're
nothing left.
They're suicide machines, dude.
if you're a motorcycle, like you just have terrible judgment. Just as if you're a drunk driver, you have terrible judgment. Like I don't know what you want me to say. The stats, I'm sure even you would recognize and understand the stats behind motorcycle fatalities
Oh,
and
it's
like
a
all
lot,
the
yeah.
yeah. Well, exactly.
But
Just
it's
like
fun. Have you considered how fun it is, Corey? Unironically, right?
and there's
people risk their lives for fun. They go bungee jumping. They go hiking up mountains. They fucking
Cocaine is fun.
cocaine.
Well,
They do
really,
drugs.
don't-
They drink
yeah, don't-
alcohol. That shit's.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's not
exactly.
good. We can
But-
discourage it, but like.
But you still are in favor of keeping drunk driving illegal,
Yes,
right?
the reason
Exactly.
why I think drunk driving should be illegal is because, first of all, driving is an incredibly dangerous activity just right off the bat. Like just simply
agree.
getting in a car and driving is like
Public
exponentially,
transportation.
yeah, well, exponentially more dangerous than carrying a gun, right? Just driving is horribly dangerous.
I agree.
And so when you get behind a wheel, like you're already engaged in an incredibly risky behavior, and everyone else is also on the road. They go through a licensing process to get on the road, and the question is, okay, you've all gotten a license to get on this road. Do you consent to the risk posed by every other driver around you? And everyone kind of comes to this agreement of getting a license, you consent to this risk. Okay, so when you exponentially increase that unnecessarily, is there a point where you fall outside of like reasonable conduct? I think so. I think there does. And now I'm not going to like bring the hammer down on drunk drivers. I actually, believe it or not, kind of like the way my state does it, which is the first time is a traffic offense, and then the second time is a misdemeanor, and you go on from there.
What do you mean state? You're Canadian.
Canadian.
Yeah. And anyway,
Are you still LARPing?
I'm not Canadian. This is a weird meme.
Wait,
and
you're
this is
not Canadian?
No, this is the misinformation that's being spread by the likes of Corey. And I'm not actually Canadian. This is
You have Canadian vibes. I don't know.
what the fuck does that mean? Canadian vibes.
I don't know. I just said it.
I'm talking about my guns. I can't be Canadian, right?
There's still guns in
I've
Canada.
never seen
Context
them-
clues. I mean, I don't know if I can bring him on stream. I like showing.
You ever watch Bowling for Columbine, bitch? Like, yes, Canadians have guns, dude.
Columbine was in Colorado.
No, the documentary about it where he goes to Canada and like everyone in Canada is like,
Oh, does
He
he?
compares Canada and the U.S. and how there's still guns in Canada. But like, yeah, so I understand. I think I understand your guiding principle of like, yeah, when it comes to drunk driving, like the collateral damage is just so high that you can't justify it, right?
And now I will make an exception though. I think if you can prove that you're safer driving drunk, then you should be allowed to drive drunk. Just like if you can prove you're a safer citizen, you should be allowed to carry a gun.
How do you prove that?
Do a test.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree. Like, yeah, like if
your drunk test,
if the data actually,
and the data and if the data revealed that, right? So the data reveals concealed carry people are safer, and if the data revealed that drunk driving, that like certain people who can drive drunk are better drivers, then they should be allowed to drive drunk.
How practical is
yeah,
that? In
but then the question, yeah, but so yeah, but that's
they cover the cost.
Okay, so
what do you mean?
If I can address that point, I will totally bite that bullet. Like if the data bear out that yes, drunk driving happens to be safer, okay, than whatever sober driving. But then you're bringing in like whatever, I guess open carry on that like safety aspect. But you're using I think a very convenient control group because the control group isn't necessarily like other whatever concealed carries. It's let's say other countries that have more regulated guns, as in like especially when you talk talk about pretty much all firearm mortality of like I would say the control group is something like the UK or whatever or another country that pretty much like heavily regulates their guns.
No, I'm comparing like in America people who have concealed carry compared to people who don't, and the people who are concealed carrying legally are much safer.
Wait, compared to people who don't?
Yeah,
yes,
but then
on average.
Okay, so then do you want but presumably
Oh.
you want maximum? I could be wrong, but presumably you want maximum safety. And so, and also, I'd ask you a question: what is your metric of safety? When you say they're safer, what does that mean? When you say
much less likely to commit a crime, I think like by a magnitude of 7, roughly. Based on
You saying committing a crime or committing some sort of like bodily harm?
It was like I think this thing I saw was violent crime. So
Okay, so you're talking about crime. So like an accident is not a crime.
Kill themselves than people who don't.
True.
Shocking.
I think suicides are right though. So
right. So then presumably if you
wait. You did I just hear that from you?
You said suicides are right.
God damn it! This is why y'all need Jesus. All right.
All right or
God
a
is
right?
dead.
Oh, hold on. It's not all right.
Why can't
I
you guys
I
just be
personally
rational
severely
like me?
discourage it. I think anybody suffering from
But
any
you
kind of
think it's a
ideation
right?
should get help. I think that, but I do believe it's like a human right. I think that you have if you
Oh
have,
yeah, like if you're like terminal or something, I agree with you on that.
suck it, Tiberius.
I mean, like if you have like a terminal illness where you're gonna suffer, I think that you should have the dignity of having medically assisted suicide. I 100% agree with that.
All right. So let me split hairs here. I don't think suicide is anything we ever want to encourage. That being said, I am 100% behind like euthanasia. So far right now, I would say if the medical board of ethics would approve it, then go for it. I'm tired of seeing old folks die in the most horrible and heinous ways possible. Especially
I think the
like,
right phrasing is medically assisted.
Sure, and the long and the short for me is that like I've come to terms with my mortality. That sooner or later I'm gonna be that person, and I'd like to go out, on some level where I'm not suffering because, good God, there's a horrible ways to fucking
There's a
die.
really good there's a really good documentary on this that Louis Theroux did. I think it's on like HBO or something.
I love
you
him.
could or Amazon Prime. I don't remember, but it's about this exact topic, and it's really interesting because you follow through the live. Like it's gonna make you cry probably, but it is really interesting because these people are like terminally ill. They are like fucking suffering every single day, and they want to make that decision before they're like basically just like invalid, like they're not even there anymore. And like they kind of show you like the dignified process of having your entire family that makes me sad now. Having your entire family around you while he peacefully passed, and I think that's actually a beautiful thing.
Louis Theroux is also an incredible documentarian, one of the
True.
best of all times.
Absolutely.
So he always does it like incredibly well. Partially because he's so fucking awkward that he's able to elicit responses from people that other people can't. It's really good.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
little bit.
I'm all out. Well, then all the more reason for why you should be Canadian, Lactoid. Medical assistance
He's
in
not.
dying. We
He's
Well, I
not
think I
Canadian.
think well, I think I agree with you on that one. Though.
Yo, like, all right, I'm a little pissed off with my Canadian friends up there because it's like
I'm
you
not
guys had
Canadian.
that. No, not you, not you.
Thank you,
Like,
thank you,
like
Type.
the.
No, I heard you
it's
were.
instinctual now, Lactoid. I'm
Oh
not
my, oh
Canadian.
my god. Like, all right, so here's the thing. What was the issue that was all the discourse just a couple weeks ago or months ago where
There's not enough stars on that flag.
good god. Someone
go ahead,
remind me
Kabir.
what was the issue where the person was like had a it wasn't a terminal illness, but they were like highly debilitated or disabled. And instead of saying, "Hey, Canada, can you pay for the elevator for me to get into my apartment?" They just said, "You could kill yourself." Like,
Yeah.
damn.
Okay, yeah. So
Wait,
there.
Canada said to that person?
Well, no, okay,
That's
so
pretty hardcore.
there is a story, okay, and it appears to be true. I covered it on my own stream. Of like, yes, this person that had a severe disability, where like, yeah, they needed a lot of accommodations, and they basically like didn't have the resources, to like pretty much get all the accommodations that they needed. And they applied for medical assistance dying. They went through the entire process. And it was approved, and they explicitly state like, yeah, this, uh, they did have a very severe illness. It wasn't just like whatever, they had a broken leg. Like it was a pretty severe condition. But like, yeah, they did explicitly say that like I was kind of like pushed as a result of my pretty much my material conditions to apply for medical assistance. Like it was like largely an economical resource decision, which like Canada will have to grapple with that fact. I'm not in favor of that, but uh, the only difference is like this happens in the United States, but you just call it deaths of despair. That's it, and you just have people killing themselves, as opposed to just like a government sanction in Canada.
Right.
Wow, you gotta flip it on back onto the United States, huh? Just like that, huh?
You also have whatever medical assisted dying or physician assisted dying in United States, but just like, well, here's your overdose of morphine. It's like it's just
Hell
not
yeah.
it's just not regulated or
I
like
would
put
be so high.
and
It's like, yeah,
like,
that's
what
the
was
way to
grandma
die.
on? What was she
and
thinking?
again,
What was she
uh,
dreaming about?
I'm not in favor of this happening, but let's just say if this allows Canada to like wake up to the fact that hey, people are actually choosing to die because of their material, maybe they'll actually do something. Like if the body count gets high enough of like, yeah, well, I can't afford to pay my rent, so I'm gonna medical assistance to dying. Maybe other things will happen when the collateral damage gets so high
Yeah,
to
that's
get
kind
the
of
attention.
fucked up.
I agree, it is like, but people have been saying for a while that more should be done to address people's conditions.
It's a little bit like hilarious.
Socialism.
It's like funny how fucked
UBI,
up it is though. Like
Yeah,
oh maybe like you can't afford the lift, maybe you should just die. It's kind of like that one YouTube what was it, like that one meme with like the YouTube video was like, how do you help somebody choking, and somebody in the comments, well, YouTube, can you please not put ads in front of these videos? My grandmother was choking. And their response is, well, you can just order YouTube Red or YouTube Premium if you don't want to see the ads. I just fucking killed me.
That's why I bought it.
yeah, exactly. So it like again,
Ad block.
these are terrible things, and it's not like they don't
Doesn't
occur in
work
the United
into-
States. It's just like, well, now it's on the radar. Now like the government is kind of like forced to pay attention to it. That's all.
Fair.
These things were always happening. It's just
Hey,
like
Ty, I never
Yeah, buddy.
answered your question about like you asked me what I think or what I want to how would like my desired path
Ukraine's
of
end goal?
Ukraine ending. Yeah. Not Ukraine's end goal, but just like the
Your
war
end goal
in
for
general.
Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't really like think about what I want anymore. I kind of just like analyze what I think is going to happen, like what is realistic. But how would I want it to end? I guess like Ukraine pushes they get back Donbass, and like they maybe have an attempt to go for Crimea. It probably fails, and then there'll be like some sort of a political settlement because like I don't know, attrition and just exhaustion from both sides, and it'll just like go back to pre-war. I don't think that's Ukraine's intentions. They want to like obviously get back everything, and Russia is going to continue fighting. Even after any sort of peace settlement, Russia is still going to get involved. they're just
Do you-
going to go back to hybrid warfare. And
Do you think
fuck shit up.
if you sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I just do you think that if Ukraine was presented with the option that they actually got like all their territorial integrity, including Crimea, but they like couldn't hold anyone responsible in the in the international tribunal, would they take it? 'Cause
Yes.
it seems like a
hold
big
anybody
sticking.
in the international tribunal.
Yeah,
Well,
they can't
that's
try
that's
anyone for
fucked
war
up.
crimes.
Yeah, that's fucked already because the ICC has put out something for Putin.
Right, but what I see
Well,
is
like
a very
America's
real.
not even part of the ACC.
What I see is a very real likelihood is that like the Russians could maybe just quit this war at some point, right? They just it's literally Crimean War 2.0, literally 150 years later, where they're like, we just can't win, and they stop. But that doesn't mean the government collapses to where we can actually try Putin or any of these generals or anyone who's done any of this shit.
Yeah.
Like Ukraine might just have to, Ukraine just might have to accept that the best case scenario is they keep their sovereignty.
That's
Yeah,
all they
so
want.
like Ukraine's probably just going to be like, yo, we're still going to push these charges, set up an international tribunal, but the problem has always been with those things is, okay, well, now we actually have to get these people in front of a judge, which like, yeah, okay, ICC, you could press charges on Putin, but like, how are you going to get him into the Netherlands? Like, who's actually going to apprehend him? It's certainly not going to be an intervention into Russia, and it's certainly not going to be. I doubt it would be any country, even if they're part of the ICC, who would actually like restrain him and like send him over to the Netherlands.
So yeah,
Real quick, I gotta bounce, guys. I'll see y'all later.
how dare you?
Take care. Always a pleasure,
Peace
Lactoid.
out.
Yeah,
Hope
and
we don't
also-
have too much Canadian weather.
Oh,
And like
Keep
you're
doing
right.
it, Nina. Keep doing it.
all right. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for sticking around. It's been a awesome time. We had the glorious Prime panel and then some fun chats after the fact. Now what we're going to be doing is we're going to go ahead and raid on into Prime's open panel. I know some fun stuff happens over there, and Erudite is in there as well. I know that she's a bigger player, so I don't know if there's going to be some fun fireworks happening there or not. But if you enjoyed what you watched today, please go ahead and drop me a follow. That way you can see when I come online and you can see more of my content. Although I do a lot of panels, I've also recently been doing some video game streams. We're going to try to be doing more of those on the weekends with political content, kind of an open call-in kind of arrangement where people can come in and just chat. And then also, obviously, I host my own debate show, The Debate Crate, and we'll see. I would like to do that next week as well. So thank you all for sticking around and chatting up, and yeah, always appreciate it. And I also really appreciate sticking around for the raid because it makes it that much more oomph, that much more impressive.